pretending to kiss him. Then all at once, he bolted upright, completely forgetting the restrictions of the location and smacking his head against the roof of the RV with a loud crack, making you gasp aloud. Did he reject us? Oh my god, after I put myself out there. Aww. Your lips met with curves for a moment. His lips were pressed tightly together, unyielding, but it was all right. You were kissing him, and he was kissing you. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god, let's cheat on Cove. Did I say that out loud? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It makes me think about the two of us. We're together, then we say goodbye, and then we're together again, day after day, year after year, and even if our time apart gets longer, that doesn't make it forever. Right? I will always be there for you whenever you want to see me. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. It's so cute. Why can't Cove be real? You grab his butt, let's do it. You slid your hand down his back, skimming the muscle underneath. You could feel them tightening the lower you got. It's okay, don't mind. I mean, it's not just that. I want you. So he likes that. Oh, Cove. Summer in Sunset Bad was a special time of year. Your usually sleepy town began to bustle. It was a popular tourist destination, with people coming from all over to enjoy the beach, the weather, and the relaxation that came with both. The smell of the ocean, crisp and salty, hung in the air, bringing 3 whole months of school-less vacation with it. During the summer, your moms didn't like you to wander too far outside of your neighborhood, so you knew the area pretty well. That included people. Families came and went from Sunset Bad, but they mostly stayed and did what your mom called putting down roots. They built businesses, they got to know each other, and they definitely said hello to the nice young kids who waved in passing their stores. Going for a walk around town mostly meant that the familiar, friendly residents waved or asked how your family was, or most often just said hello. You didn't really get why they always had to say hi. They saw you every day, but you nodded back at them anyway. Like, we don't need to do that all the time. It was the polite thing to do after all, and your moms had taught you to always be respectful. But today, there was a man sitting on the curb outside your house. He was sitting with his head in his hands, his whole body slumped over, and you wondered if he was even a real person, or a statue that had magically sprung up from the ground overnight. Whoever or whatever he was, you had never seen him before. One thing about knowing everyone in Sunset Bad was that people who you didn't recognize really stood out. It was rare for tourists to venture into the residential district, as your moms called it. So for you, not knowing who a total stranger was set off a lot of red flags. Your moms had a talk with you and your big sister Lizzie about this kind of situation before. You remember that it's okay to run away if you feel uncomfortable. You don't have to worry about being polite then. You weren't sure about this man yet. Whether he was nice or not, you didn't want to be bothered. You slowed down as you thought about how you could get around this. There was a split second where your eyes met. That wasn't good. He was probably going to say something now that he'd seen you standing around here. Hey! You were right. His deep voice called out to you, but you didn't say anything. Unfortunately, the man stood up and started to make his way toward you. Not wanting to seem too approachable, you folded your arms and stared. So, do you live around here? What's your name? Oh, he's cute. He looked the man up and down, taking in his tanned skin and relaxed appearance. At least his clothes were relaxed. The way he was acting wasn't. He had sharks on his shorts and a stingray tattoo, and you wondered if he was obsessed with the ocean or something. While you made your assessment, he looked at you expectantly, waiting for an answer to his question. You continued to say nothing. He's a stranger. If you do, he rubbed the back of his neck uncomfortably, giving you a small smile. $1? $20? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a clean $20 bill. It sprinkled in his hand as he held it up to you. even more confused than before you looked back at him. Well, could you do me a favor? Nothing bad. Sorry, I should have. Let me start over. He cleared his throat and stood up straighter. From where he was standing, it just made him look creepier. I have a son. His name is Cove. Who's about your age? Cove, that seemed like a strange name for an actual living person to you. But definitely the kind of name someone like this guy would give their child. We moved in across the street, see? He gestured toward the house that had been empty for a year, his watch catching the late afternoon sunlight and reflecting off the walls. The gigantic for sale sign was finally gone. You must be Rai, right? I met your moms earlier, and they told me you were 8, just like him, so... He shook the $20 bill to bring it back to your attention, a hopeful smile tilting his lips at the corners. Can you try to be friends with the boy? Just give it a chance and you can keep this. He's a good kid. You'll like him.
Do you mind?
But you've gotta keep it a secret too, okay? It wouldn't be friendly to say his dad sent you. What? You're paying me to play with your son? Did other kids really get their parents to pay for their friendships? Had your moms done that for you and Lizzie? The thought made you frown. What'd you say? Want to make a deal? Yeah, you took the bill. It's $20. You carefully plucked the bill from his outstretched hand, grinning at the thoughts of what you could do with that much cash. You aren't even sure yet. The sky was the limit to that kind of amount. The man smiled at you, his eyes crinkling at the sides as he did. Great, that's great. I'll bring him by tomorrow. I wanted him to meet and greet with the neighbors today, but... Well, I don't know where he's gotten off to. He laughed when he said that, but with the way his face looked, you thought he actually wanted to cry. If you see him, can you tell him to come on home? He's got a pink cast and glasses, you can't miss it. Can I keep this either way? He chuckled at you and rested his hands on his hips. You sure can. The man smiled and reached out to pat you on the head, paused before doing so, then pulled his hand away instead. Your moms are already checking around for me. Such a thoughtful group you are. Now I better go look, too. Can't put everyone else to work while I keep sitting here. I thought he might come back and that's not what's important. I have to go. Thanks again, Rai, so much. He jogged off down the street without another word. You decided to check the hills behind your house. Step 1, first sight. The chirping of crickets in the tall grass greeted you, quiet and familiar. From the top of the hill, you could see the ocean. As you walked, you listened to the crash of the waves on the shore and the seagulls squawking as they settled down for the night. You loved to hear stories about the sea, about the merfolk and sea serpents you imagined living far beneath the waves. Sometimes you could almost convince yourself you had seen the flash of a shiny mermaid's tail in the distance. You took in a deep breath. You wanted to try to relax and cool it. You aren't sure what, but something told you you weren't alone, so you glanced around. There was a boy sitting at the top of one hill, almost completely hidden within the long grass and white flowers surrounding him. His head was buried in his knees, staring ahead by himself. For whatever reason, probably just that he wasn't paying attention, he hadn't noticed you yet. You watched him a minute longer, feeling a little bit like you'd found a deer in the wild. Though deer didn't have pink casts. But this new boy did. This is Cove. You wondered how he got it. After a few more seconds, you took a step forward, then another, and then he glanced your way. His aquamarine eyes reflected the light of the moon. You stopped, raising a hand to acknowledge him and show you weren't scary. Hi. With a start, he jumped to his feet, his hands balling into fists at his side. He didn't say anything, just stared at you in a strange way. He'd been crying. There were traces of tears on his cheek and his knees. soaking the hem of his shorts, and his eyes are still shining with a few more. It obviously caught him off guard. His pink cast seemed to glow in the twilight, though when he caught you staring at it, he hid his arm behind his back. Something the man Ali had said stuck out to you. Cove? Eyes wide, he studied you. How'd you know that? You touched the money in your pocket, feeling it crinkle beneath your fingertips. I'm all-knowing. That's a lie, tell the truth. Okay, your dad told me who you are.
Oh.
So is this your heel? He gestured with his uninjured arm to the patch of grass surrounding you, his face falling at the prospect. I can live if it is. You can't own a heel. Why not? How could you? You just do. I had a heel back home. Well, this still isn't mine. Oh. He sat back down with a thump, resting his chin on his knees again. Curious about the strange new boy with the odd dad, you sat on the patch of grass next to him. The pure white flowers that covered this hill rocked back and forth gently as the stars twinkled above. The way they dotted the sky made them seem like flowers too. The night wind was cool as it traveled over the ocean and up the hill, chasing away the heat from the afternoon sun. Why are you here? A quiet hiccup escaped Cove as soon as you asked the question. Almost like they'd never stopped, his tears darted up again with a vengeance. My parents, they don't want to live together with me anymore. The tears fell fast and heavy over his flushed cheeks, sticking in his dark lashes. My mom made my dad leave, and he took me with him, and now we have a house here, and I want to go home. The outburst took you off guard. By the time he was done wailing, Cove's chest was heaving with exhaustion. He sniffled and removed his glasses, wiping at his eyes with the back of his hand before he put them back on again. I hate this place. I want my real life back. I want my mom. Sorry? He slipped his hands underneath his glasses and pressed his fingers against his eyelids. Cove wound himself up again for another long crying fit. You felt bad for him, being forced to come here with no choice. You couldn't imagine what it will feel like to live with only one of your moms, but it must be pretty hard. But from the way off in the distance, you had your parents. Bri.
Cove?
Kids, where did you go? Cove looked at you, tears still clinging to his cheeks. Don't tell them we're here.
I want to go home.
I don't want to go back to that house. It'll be okay. You were struck by a sudden need to reassure Cove. It's not gonna all be fun, but isn't he your family too? Yeah, I guess. Then you can count on him when you really, really need him. You shot him a grin and pushed yourself to your feet. Slowly, Cove stood up with you, still looking a little reluctant. His dad's voice rang out again. Cove, can you hear me? He looked toward the sound of his dad's voice, silent, then turned away while rubbing his not bandaged arm.
Sorry.
I still don't want to go. You waited silently with him. Yeah, I get it. You do? What's up with his brows? Before you could answer, you heard Cove's dad, even closer than before. There you are, bud. The trio of parents appeared over the curve of the hill. Instantly, all their eyes landed on you and they rushed over. Whoa, she's so attractive. That's our mother? What? Both of your moms were at your side in a split second, faces filled with worry. You're here after all. I'm talking about the one with the purple blouse. Is it lavender? We had been at the park to check for Cove and then heard what happened earlier when you met the new neighbor. I thought you might have gone off further away. We're okay, don't worry. Thank God you're both fine. Are you two having fun out here? He looked over at Cove, who was wiggling against his dad's tight hug and pushing at his arms. He's good. I think I'm gonna marry him. He nodded, smiling slightly. Oh, that's wonderful. Finally letting go of his squirming, scowling son, Cove's dad turned to the three of you.
That's a relief.
Thanks very much for finding him. I really don't know this neighborhood. Good thing Ryan knows this whole area so well. Absolutely, we should be getting home now. It's been a long day for us all. Say goodbye, Cove.
Bye.
The two of them walked off into the darkness, heading toward the neighborhood. You watched Cove's bright pink cast until it disappeared. Tell you what, we'll have a proper play date tomorrow, okay? Your new friend's dad wanted to bring him by to see you and Lizzie. How does that sound? Sure, can I show him my stuff?
Of course.
Thank you, Mommy. Both of your moms laughed, the sounds overlapping into a warm, familiar chorus. Mommy put her arm around your shoulder and led you towards the path. Satisfied and more than a little ready to go to bed after your long, exciting day, you followed them home. The next morning, you finished your breakfast so fast that you practically inhaled it. Your sister Lizzie had run out earlier to go play, but you'd stayed put. Today, just like your moms had promised, Cove was coming over to hang out. Excited to see a new friend again, Rye? Yeah, a lot. If you were going to get married, it made sense to be around each other.
How sweet.
Isn't that just the sweetest thing? I bet the two of them are going to be great playmates.
Okay.
With that said, are you done with your breakfast? Yeah. With all the exasperation an 8-year-old can master, you looked at your empty cereal bowl, then at Mom.
Okay.
Attitude kid, we see. Good job, he shall be here soon. Cleanup began and then on cue there was a knock. It was hesitant, like the person wasn't sure they were in the right place. Still loud though. We need to get a more obvious doorbell. I know. Rai, could you get it? You practically leapt out of your chair on the way to the door. Hey family, thanks for having us. Mr. Holden, as your moms have called him, and his son were here. Cove looked different in the bright lighting of your living room, and when he wasn't crying. With his dad standing in front of him, and Mom and Mommy behind you, you and Cove looked at each other. Pleased to see the interesting new boy again, you smiled at Cove. Cove returned it shyly. Let's go play in my room. Okay.
Take care.
Let us know if you need anything, you two. Have fun, kids.
See you.
Play nice. You led him to your room, puffing out your chest a little bit at the sight of your treasures. There were lots of stuffed animals, a cool bed, a window to look out. It was a great room. You hadn't had anyone to show it to in a while, but you were really proud of it. He leaned in a little closer to one of your drawings on the wall. I like this. Thank you. You're welcome. You smiled at him. You were proud of that particular piece of art, and you were glad he noticed it. He turned to look around the room a little more, studying the books on your desk and the pictures on the walls. You were glad for the company. It was nice to have someone new to play with. So what happened to his arm? Why did he break it? Then his eyes landed on the tiny box of beach things you'd collected, tucked away by your door. He took a step towards it, before hesitating and pointing at it instead. What's that? A hoard of stuff I found on the beach.
Oh.
Do you have any driftwood in there? Dragging the box into the middle of the room, you and Cove flopped down next to it. I think so, yeah, see? You gestured to a piece at the bottom, still covered with specks of sand.
Neat.
This is a good collection. You got the sense from the tone of his voice that he wasn't just saying it to be nice or to be like Shiloh. He actually meant it. Oh right, I almost forgot. Shiloh is gonna be here today. Shiloh? Lizzie's friend. Or like her number one fan, I guess? Do I have to see him? It should be okay. I mean, he's Lizzie's friend, not mine, but you know. Come on, check out my shells some more. I found this one under a big piece of seaweed that had washed ashore, and you pulled out seashell after seashell, explaining why you'd gotten each one and holding them up against the light. He seems happy. There were big ones, small ones, pink, purple, and orange. Most of them you washed off in the bathroom sink when you brought them home, cleaning off the sand. The collection was so huge and varied that you had lots of funny stories to tell for all of them. Apparently fascinated, either by the stories or by the shells themselves, Cove listened with what looked like the full force of his attention. Like when he almost got pinched by a hermit crab while searching for shells, and after watching him scuttle back into the ocean, you found another empty shell that was almost a twin to his home. It was a new experience to be the center of such dedicated focus. For some reason, it was making your cheeks feel warm. You had never felt like this around someone before. It was kind of weird. Kids, come down to the living room. You could tell the idea was making him unhappy, but Mommy wasn't giving you much of a chance to hang around. Cove hadn't been like this meeting you. You guessed it was because he thinks you found each other by accident, not that a parent made it happen. Mr. Holden must be right that telling Cove his dad was part of that would be a bad idea. Before you knew it, you'd both been escorted downstairs and deposited in the living room, ready for Shiloh's visit. The two of you sat side by side on the floor of your home's entryway. I brought the box of shells. I wanna keep looking at them. Great. Bust it open. We can keep looking while we wait for Shiloh. Cove reached in and pulled out a big orange shell. Oh. Like he hadn't spoken aloud yet, he turned to you and held it up, his eyes shining. I think this one is the best of them. You can take it. Cove looked at you in surprise, his eyes going wide. Really? Sure, you like it a lot, right? But I don't want to take it from you. It's okay. You got the impression he was hesitant to accept something because he didn't know you very well. You insisted. No, it's okay for you. You pushed the shell against Cove's chest, willing him to receive the present, but Cove firmly shook his head and kept his arms tightly at his sides. It was a battle you couldn't win, at least not today. Cove is your neighbor now. Maybe you could give it to him another time. The two of you were still sitting on the floor looking through your collection of beach findings when the doorbell finally rang. Cove jumped, startled by the sound. Since the person hadn't knocked, he figured it was probably Shiloh. He knew where to look for that. Lizzie's friend? You nodded, but that didn't seem to make Cove feel better. It was already obvious that Cove didn't hide his feelings well. You could tell what he was thinking right away. This isn't a good idea. He'll be alright, he's here, we can't tell him to leave. He's at our only door, and if you go upstairs, he'll find you. Cove glanced around the room, his eyes wide, and finally paused with his gaze locked into the back of the house. I can go out the window. What? Gosh, he's really shy. He was already walking towards it. Scrambling to think of something to say, you stepped forward, then paused. Shiloh is the least scary person alive. Every single bunny rabbit is scarier than Shiloh. But I don't want to see him, I don't know him. You comforted him. It's okay if you're worried. Nobody warned you this was gonna happen. Thanks. Shiloh poked his head into the living room. It was impossible to know for sure if he'd heard what you'd been saying or not, but you guessed that he had.
Hi!
Oh, he looks so cute and tiny. And hi, Cove? Cove shot you an uneasy glance.
Hi.
Gosh, she's so grumpy. I'm Shiloh, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, you have a lot of freckles. Right, I do. What are you guys doing? We're looking at shells.
Can I do it too?
Cove shrugged, then looked back at your box of beach findings. What about that one? The plan for the afternoon, at least as far as you are concerned, was to sit and look at the beach things some more. You weren't really in the mood to do much of anything else, especially if Cove was having fun. Hey, check out this scallop shell I found. Cool, right? It's a pretty color, kinda like my cast. The beautiful glittering pink did look a little bit like the wrap around his arm. Pink is a nice color. Okay.
Oh?
Is it your favorite? Not really, well it's my favorite. What is? Maybe green or blue, it might be yellow. Oh, these are all cool. Wow, this is so awkward for them.
I guess.
Not sure how to deal with the suddenly more awkward silence, he looked back at your shells. Like usual, it didn't take long for Shiloh to get fidgety. Lizzie was his favorite. Without her around, Shiloh didn't seem to know what to do with himself. And Cove wasn't like your sister. He wasn't that much like you either. Is Lizzie coming back? Oh, someone has a crush. So cute. Don't know.
Aw.
Where'd she go? I think she's at the beach, probably. Is she playing at her park? Cove's eyes lit up at the mention of the park, and he looked towards you.
Ah,
There's a park? Yeah, but it's old. Can you show me? I wanna go. He started getting up before you had even answered, and Shiloh jumped up beside him in excitement. Really? You do too, right? The park is fun. The park is pretty great.
Yeah!
It's right at the beach, so there's lots of fun stuff to do, and lots of sand. It has a jungle gym and a bunch of swings. That sounds like it will be cool. So, are we going to find Lizzie? I don't know, I never really wanted to see her. I just want to check the park out. Adrift without any direction, Shiloh finally turned to you. Okay. He packed up, both boys wanted to go. It was only fair. After getting permission from your moms, the three of you were ready to head out. It was a short walk to the park. Lizzie had convinced your moms that it was so short she should always be allowed to walk there by herself. When you found her, she was hanging on the jungle gym, swinging back and forth. Hey Lizzie! Her face lit up when she saw you, her big brown eyes going wide. Shiloh! Hi! She dropped to the ground and landed with a soft thud in the sand. In a split second, Shiloh had abandoned you two and scrambled over to stand by her. You were used to being left out when it was just the three of you, but now Cove was here. It was nice to have someone who stuck with you. Oh, she's cute. Who's that? It's Cove, he's new.
Hi!
I remember. Hi Cove. Welcome to my park. Nobody ever comes to play here, so this is where we get together. She gestured widely with her arms as if to present the area to the newcomer. Without interrupting Lizzie's speech, Cove whispered in your ear, quiet enough that the others wouldn't overhear. I thought kids couldn't own places like parks or hills. You couldn't help but laugh a tiny bit. While Lizzie continued talking, you took the chance to kick off your shoes and wriggle your toes through the warm sand. Nice, huh? In this neighborhood, I'm the one who comes up with the ideas. You are?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I am. Who else could handle the job? Lizzie is the oldest. Shiloh is blushing. By a lot. My mom said you're Rye's age.
yeah.
Thought so. I'm still the only one in this group with double digits. What about other kids? Other kids? There aren't any. We're the only kids here, and Shiloh is just visiting from another place. Not even tourists really bring their kids here. This is the land of ancients. Be careful that the oldies don't try to steal your youth.
Oh.
For a second, it looked like he might cry again, but something in his eyes shifted and he looked back at Lizzie. What kind of old people? Like moms and dads or grandparents. Grandparents who don't have kids, they hate kids. Why? We haven't done anything. Stop saying stuff like that, you're gonna upset him. You interjected quickly, hoping Cove wouldn't start crying again. He sniffled, his forehead creasing with worry. Lizzie was staring Cove down, but Cove wasn't even looking at her anymore. He didn't seem to care that she was there. He went into his own head. Shiloh was the next one to speak, completely unaware of the situation. I met Lizzie and Ryan in school. You'll see tons of kids there once summer is over. I don't want to go to a new school. I don't want summer to end. Cove is a crybaby. Every little thing upsets him. But he's a child after all, so it makes sense. Shiloh looked down to the dart. He hasn't had much luck striking up conversations with Cove. I like summer vacation a lot too. All the building tension in the air suddenly vanished when Lizzie laughed. At Shiloh's discomfort, at how weird she thought Cove was, at something else entirely you didn't really know. But she laughed, face scrunching up.
Okay.
Welcome to Sunset Bad Cove. Take a seat, put up your feet, and get used to it. You offered him a small smile, and that at least looked to reassure him some. For the rest of the summer, Cove was always there. You saw him more often than Shiloh, and on some days, when she was in a bad mood or busy, you even saw him more than Lizzie. He became a staple of your everyday life, the way sun and lunch on the beach were. Looking back on it years later, you will realize that you'd had a tiny crush on him right away. One that had made you want to spend as much time with him as you did. Of course, that was only the start of things. So shopping. And then summer ended. Come back before it gets dark, alright, Spot? The familiar voice drifted across the street and drew your attention away from the snail you'd been watching inch slowly across the pavement. Cove waited in front of his dad, pushing his green hair back off his face from where the breeze was blowing it over his glasses. He looked to be paying only a mild amount of attention as he was being handed a few slips of green paper. It reminded you of when you'd first met Mr. Holden, although he's probably not paying Cove to be friends with himself. Cove's dad seemed to feel your gaze somehow, or maybe you made a noise because a second later his eyes were on you. He waved you over with a smile. He looked happy to see you, but you still felt a little weird for getting caught. You've got to learn how to be more sneaky. You brushed your hands together to free them of sand, then jogged over to join the two, smiling at Cove first, then his dad. In turn, Cove shuffled his feet in place as you got closer. Hi.
How's it going?
Good to see you again. What excitement are you up to today? Taking a walk? Oh, Cove looks happy. I found a pretty cool snail across the road. There's lots of snails around here. Mr. Holden grinned at you kindly. After you finished answering the question, Mr. Holden's attention returned to Cove, who was preoccupied with folding the bills he had into a tiny rectangle. Sounds fun. You know, Cove was about to hit the stores by the beach. Why don't you go with him?
Yeah.
You can come. You immediately grinned at the idea. You hadn't been sure if you'd see Cove today, and now he was inviting you somewhere. What? First date? This day couldn't get much better. Great, I'm sure you guys will have loads of fun. This is our husband after all. We did say we were gonna marry him. Mr. Holden reached into his pocket and pulled out a leather wallet filled with money. You found it odd, since your moms only ever seemed to have cards in theirs. Here. He leaned in to pass a crisp 10 to Cove, giving him a wink and a whisper. Get something for your friend too. Sure.
Good kid.
That's my boy. Cove's dad ruffled his son's hair as he was straightening back up, the bill in his hand still held out towards the green-haired boy. Take care. Cove accepted the bill after a second and slipped it into his pocket. Then with one last nod to his dad, he turned and started walking. You followed after him, intrigued at the possibilities this outing might bring. Cove strayed towards the gentle tide creeping up the sand, and you fell into place beside him. It was a nice day, the sun was shining, and there weren't many clouds in the sky, though the wind coming off the ocean kept it from being too hot. You took in a deep breath, enjoying the scent of salt and ocean air. When you looked at Cove, he was dragging his feet through the sand a little, and you slowed down to wait for him. His eyes searched the ground intently. What is it? Nothing. He kept staring down at the ground though. You bit down on your lip a little, wanting to say something else, but not knowing what. The comforting sound of the waves filled the silence with pleasant white noise, and you played a little game with yourself as you walked along, getting as close to the water as possible without getting wet. It resulted in you having to run up the sand quickly when a wave rushed in more than a few times, and although Cove threw a few glances away, he didn't say a word. What did you want to go to the shops for? I need a new sand pail, whatever that means. Yeah, what happened to your old one? Cove narrowed his eyes, seeming to think deeply for a second.
Wow.
It disappeared. Is that how you broke your hand? What, really? Cove ducked his head down, placing his fingers behind his back. It didn't seem like he was going to continue, so you nudged his arm. How did that happen? Well... Cove opened his mouth, then shut it again, considering. I took it to the beach one day. When I got home, it wasn't anywhere. You left it there? Nope, it wasn't at the beach when I went back. Then you lost it. It disappeared.
So...
What about you? What do you do out here? I like swimming. Cove's lips curled up in a small smile. Me too. It occurred to you that you hadn't been swimming in a while. There was just so much to do before school started up again and so little time. Once you reached the shopping area, the noise level grew exponentially. No longer just waves and footsteps, but the chatter of people enjoying the lovely summer day, the call of birds trying to find bits of food left behind, and lots of salespeople trying to get attention. You sniffed the air as you walked beside Cove. You could still smell the ocean, but there were other scents now too. Pizza, pretzels, hot donuts. It was nice. The energy surrounding the area seemed to fill you, and there was a bounce in your step as you began looking at all the familiar sights. There were so many things to do. You didn't know where to begin. You looked at Cove, hoping he was just as excited as you are. Cove was glancing from one side of the street to the other with a look in his aquamarine eyes that you couldn't quite work out. What's that? Cove pointed to a large crowd of people gathered near a few tables with large, colorful umbrellas blooming from their middles. You couldn't see past the adults who were blocking the way, but you knew there must be something worth saying. Without another word, the two of you hurried over to see what all the commotion was about. Feast your eyes on the amazing Alexander. In the center of the crowd was a man with a tall hat and a funny green coat that had 3 long tails. There was a little table next to him with a cloth hanging over it that read, "The Amazing Alexander," in glittery golden script. Why tell people his name if it's already on a sign? Cove hummed with understanding, then turned to walk away just as the Amazing Alexander began shuffling a deck of cards. Maybe we could stay and watch? Cove glanced back at the man. He then briefly lifted his arms up off his sides before returning them to place. You grinned, waving for him to follow you as he raced back to stand in the crowd. With that, it began. The magic man pulled one card out of the deck, showing it to the curious onlookers. It was a 4 of diamonds. Watch closely. You did, squeezing through a few of the adult onlookers to get a better view. Suddenly, the man snapped his fingers and the card just disappeared. Whoa! The Amazing Alexander, who had earned his title, turned his head and looked directly at you. He reached out with a kind smile. What's this behind your ear? Tell me! This had to be going somewhere and you needed to find out. He smelled like popcorn and candy when he stepped closer. It was great. You felt a tug, and then he pulled the 4 of diamonds out from behind your ear. You knew that it couldn't really have come from your ear, but you still didn't get how he'd done it. There was light applause from the crowd, and the man gave a deep bow. This is for you. The magician plucked a pair of balloons from a clump of them tied down to his table. Both were in the shape of a dolphin instead of being a normal circle. And one for your friend too. Thank you for being my assistant. Wow! Now you are really grateful he chose you. After that, he went to someone else in the crowd. Pick a card, any card. My uncle does that every time he visits, not the balloons, the stuff with the cards. Cove spoke plainly while reaching over to take the dolphin that had been designated for him. He wondered if Cove's whole family was magic. If so, he was lucky. The crowd started to clear some, and you noticed to the side there was a whole rack of brightly colored kaleidoscopes on display. You picked up a kaleidoscope. Oh, these are cool. You shifted your balloon string to your other hand so you could bring the mysterious tunnel to your eye. A whole palette of colors appeared right in front of you, spinning into all kinds of different shapes as you twisted the end of the tube. Cove picked one up and looked through, twisting the tube at the end. After a second, he set it back on the rack, moving to the other side of the stall. He went under the awning, careful of his own floating dolphin, and he joined him. Are you having fun? Yeah, he returned his smile, happy to hear it. When Cove moved towards some stalls nearby, you followed beside him. While Cove looked at sand pails, you were drawn to a table with colorful keychains laid out on it. They were sewn in the shape of sea creatures, and there was a plaque that read, "Handmade," standing proudly in front. There were lots of different types. You saw a dolphin, a shark, a crab, a turtle. Now, which one should we pick? Let's go with the dolphin because it has such a nice color. Your hand stepped on the dolphin, so similar to your balloon animal. It was made of a bright material that caught the sunlight when you picked it up. You remembered once seeing a pod of dolphins swimming out in the distance at the beach, jumping out of the water and splashing as they dived back in again. That is a great day. You were instantly enamored. Checking the price though, your heart fell. $6. You didn't know much about money, but you thought that was a lot to spend on one thing. You rarely had more than a $5 bill to your name. Though that changed the day you met Cove and his dad, you still had the $20 bill Mr. Holden gave to you hidden away in your room. It was a grand sum of money, but you couldn't spend something that was at home instead of in your pocket. Maybe you'd have to ask your moms to bring you here again one day, now that you knew what you wanted. Is that what you want? Huh? Oh, it's $6. I didn't bring any money. It's
Alright.
fine. Are you sure? Cove took the keychain from your hands, and that was that. He was holding a small yellow bucket for himself too. It's cool, you should get it. You smiled, pleased to have things work out. It was nice of Cove's dad to let Cove buy something for you too. You had to remember to thank him next time you saw him. After Cove paid, the two of you stepped out of the store side by side, your balloon dolphins knocking together and spiraling around in the air. You watched Cove hold up his new pail to his face, examining it thoroughly. Hey Cove. Yeah? I really like this keychain. Thank you. Cove looked over and you held it up so he could see it better. I like it too. Cove looked further down the street where different food carts were lined up. He rested his non-cast arm over his stomach, and just as he did yours, let out a light growl. You hadn't eaten since breakfast, and after all of this wandering around, you were definitely ready for some lunch. Let's get some food. Yeah, you two wandered around a short while, looking at all the delicacies that were available. Everything looked delicious, and as the different smells, both sweet and salty, wafted over to you, your stomach growled even louder. After passing up hot dogs, snow cones, ice cream, and pizza, you both agreed on pretzels. Cove got something sweet and cinnamony, and you got one with chocolate. You licked your lips hungrily as the vendor handed your pretzel over, ready to take a big bite. It had tiny marshmallows on it, and was dripping with chocolate, just how you liked it. Your moms didn't like you to eat too much sugar, but this was a special occasion. You found an empty table close enough to the beach that the grit of the sun made terrible noises when you dragged the chairs out to sit down. Those balloons are gonna make it hard to eat. Cove placed his bucket on the table as he stared at his steel boulder pan that was wrapped around the string. You opened your mouth to agree before an idea hit you. I know, feed each other. After carefully placing your pretzel somewhere it wouldn't get sandy, you tugged the balloon dolphin out of Cove's hand and tied it in a delicate bow around his wrist.
Oh,
Yeah, that was not... I thought we were gonna feed each other. Cove bounced his arm up and down in place, testing the stability of your knot. After watching his balloon jostle around but remain attached, he smiled satisfied. Can you do it for me? He repeated the ritual. Cove struggled somewhat with the cast, restricting his fingers on one hand and a string already tangled around the other. But the action made you feel strangely happy. You couldn't look him in the eyes.
okay.
Got it. The two of you spent a moment admiring your handiwork, both hands now free to allow easy munching on your pretzels. You bit into the doughy treat, savoring the taste on your tongue with a smile as you looked out over the ocean. After a time you finished your pretzel. You were done before Cove. It was boring not having anything to do. You pulled on the string of your balloon to bring it down to your level. Then you held the dolphin in your hands, manipulating it to make it look like it was jumping through the air. If you turned to face towards the beach, it almost looked like it was swimming in the waves like a real dolphin. A laugh came from your side. When you glanced back at Cove, he had left the remaining part of his pretzel on the wrapper and he was gripping his dolphin too. Mine's name is Merryweather. He's the prince of the dolphins. He wears a crown made of seaweed and all of his friends are merfolk. Every now and then, he'll make friends with a kid and let them ride on his back. You sighed, wishing you could meet a real dolphin like Merryweather. What's yours? Cove considered this question, placing the balloon against the table and resting his free arm across it in contemplation. It's... With a loud pop, the dolphin exploded into ribbons. Oh no! For a second, all Cove did was gape in shock like you. Then his cheeks puffed up, squinting his eyes, and you saw tears start to glisten. You offered to give Cove your balloon. Don't cry. You quickly pulled the knot around your wrist loose and passed your balloon to Cove. It wasn't the same color, but you hoped Cove would accept it anyway. Here, you can have this one. Cove sniffled, a lone tear running down his cheek. No, I don't want to take yours from you. Then we're sharing. It's your turn to hold it. Really? Yeah, it's okay. Cove accepted the balloon delicately, probably to make sure this one didn't pop like the other. Thanks. Seeing him like that felt much better than keeping the dolphin for yourself. The passing of Cove's balloon was the last major event of your adventure. In the end, the two of you headed back late that afternoon. You separated on the beach, and while Cove went straight home with his brand new sandpail in hand, you decided to sit for a while. You watched the waves and the sunset, fiddling with your new keychain. Another summer day was drawing to a close. It had been great going around with Cove. You hoped to do it again, but next time you wish nothing would happen to make him cry. Grown up. One sweltering summer day, you were in your living room with Cove, listening to the sounds of the birds chattering outside the window while you lay across the rug on the floor. Cove's dad had dropped him off earlier, and your moms had left the two of you alone with Lizzie to play amongst yourself. It had been too hot to go outside in the afternoon, at least according to Mommy, so your sister was starting to get impatient, waiting for her golf class that evening. The three of you had had trouble finding something fun to do. The beach and the playground were off limits, and you felt that it was too warm for anything like playing with your fuzzy toy animals. Then suddenly, a light came to Lizzie's big brown eyes, and her smile spread wide across her face. Having an idea gave her a new wave of energy. Since we're stuck inside, we should be adults. They don't play outdoors anyways. They're always inside and telling everybody they're too busy to play.
Why?
Duh.
I said why, and it will be fun. What do they do inside that we don't, besides use the phone a lot? Excluding a small half, Lizzie decides to ignore Cove.
What do you think?
Do you want to? Cove said it. That doesn't sound fun. Come on! Neither of you have had one single idea all day. You could tell that Lizzie wasn't about to give in anytime soon. Fine. With her victory against Cove under her belt, Lizzie turned to you, triumphant. Sorry, I have other stuff to do. Fine, whatever, play by yourself, just don't be loud. Me and Cove will do it ourselves. It's decided. He looked back at you regretfully.
I guess.
Now go on. Nodding goodbye to the two of them, you trailed off to find something else to do. Like he promised, Cove stayed put with Lizzie for the next couple of hours while you watched TV. You could hear them talking as you put on your favorite cartoons in the kitchen. Soon enough, the sound of the TV drowned them out, and you happily tuned into the show, leaning your elbows on the kitchen counter and swinging your legs beneath the stool. It wasn't long before you heard Lizzie and Cove's voices again, and this time they were much louder. Curious about what was happening, you craned your neck to listen in on them better. At first, you mostly only picked up on Lizzie's high-pitched shouting, giving orders, telling Cove what to do, yelling about sports and the Olympics. That was pretty typical for Lizzie, so there was nothing new there. But then you started hearing Cove more and more as time went on. It sounded like they weren't having a very good time. You stayed put. You decided to stay where you are. Cove and Lizzie could probably work it out themselves, you thought. Besides, you had things to do on your own. Decision made, at least with yourself, you turned your attention back to the faithful TV set you decided to focus on instead. The afternoon passed normally for you, and as the sun sank lower in the sky outside, the heat from the day seemed to cool off too. You enjoyed the time on your own. It gave you a little peace and quiet, and you were able to decide what you wanted to do without worrying about anyone else. Suddenly, things erupted for real on the other side of the living room, and this time you couldn't ignore it. I'm going home. What? He's crying. Good, you're terrible. Tears running down his face, Cove dashed out the front door, slamming it behind him so hard the wood rattled. Mom walked in as soon as Cove ran away. Maybe she heard the door slam.
Oh?
Where's our guest? From the other side of the room, you aren't really in a position to say anything. Still sulking, Lizzie stood up and dusted herself off. He went home.
Oh?
Already? He was busy. Isn't it time for us to get going already? I don't want to be late. Right, we better get a move on.
Let's go.
Nolani, where did you leave the car keys? Mom hustled you all out the door, and you noticed during the car ride to golf practice that Lizzie was quieter than usual. She was usually the first one to request which music to listen to in the car, but she didn't say a thing. Your parents noticed she wasn't in a mood to be bothered. They gave her space, and Mommy just asked you what you'd like to listen to. You picked your favorite song. It always made the car ride more fun. Eventually, Lizzie came around and started singing along with you. You both knew all the words, and your moms even sang along too. When the car ride was over, you spent the twilight hour watching Lizzie hit things with other girls her age. Oh, this place is beautiful. You didn't know much about golf, but you could tell that she really liked it. So you sat with your moms and tried to puzzle it out. It is nice sitting outside after being cooped up in the house all day, and you stretched out your legs to let the last few minutes of sun warm your skin. When the sun was finally out of sight, dipping behind the horizon, you all got ready to leave. Instead of going straight home, your moms took the family out to dinner. You went to a restaurant you had all been going to ever since you could remember. Thinking about it some more, you had no idea what Lizzie and Cove had really been up to, but you could kind of tell that all this helped Lizzie. You were confident that the next time they saw each other, everything would be like normal. Long day. It was another scorching summer day, the kind where no sooner had you finished 1 cup of water, you were already filling it up again. Everyone else had something on, so that afternoon it was just you and Shiloh. This didn't happen much, especially since Cove had arrived. Without Lizzie around, Shiloh looked to you for all the answers. It made you feel nothing really. Shiloh went along with whatever you wanted, so he wasn't a bother, but he also wasn't that much fun. You drained yet another drink and frowned at the empty vessel. Your thirst was gone, but you still craved something icy cold and refreshing. Something sweet, something like a popsicle. You wanted something fruity and brightly colored. There was nothing like that to be found at home. You knew that without needing to look. Your moms didn't keep sweets in the house. Outside, there were plenty of places where such goodies could be obtained. There were shops and demanded payment in exchange for their products. You sighed. As much as you really wanted that treat, it wasn't going to happen. What about the $20 bill? What's wrong? I want a popsicle. Shiloh, who had been draped over the sofa, packed up.
Yeah.
That sounds good. We don't have any here and I don't have any money. Let me check if I have any. Shiloh rummaged in his backpack and proudly produced an assortment of coins, plus 1 stray button. You set the button aside and counted the coins in neat piles. Just over $1. You announced this to Shiloh. He had almost certainly come to the same conclusion, but he'd been watching you expectantly. It's a start. Shiloh beamed at you. We'll need to find some more. Okay. The two of you lifted couch cushions, stuck tiny hands down deep crevices in the sofa, and under furniture and scoured the back of drawers. Most of what you found was useless or gross. Bent paper clips, fluffy wisps of dust, or sandy crumbs. But every so often one of you would strike silver or bronze and add it to the growing pile of coins. Your mind wandered to the $20 bill tucked away in your room. It was enough for you and Shiloh to get whatever you wanted and more. But you didn't take it out. That was too special to hand over so freely. Besides, Shiloh will be curious about where it came from and might even mention your wealth to Lizzie. The exchange had been a secret. Dusty and disheveled from checking every room and squinting into every tiny nook, the two of you finished pulling your finds. Shiloh held his breath as you counted the coins once again. $2.53 and 2 buttons. You didn't know when the second button had decided to join the party, but you were too pleased with your successful haul to throw it out. Is that enough? You figured he knew the answer without looking to you for confirmation, but the thrill of your success and the reward that will follow cancelled out any other feelings you might have had about that. Yeah, you could now afford something at the shops, just one thing, but that was infinitely better than none. Shiloh clapped his hands. The two of you dashed outside, the promise of sugar buoyed on you to your destination where, breathless but happy, you stared at the overwhelming number of options. You knew what you wanted, but it wasn't just you who had contributed the funds to get the treat. He seemed to notice your pause. Aren't you getting a popsicle? Shiloh asked as though he was entirely separate from the decision, rather than someone with a stake in the outcome. Do you mind? Shiloh cocked his head to the side. It was your idea, you should choose. You tried to get something you both wanted anyway. It wasn't fair for you to be the only one to decide when he'd been a main factor in making this happen. Some of the money came directly from his backpack. What do you like? All of them, they're so good. He pressed further. But what do you really like? Popsicles or ice creams? Which is your favorite? It's so hard to pick, I don't know. Oh, Shiloh, you're annoying. Just make a decision for once in your life. Frustrated, you cut to the heart of the matter. You want me to choose? Yeah. And that was that. You got the dessert you wanted originally and hoped Shiloh would actually like it too. Finally, the reward for all your hard work was in your hands. You sucked on the fruity popsicle you'd bought. The icy treat cooled you down perfectly and the zesty flavor was refreshing. You held it out to Shiloh so he could take a turn. He shook his head.
You can finish it.
He didn't want any? After everything he did to help get it, that was weird. But you accepted the offer. I mean, can't force him if he doesn't want to. There was no point arguing. It was already melting under the rays of the sweltering summer sun. You already tucked back in. The cold, sugary treat quenched you in ways that the water just couldn't reach. The two of you began to head back home as you ate. You were glad to get the treat all to yourself. Only half wouldn't have been nearly as good. Even so, you couldn't help but wonder what Shiloh was thinking. You walked side by side on the shore in silence, but your thoughts kept drifting to the boy beside you. Why didn't he speak up for himself? It's almost as if Shiloh didn't know how to say what he felt, or was too afraid to. Are you scared of me? Shiloh opened his eyes wide, seemingly caught off guard by the blunt question. No way. But you don't tell me things, like what you want to do or what treat we should get. That's not because I'm scared, it's because you have better ideas than I do. Unfortunately, this was yet another thing you couldn't entirely believe Shiloh on. You hoped it was true and that he really did feel okay around you though. Shiloh made you unsure about setting a label on the experience of spending the afternoon with just him. There had been good times and there had been confusing ones. You were positive of one thing, at least. The treat was delicious and that was nice. The sun was low on the horizon as you returned to your neighborhood. There you spotted two very familiar figures up ahead, Lizzie and Cove. You opened your mouth to make your presence known to them just as you saw the tears on Cove's face. You walked straight over, Shiloh at your heels. Once there, you carefully asked about what happened. Without a time machine, the only way you were going to find out was by asking the witnesses. Lizzie might have done something, but she could have been in the wrong place at the wrong time, or even come to Cove's aid. You wanted to hear the story. Cove, what happened? I got yelled at. He took a deep, steady breath. Some grandparents got mad at me. Sorry. Lizzie jerked her head in the direction of a nearby house. Your heart sank. You knew exactly what had happened. Every year, the same mean old couple rented out that condo for the summer. You, Lizzie, and Shiloh knew to stay away from them, but Cove couldn't have. They were like that with everyone. Even your mom struggled to find anything nice to say about them, but the elderly pair particularly took offense to kids. It didn't matter if they were really nice like Cove. Yeah, Lizzie said. Lizzie drew herself up at that. She looked pointedly in your direction. I was helping. That's cool. Is there anything I can do?
No.
I'm just gonna stay away. Or you could teach them a lesson. There was a devilish glint in her eyes. What? You should ding-dong ditch them. Go ring the doorbell and run. It'll be great because they're so slow they'll never catch you. That's dumb. I don't want to go near them ever again.
You're just saying that because you're a chicken.
Cove glared but didn't take the bait. Lizzie turned to you. You're not a chicken, are you? It sounds fun. Let's go do it. I'll do it. Let's go do it. Really? You took a deep breath and nodded. Lizzie squealed with delight. We'll go hide. Run as soon as you hit the bell. Good luck. Lizzie and Shiloh ran across the road to take shelter in the bushes. Even once they'd settled down, you could make out two child-sized shapes staring from between the leaves. You knew where to look for them though, and so you told yourself that the grouchy old people wouldn't spot it. Cove sighed, his gaze flicking to the house and then back to you. Don't let them catch you, okay? Be careful. I'll be quick as a flash. Cove glanced back before he'd even reached the other side and stumbled as his foot caught on the sidewalk. He straightened up and looked back to smile nervously at you before joining Lizzie and Shelley in the hideaway. The weight of 3 pairs of eyes on your back was heavier than anything you'd carried before as you approached the door. You hesitated as you reached for the doorbell, then you rang it. You slapped the buzzer and ran. Blood thumped against your eardrums with every step. Would you make it in time? Approaching the hiding spot, you knew that there wasn't time to go around the bushes as the others had done. You took a shortcut, leaping over them. Oh my god. Or to be more accurate, crashing into the tops of the bushes and then falling over to the other side. Cove quietly hissed as you unwittingly collided into him. But by the way his arms were out, it seemed he had intentionally tried to cushion your landing. Lizzie put a finger to her lips and nodded at the house. You disentangled your limbs from Cove's and spun around to see the old man framed in the doorway, peering back and forth suspiciously. Oh my god, Cove is so romantic! Putting yourself in the line of danger to protect us? He better propose. You covered your mouth with your hands, but it wasn't enough to stifle your giggles. Maybe he spotted one of you, or maybe it was the leaves you displaced while jumping, but he locked eyes with the bush and stormed over in your direction. Shiloh gasped and looked to Lizzie. Run! Your sister did not hesitate to take her own advice, neither did Shiloh. You got up, but seeing Cove struggling to extract himself and stand up with just the one fully functional arm, you gave him a hand getting to his feet. It wasn't your intention to run, still holding on to each other, but neither of you remembered to let go. The old man's hollers propelled you all from the street to the sanctity of the hill. Only once you were safe did you notice the stitch in your chest and the ache of your legs. You flopped down, the blades of grass tickling your face. Lizzie, who had taken the lead in the end, was already laying on the ground. The 4 of you took a moment to catch your breath and enjoy the feeling of cool grass against your skin.
Cove.
Cove lifted his head. I told you there were mean grandparents around here. Cove rolled his eyes, then decided this wasn't dismissive enough and rolled his whole body away from your sister. Oh my god, drama queen. Lizzie chose to ignore his response and started chatting to Shiloh, who eagerly joined in the conversation. In the back of your mind, you knew you'd be second fiddle again to Shiloh once Lizzie came around. It always went like that. And it was fine, you thought. Shiloh could prefer Lizzie as much as he wanted to. There were other things to attend to anyway. He wriggled closer to Cove. He had calmed down for the most part and was inspecting a flower. His fingers pinched the stem and tilted the white petals towards him. That's a poppy. Cove glanced at you in acknowledgement, then back to the flower. And the type of poppies on this hill have the name white linen poppy. Mom told me. He quacked a smile. That's funny. He ran a finger around the edge of the petals. It doesn't feel like a cloth. You'd need a lot of them to make anything. He nodded and released the delicate plant, evaluation complete. This is my favorite kind of flower, but I didn't know what it was called. Thanks. I like all flowers. It's too hard to pick just one. Sorry, flowers. He chuckled. You're so nice. You think so? Yeah. Oh my god, he's blushing. He stopped the conversation there, suddenly shy. You moved onto your back with a small smile and looked at the darkening sky. The blanket of clouds reminded you of a thick throw you curled under on cold, rainy days. You wondered if the clouds would be as soft. They lazily fluttered on by, splitting from each other, merging and morphing into new shapes. You saw cloud shapes. You nudged Cove and pointed at the sky. What does that look like? Cove looked up at the sky, angling his head back onto the side. Finally, he shook his head.
Huh?
I don't see anything. Really? Really, what you see? Clouds! He chuckled at that. This is a fun day. All the sun's light faded from the sky and the moon rose higher. Lizzie got to her feet, dusting strands of grass from her bare legs, and surveyed her surroundings. The ocean, visible from the crest of the hill, beckoned with every sweep of the tide. Let's go to the beach. There was no argument from the other two. Shiloh was still Shiloh, and Cove will never say no to going to the shore. He was a child of the sea. You wanted to go there too. So you eagerly joined the others in descending the hill down to the water. You stepped into the sand for the second time that day, but it felt different at night. The beach was nearly quiet at this hour, abandoned sand castles and footsteps in the sand, too big to belong to any of you, but the only indication of how busy it had been only hours earlier. The four of you kicked shoes off and removed socks and walked along the water's edge. The waves tickled your feet. I wonder what will happen if you try to take a bath in the ocean, with shampoo and everything. That's unsanitary. That will be bad for the fish. I didn't say anyone will do it. Jeez, you don't have to be so serious about everything. You're the one who asked what will happen. That is what will happen. It would hurt the fishes. I like bubble baths at home. They're a lot of fun. Me too. Bubble baths are luxurious. You'd never heard Lizzie use that word before. Mommy loves to have bubbles in her bath. She'll turn the lights off and have candles. I'm gonna do that next time. Hey, when's your mom coming to pick you up anyway? Not for a while. She's busy. What about your dad? How come you never talk about him? Nobody does. Don't you know you're not supposed to ask something like that? Why would somebody want to talk about something they never talk about? You kept your eyes on the ground, watching your toes get swallowed by waves. Even if Shiloh never seemed upset when this topic came up, it made you feel awkward just for having both of your moms. It's okay. I'm like Lizzie and Rye. I don't have a dad. I don't have two moms. I just have one. She's really great. Oh, sorry. I only have one now too. My mom isn't here. She's back home. It's just my dad with me.
Sorry.
I never had a dad or anything, so I don't feel bad. It's really sad that your mom is gone. Cove nodded. You didn't say anything. You couldn't come up with something you thought would make the conversation any less awkward, so you kept quiet. It was safer that way. The silence broke with a splash as Lizzie kicked in your direction. Cold water and sodden sand splattered against your legs. Lizzie giggled, foot still outstretched from the kick. Cove joined in, striking the incoming waves to make a splash of his own. Shiloh scurried out of Cove's spray zone with a grin. You retaliated. You used your foot to smack the water pulling around you, sending a knock of sea foam flying back onto your sister. You laughed as she splattered, some of the salty seawater having landed in her mouth. She spat it out. Yuck! Lizzie chased you, intent on revenge. You dashed up and down the coast, taking it in turns to be the predator and the prey, as well as joining forces to take down Shiloh or Cove. Alliances were silently forged and wordlessly broken. Everything was fair game in war. Shiloh's brief exclamation was drowned out by the biggest splash yet, caused by him falling face first onto the ground. That would have been bad enough without the wave that followed, cascading over his prone body. Shiloh sat up, shaking his head like a dog coming in from the rain, as you all hurried over to check on him. His hair was plastered to his head, and his soaked clothes clung. I thought he drowned. If there was any part of him that was still dry, you couldn't see it. That was crazy. Are you okay? Yeah, my foot got stuck and I fell over. You offered him some help up. Shiloh didn't take your outstretched hand. After a moment, you dropped it. Lizzie was too busy snickering to notice and held her hand out to Shiloh too. He reached over and took it. Slowly, he started to pull himself from the ground. That was so rude, Shiloh. You know what? I don't like you. I was just trying to be nice and you ignored me. Then he slipped on the slick sand, dragging him and Lizzie down just in time for another wave to hit. The water rolled over them.
Sorry.
What are the odds of that happening twice in a row? You thought they must be low, but there's no way Shiloh will do something like that on purpose, then pretend it was an accident. Especially not to Lizzie. Even if your relationship with Shiloh felt unclear, he did at least like her a lot. Lizzie was his favorite, right? Smiling boldly, Lizzie extracted herself from the ground and wiped a streak of sand from her cheek. Shiloh got up again as well. This time without incident. He still looked like a drowned puppy, but that didn't stop Cove laughing at the two of them. With that, it was time to call it a day. The four of you made the journey back home, leaving a trail of wet footsteps and sand in your wake. Damp clothes may have weighed down some of the group, but your spirits were high. Your arms swung side to side as a cool breeze flowed past. Your moms were outside chatting to Cove's dad. "We're back." Your mom's faces fell as they took in the state you were all in, ranging from messy to soaked.
Now,
Elizabeth, is that all you have to say for yourself? You brought half the beach back with you. They certainly did. What's Marigold going to do when she comes to get Shiloh? Is that how you want him to be for the long drive home, cold and filthy? Lizzie's expression turned sulky over the scolding. Being the oldest could be fun, but it also meant she was the first to get in trouble when something went wrong. Mr. Holden, on the other hand, chuckled as he ruffled Cove's matted hair. "You've been out making memories, Paco. I'm glad you had a good time with your friends." Cove used his slightly moist custom to push his dad off. Mr. Holden's eyes widened when he noticed even that had gotten wet. Now he was worried too. I think they could have found a less risky way to spend time and had just as much fun. That might be right. Kids, what can you do? Come on, Cove, let's go get you cleaned up and dried off. We wouldn't want that cast to have to be reset. Cove winced at the thought.
okay.
That a boy. Mr. Holden casually bent down and plucked up Cove off the ground, ultimately holding Cove against his chest. Sand was already transferring from Cove onto him, but that didn't seem to bother Mr. Holden. Cove protested being carried, but only got a reassuring pat on the back for his trouble.
Take care.
Good night, Cove. Thank you for the talk, Cliff. Night, family, and Shiloh too. Resigned to his fate, Cove twisted his body in his dad's arms in order to turn around and wave goodbye. Smiling, you waved back. Good night.
Fine.
Well, we'd better do what we can to fix you guys up too. Come on, everybody inside. I want you to march straight to the downstairs bathroom.
Ugh.
Yes, Mom. Okay, Lizzie's mom. Don't worry about stopping to wipe your feet on the mat this time. That won't do much good tonight. Sitting on an old beach towel your mommy had found, you waited in the hall. Until you are less sandy, you aren't allowed to go to your room or walk around the house. But you did get to eat a sandwich for dinner there. It felt like an indoor picnic. It had been decided that Shiloh would wash fast and borrow some of your clothes. He was already finished and packed away in his mom's car. Miss Fields had come to collect him a little while ago. It was a bit of a funny experience seeing him without that hat for once. Lizzie, being much more soaked than you, got to go in the tub next. It wasn't a bubble bath as she had hoped. This was a no fun allowed clean-up session. At least that's what she claimed. Not much longer and it will be your turn. When the bath was done, you'd have to go right to bed. After a day like this, though, you were glad there weren't going to be any further events. drifting off to sleep sounded like a great idea. Sandcastle. Cove wasn't able to do many things that summer. When him and Shiloh sat out on the shoreline one bright morning, you could tell he wanted to be in the water, but there was no way he'd be swimming anytime soon, not with his cast. The waves washed a single shell to shore, glittering and blue, another reminder of the places he couldn't go. From what you'd heard about Cove's old life so far, in tiny pieces and fragments, you could tell that he'd do anything to be able to get the cast off. Like make a pact to the witch or something just to get it off his arm. You thought about how his summer last year must have been totally different from this, with his old home and his mom and dad, but now he was here with you and Shiloh and Lizzie and everyone else, and he couldn't even go in the sea. This town wasn't bad. It had all your favorite things in it, but sitting there on the same beach you'd grown up on, you could understand that not everybody else felt the same way about Sunset Bad as you did. You watched him from the corner of your eye quietly, and he finally said aloud what you had been pondering. I wish I could go in. The water? Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry, you're gonna be able to do it soon. Cove only sighed in response. Apparently soon wasn't soon enough. It's so pretty, the ocean. And huge. There could be anything out there, like mermaids.
yeah.
I wish you didn't have a cast. Me too. Obviously not interested in hearing much more of your input on the situation, Cove turned back to the water. But as he looked away, something about Shiloh's slow, careful movements caught his eye. Hey, are you building a sandcastle? Sort of. I was only playing around while you were talking. I'm listening. Maybe I could too. I've only made big piles before. It's really nothing special. I'm sure you'll be good at it right away. Well, how do you do it then? Shiloh's cheeks lit up. You could tell he was a little bit uncomfortable to have Cove's expectant stare on him. I'll play too. There's nothing else to do.
Okay.
He put his hands back to his seashells and sand and nodded. I don't do a lot. Here's how I like to get a house started. Shiloh, focusing more intently than you'd ever seen him, guided Cove through his process. You happily used your own method. It didn't take long for the three of you to each have humble structures prepared. That's all, kind of. You can do anything now. Like make it bigger, add some seashells, carve a pretty pattern. I bet you'll have great ideas.
Okay.
I'm gonna make it bigger. Mine is gonna be a real castle.
Cool.
This is gonna be a house. Looking at the base of your sandcastle, you decided to make a mansion. The better part of the next hour was spent focusing on your work. The boys were the same. Even Shiloh didn't sneak as many peeks at everyone else as he usually do. It's such a beautiful day. You finished shaping before either of them did, glancing up from what you'd built. It seems you got done so fast because they already searched around for extra decorations. Shiloh had grabbed most of the really interesting stuff, and Cove had a lot of the shells, but there were still options. The first thing you reached for was a blue seashell. It was the best fit for your mansion, you decided. The blue color of it still reminded you of the clear water. So you put it in a funny place where it would take a second look to see. Pleased with the result, you finally took a proper look around that wasn't focused in the sand itself. Both Cove and Shiloh seemed super immersed still. You knew you could probably sneak a peek at either one's work. You checked out Cove's sand castle. The castle Cove had built looked surprisingly tidy, especially for someone in a cast. He must have worked really hard. He wasn't even finished digging the huge, gaping moat in front, but it was already enormous. You got the sense from the enthusiasm he was digging with that the doctor was probably going to find a bunch of sand when he finally removed the pink plaster. The silence was then broken. What's on top of yours, Shiloh? Where is Lizzie? Is she not coming to build sandcastles? You peeked closer and discovered something shiny sticking out of Shiloh's sand chimney. Oh, it's just a gum wrapper. It looks like smoke.
Neat.
It's good, that's smart. Yeah, I didn't think of that. You really know a lot about this. Shiloh smiled without a word. And that was that for the current topic. Can I see what you did? Sure. He scooted just a bit nearer and began surveying your work. All you really knew about mansions was that they were supposed to be big, so you'd gone really big. It was the size of the country club that Lizzie played golf at compared to Cove and Shiloh's buildings, probably even bigger. Shiloh quickly decided to jump in the new conversation. Hey, what did you do? This is my mansion. It looks great. Your house is so big. Thanks. You're welcome. I don't think that's the same as a house. Huh? Is being a house bad? No, but we each made our own place. Nobody's the same. I think we are. Cove raised an eyebrow at that. If something is the only one of that thing, that makes it special. Yeah, for sandcastles and stuff. People too. My dad always says how everybody is their own man. A real individual. I don't think I'm very special.
Why?
Nobody else is you. Shiloh simply shook his head. I'm not different. A bit passed between the two. Cove then looked down at his own work again. Okay. He didn't seem to be bothered leaving the disagreement hanging there. Cove had other things on his mind. My dad tried to get me to make sandcastles the first time we came to this beach. I didn't want to. Cove trailed off. Again there was another moment of silence. Shiloh shifted and opened his mouth to say something, but Cove spoke up before he could. You didn't think he noticed that Shiloh was going to talk. Hey, do you know what happened when your moms met my dad? He waited to see if Shiloh would say what he wanted to. When he didn't, you considered Cove's question. I wasn't there. They didn't tell me. I just remember what happened when I met your dad. Mr. Holden had been a weird stranger then. Well, he was still kind of strange. No other parent acted like him, but you knew him better at this point. Now that you thought about it, it made a lot of sense that Cove's dad talked to him about people being unique. You were pulled from your thoughts when Cove continued.
Oh.
I was there. I don't think my mom has met your dad. Yeah, I'm pretty sure she hasn't. Rai's parents and my dad met the same day I met her. I'm gonna say what happened. Shiloh frowned to himself, ducking his head. His heart cast a shadow over his face. You could still tell he was upset at not being included in Cove's choice of topic. That was kind of boring for him, though giving people their own turn to say the things they want is important too. You stayed silent and let Cove finish his story. Shiloh could talk about stuff after Cove had a chance to share what he planned on. When we moved here, we didn't bring a lot of things with us, only some stuff that will fit in Dad's car. We didn't even get a moving truck. I sat in there while Dad brought it all inside. I didn't want to get out because I knew Dad would make me look around the new house. I really didn't want to do that. His lips twisted into a frown as he recalled that. Then I saw your moms. They were in a car too and stopped at your house. I guess they were coming back from somewhere or something. My dad noticed. He waved his hand, then went over to the front of your house where he started talking to them. I don't know what they said. I couldn't hear it. But he couldn't see me anymore since he was looking the other way. So I opened the car door and left. I wanted to get away and went behind the houses. I found those hills there, the ones where we met for the first time. Cove nodded, then stared at you. You stared back. He didn't go on to say anything more. Aren't you going to finish your story? Cove's brow wrinkled, like he didn't understand why you were surprised.
Huh?
That's all that happened. You really got to get better at telling stories. Cove didn't seem to accept the critique whatsoever. But that was how our parents met. I didn't make the story up. True stories can be good, that isn't the problem. Shiloh's mouth twisted into a scowl of disbelief, but he said nothing. Why'd you bring that up anyway? There was a slight shrug of Cove's shoulders.
Well,
I was thinking about it because of the sandcastle. It made me remember when I moved to here. Dad showed me the beach first before we went back to the car to unpack. He was really excited about it for some reason. Cove's brows furrowed a little more as he quietly raked his hand through the sand. I get it. You thought maybe Mr. Holden wasn't that excited about the beach and was instead hoping Cove might be. But the line of conversation had come to its end. Even Cove was done with it. Some other topic had popped into his head. I thought he was gonna cry. Shiloh fidgeting uncomfortably in the sand had made Cove aware of his presence again. They looked at each other and you could only wonder what this might be about. Hey Shiloh, yeah? Why are you always turning so red, even when nothing is happening? Clearly startled, he jerked back. Neither you or Shiloh had expected that to be how he got included in the conversation again. I don't know, I guess. Okay, it's kind of weird. Shiloh's eyes were wide with embarrassment and his lips twitched and he was blushing even harder than before. Maybe it wasn't only this. Perhaps it was simply the last straw, but it was a big deal to Shiloh. A huge deal. He didn't just look sad, he seemed almost panicked. You weren't sure if he was about to cry or run away or what, but you soon got an answer. Why do you wear glasses? Most kids don't wear glasses and nobody's named Cove.
Who asked you to come?
It was probably just your dad bugging Rye's family some more because you don't have anyone else who'll ever play with you. Whoa! That is rude, Shiloh. Okay, they were both rude. Cove blinked. The tension on the beach was suddenly uncomfortable in a way you didn't know how to laugh off. It didn't seem like the kind of thing he'd get upset about. Though you hadn't ever known what kind of thing would bother Shiloh. I'm sorry. Me too, I was just wondering. You nervously messed with the sand. You picked up some sand and turned it over in your hands. There didn't seem to be much you could do to stop the fight, and you weren't sure what to do with yourself. Cove looked over at what you were doing and started building his own set of walls. Shiloh took a breath before kneeling back down to his own patch of sand. It seemed they both decided to try playing again. You were glad for that. You all went back to making more sand buildings, but the whole mood had changed. Shiloh's cheeriness was clearly gone, and Cove looked as confused as ever about why the other boy had blown up. The air stayed uncomfortable the rest of the afternoon, right up to the moment that Shiloh's mom appeared at the beach to take him home. Cove and Shiloh had mostly followed your lead and barely said a word. His mom standing behind him, even Shiloh's goodbye had been quiet, friendly, cheerful, but noticeably quiet. But with Shiloh gone and the sun going down, you knew it was time for you and Cove to head to your own houses. The two of you trailed out of the park together toward the neighborhood. The walk home was quiet. You passed by familiar landmarks, shoes thumping against the sidewalk in near perfect unison. Cove was clearly caught up in thinking about something. You asked Cove what he was thinking. Something was definitely up, so you chose to reach out to him and ask. Hey Cove, is everything okay? You're making a funny face.
Oh.
I was just wondering. Cove fell silent again for a few more seconds, then sighed. Why did Shiloh act like that when I said he was all read a lot? You shrugged at Cove with no answer to give. There wasn't really much you had to say about Shiloh. He was Liz's friend. I don't like him, Shiloh. I guess I can get it. Why he will do that. Sometimes I get really mad too. Despite seemingly coming to a conclusion, Cove's mood was still sour. Hey, was Shiloh telling the truth? Huh? His gaze left yours as he dug the sole of his shoe into the ground. He looked oddly vulnerable for a second. Does my dad make you hang out with me? I know he talks to your moms about that a lot. An uncomfortable weight settled in your chest at the question. You left spending time with Cove. You didn't even have to think hard about it. You knew you did. but you couldn't help feeling guilty. Cove still didn't know what happened when you met Mr. Holden. Nobody's making me spend time with you. We can't tell him his dad paid us. That's sad. Like, it'll make him sad. And this is our future husband. Cove's shoulders relaxed. You hadn't even noticed that he had tensed up. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Anyway, I didn't think you were pretending. I just wanted to make sure it was okay, is all.
Thanks.
For telling me. Your throat tightened. It was hard to meet Cove's honest gaze again. Keeping secrets was hard. You're welcome. By now, the two of you were on the sidewalk near your houses. It was time to part ways. You hugged Cove goodbye. You stepped forward and wrapped your arms around him tightly. You turned your head, resting your cheek on his shoulder. Cove stood there awkwardly with his hands at his sides. He wasn't able to return the hug, but you didn't get the impression he was unhappy about it. You were pretty sure it was the opposite. He's blushing. Bye, Cove. See you tomorrow. Yeah, bye. You pulled away, then jogged towards your house. When you looked back, you saw Cove making his way back home too. As if he felt your eyes on him, he turned around, he waved, you did too. You still felt a little unsure with what you were supposed to do about the deal Cove's dad had offered. You didn't want to say something bad or something you shouldn't. You had no idea how Cove would take it either. It would be terrible if it made him feel bad. What if he didn't want to play with you anymore? You might change your mind sometime. There was always tomorrow after all. But for now, it was definitely something that you'd keep to yourself. With a final look, you went inside your house. Fireflies.
Alright!
Tonight we're going to catch fireflies. Lizzie, she's back! At this blunt declaration from your sister, you looked up from your macaroni and cheese dinner. Fireflies are a familiar sight of a summer, coming out on warm nights to dance through the sky. Tonight was particularly balmy. You knew there were bound to be a ton of them around. Oh, you are you? Yeah. You rocked lightly from side to side in your seat, already excited for your after-dinner activity. Catching fireflies is a great way to spend a summer evening, and you could already envision the little lightning bugs drifting through the darkened sky. That's a good idea. Lizzie, can we, Mrs.? Shiloh tapped his fork against the table excitedly, his face lighting up as he looked at Lizzie. It was unusual for Shiloh to still be here. Like always, his mom had to bring him over really early in the morning before her job started. But normally she would have picked him up by now. She called before dinner to let your moms know she'd be late. You didn't hear why. Probably more work things. You thought maybe getting to hang out with Shiloh for long is what made Lizzie want to keep running around outside. Staying at home and watching TV was never an option for her with guests over. That's why you were pretty sure she'd get your moms to agree.
Well,
it's already so dark out there. Lizzie gave Mom the best puppy dog eyes she could, slowly spooning mac and cheese into her mouth while you waited for their response. Let them go. Nights like this don't happen every day. Your parents exchanged a look, then Mom eventually sighed and nodded back. Yes. Along with Lizzie's cheers, you threw your arms up in triumph, but waited until you'd finished chewing to say anything because you knew it was rude to talk with your mouth full.
fine.
Just make sure you stay on the hill behind our house with all the puppies, okay?
Duh.
That's where most of them are. The idea had only just been planted in your head, but already you could just picture all the glowing lights spread out in front of you, like the fairies from the bedtime stories Mommy read sometimes. All too quickly it became a race to see who could finish their food first. No choking at the dinner table now. That's right, if someone died, we'd have to cancel the Firefly trip after all. Mom said it like a joke, but you knew that they were both telling you kids to slow down. Shiloh did immediately. When you glanced at Lizzie, you saw her still eating faster than she should. Elizabeth.
Jeez.
No one is gonna die. A knock on the door interrupted Mom before she could no doubt scold your sister. I'll get it. Is it Cove? Your big sister jumped out of her seat and ran over to the door, pulling it open without even looking out the window to see who it was.
Huh?
You shifted in your seat to try and get a glimpse of the unexpected guest.
Hi.
Good evening, Cove. Your mommy had already walked to the door by the time you managed to see past Shiloh's flappy hat. Oh, Cove, you're here. Hi. There are a million things you thought of that you wanted to tell him about. Lizzie's home in the baseball game early in the day. Your first successful cartwheel. But most importantly, you wanted to ask if he'd come firefly catching with you all. You saw him direct a smile at you and returned it with a nigger wave. Then, for a few seconds, Cove said nothing. He only stood there and looked up at your mommy with a face almost like he was considering turning around and leaving. My dad told me to drop this off because I guess he borrowed it from you. Cove took a familiar screwdriver from out of his large side pockets. Eyes now dropped to the floor. We left ours back home when we moved. Great, thanks. Bye.
Thank you.
Here, why don't you come inside for a bit? Lizzie crossed her arms and lifted her chin. Cove shrugged and Mom stood from the table too. I'll give your dad a call to let him know you got here all right. Cove shuffled fully inside, eyes remaining on the ground. Mommy closed the door behind him.
Hi.
Shiloh gave Cove a friendly smile while waving by, holding up his hand and opening and closing his fingers. Cove nodded in response. Cove, are you going to catch fireflies with us? You could see Lizzie eyeing you for mentioning the excursion to an outsider, but she'd get over it. You crossed your fingers behind your head and looked at Cove expectantly, hoping he would say yes and you'd get to spend some time with him.
Yeah.
That sounds cool. Ah, he's coming, so excited. I've never caught one before. It's too bad he didn't have a chance before now. The fireflies weren't out when he first moved in, and there must not have been anywhere he used to live. We can't go until after dinner. After she pointed this out, Lizzie walked back to the table and took her seat. There wasn't much left on her plate. Since this was very true, you decided to finish up your own stuff as well. Cove stepped close and eyed what was on the menu for your family's meal. Have you eaten yet? Yeah, my dad and I ate earlier. What did you have? Eggs. The clipped one-word answer seemed to discourage Shiloh from asking any more questions. His eyes slowly wandered back to the last scraps of food on his plate. Her phone call with Cove's dad must have ended because your mom came back into the room.
Okay.
Cove, your dad said you can stay for a little while if you'd like, but he's going to come get you before it gets too much later. Sure.
Fun.
This will be so nice. As you polished off the meal, you hoped it will be too. The three of you all finished eating shortly after, and Lizzie led the way outside. Remember, don't stray too far. It's fine, Mom. Shiloh trailed so closely after Lizzie, he was nearly stepping on her heels. Cove hesitated at the door. Coming? After a moment, he did.
Bye.
The two of you were a good 10 or 15 feet behind Lizzie and Shiloh. By the time you walked outside, you pushed the door shut behind you, watching their figures get further and further away.
Hurry up!
I'm starting to like Lizzie. I think she might be my favorite. You started to run when you heard Lizzie's voice calling you, but paused when you saw Cove still walking at a relaxed pace. Are you not gonna come? Cove gave you a quizzical look.
Why?
Then we should move, let's go. You gestured for Cove to follow and took off, feet kicking up dirt as you darted behind the house. Oh, it's such a beautiful night. Cove wasn't too far behind, and upon reaching the hill, a gorgeous sight awaited the both of you. Bright, winking lights floated like buoys on a wave. One drifted close enough for you to see the firefly at the center of the glow, and you looked at Cove, excited to see his reaction. He looked just as entranced.
Wow.
Shiloh took a moment to come over and welcome the both of you to the hill. Hi guys, it's really great out, huh? See how many there are? Yeah. A firefly danced through the air, landing on Cove's sea-green head. You quietly looked on. You took a couple of steps back slowly, trying not to spook the little bug as you admired how it glowed so brightly against Cove's hair. Cove raised an eyebrow, giving you a confused look, and Shiloh giggled. You gestured to his head, and he reached up, making the firefly dart away. Cove jumped, then followed after the glow.
Oh,
Look, Lizzie has one. That's amazing. Shiloh ran to the highest point of the hill, making sure not to lose his hat or backpack along the way. You hummed as the group divided and conquered, shifting your gaze to the dozens of other fireflies sailing around. The game was on. You were good at not getting cuts or scratches, so you aren't too worried about that. Spotting one close by, you approached it with a assassin-like stealth, crouching down to make yourself seem like less of a threat. Slowly dragging one foot in front of the other, you crept up towards it, arms outstretched. You closed your hands around the little glowing orb, careful not to crush it. The firefly landed on your palm, almost docile, and you stared down at your prize in delight. Its tiny legs tickled your skin and you giggled at the sensation. Cove kept up with his own target, but when he tried to grab it, his pink cast waved awkwardly through the air, foiling his efforts to clap his hands around the firefly. Cove watched it vanish into thin air with that dissatisfied expression on his face. You encouraged him to try again. You'll get the next one. Did you catch one? You nodded, and Cove gave up his hunt for the moment, coming closer and peering at the insect still crawling across your palm. You held out your hand, and he leaned closer, eyes widening a tad behind his glasses. Cove remained hypnotized by the little bug as he inched his hand closer to yours. Ultimately, he settled his fingers lightly over top of the ones you were holding open. It tingled. You stayed very still. The last thing you wanted was to accidentally scare the shiny treasure off. Oh, our hands are touching. We're falling in love. The firefly, noticing the new connection, crawled up onto Cove's hand. He quietly gasped. It worked. Ah! I feel fireworks from our hands touching. Yeah, you got one. Cove's lips turned up into a slow smile and his eyes shined brighter than the bug. Thanks. Your eyes and his locked together while still holding hands. Ah, this is so romantic. What if this is how he proposes? Ah! Can't wait. He's blushing. He suddenly pulled away. No, my love, come back. Startled by the extreme movement, the tiny light disappeared before you could even blink. Your firefly was gone.
Sorry.
It's okay. You forgave him. That's okay, I couldn't keep it forever.
You're right.
Bugs have to stay outside. Let's get another. You decided to collect more. We can work together. His face broke out into a wide grin. We'll get a bunch. With renewed vigor, you ran out into the hill. You're not sure how much time passed while you were in the thick of it. All you could focus on was the adventure at hand. No critter was safe from your grasp. At first, you tried to keep a tally of how many you had caught, but once the number grew higher than 10, you had no more fingers left to count with. You were having the time of your life, racing up and down the hill with the crash of the ocean and the sound of everyone's laughter echoing in the background. This way! You followed the sound of Cove's voice to the top of the hill, watching as he stretched his arms in front of him, reaching with his fingers and only narrowly missing his target. Cove and you took turns trying to scare fireflies in the direction of the other. You showed him some techniques that you had learned, like how to cup your hands correctly, and he listened attentively before trying for himself. There were a few times when you almost ran into each other, giggling as you dove to the side at the last moment. Luckily, disaster was avoided each time. It was an overall huge success with the both of you catching multiple fireflies each. Eventually, the fireflies began to thin out and your energy started to lapse. You decided it was time to call off the hunt. Cove didn't complain. He breathed in heavily and his face seemed really flushed. That was fun, a lot of fun. I wanna do it. I wanna go catch fireflies. But I've never even seen fireflies before. Where would I even get fireflies? You smiled at him broadly, happy that he had enjoyed the activity. Yeah, it was.
Come on!
Get up here, we're gonna have a race. The shouting caught you off guard. It had been quite a while since you heard from Liz or Shiloh. You glanced over to see them both standing on top of the hill again, Lizzie beckoning to you with quick hand gestures. If she was like that, you knew there wasn't much room for disagreement. Up the incline you went. From the corner of your eye, you saw Cove was coming as well. He didn't care for Lizzie a lot, so you thought he might be intrigued just by the idea of a race. Hi.
Cove.
You can't roll down the hill. You could hurt your arm again. You'll be the referee for the rest of us. As Lizzie pointed this out, Cove froze in place. Oh, it was that kind of race. He frowned down at his cast. That was the second time it got in the way tonight. What? Yeah, you'll watch and see who gets to the bathroom. Why did I say bathroom? What? Where did bathroom even come from? And see who gets to the bottom first. That's important. Got it?
I guess.
The cast was steady. If he was careful, he could have done it. Lizzie might have just been looking for a reason to make someone else the referee, but it was already decided. I'll stay with Cove.
Really?
Why? You don't have to. It's okay, I want to watch. You moved beside him on top of the hill, even though Lizzie eyed you and made a face. That's not how races work. We only need one referee. Shrugging your shoulders, you refused to budge, and Lizzie let out a huff before throwing her hands in the air. Fine, I'll be the winner, whether you join or not. Lizzie moved to lay down, and Shiloh did the same. Cove stood slightly to the side to get a better vantage point, and you stood next to him. They're rolling down the hill! Countdown. Cove stood up a little straighter. It seemed like he was taking his newfound referee duties seriously. 3, 2, 1, go! Lizzie and Shiloh took off, letting gravity do the work, and rolling at high speed towards the bottom of the hill. You and Cove leaned forward to watch them go, eyes peeled for which of the two would reach the bottom first. They were both neck and neck until about halfway down the hill. Lizzie started to veer off to the side, giving Shiloh a huge advantage. She obviously hadn't noticed a thing, and as soon as Shiloh reached the bottom of the hill, he jumped up excitedly and threw his hands in the air. I won! Almost immediately he fell back onto the grass, still dizzy from his roll down the hill. Lizzie stomped out of the bush she had ended up in, spluttering angrily and brushing leaves from the front of her dress. Not bad, you got lucky. Let's do it again and see who wins for real. Kids, it's time to come in.
Ugh.
You snickered, feeling grateful you hadn't been a part of the mini debacle. You caught Cove's eyes and saw that he was doing the same. It had gotten late and was beginning to feel just a bit chilly as you made your way out of the hills. But the cold in the air hadn't dampened anyone's spirits. The four of you walked back home together side by side down your neighborhood streets, discussing the evening, with each person trying to prove that they were the one who caught the most fireflies. You knew that whoever really did catch the most didn't matter much anyway. All that mattered was that you all had a good time. which, judging by the smiles on everyone's faces, you did. And then summer ended. August ended, September began, it was time to go back to school. Lizzie groaned and complained the entire first week. She hated going to classes. Still, there were interesting things to do that couldn't be done anywhere else. You weren't sure how Cove felt about it. He was enrolled that year. That was like a sign Cove would be staying in Sunset Bad for a while. At school, he was alright, but kept his distance from the other kids. From what you saw anyway. Whenever he could, Cove stuck to you like glue. That's my man. I love a man who's obsessed with me. He didn't even mind that much what you did to pass the time, as long as it was together. So romantic, and that is just fine. You felt for him the same way you always had. Nothing changed. Except, as you got older, you were able to understand better exactly what those feelings had and still meant. That year, the divorce of Cove's parents was finalized. You overheard your parents talking about it, saying Cove's dad got full custody. Wow, that doesn't sound good. Why did he get full custody? What's up with Cove's mom? Is she bad? At first, you worried that meant bad news. It had made Mr. Holden cry apparently. Then you found out it meant Cove will keep living with his dad. He would only stay with his mom a few weeks of the year. Cove cried too, for different reasons you thought. It seemed like Cove and his dad might move again, but Mr. Holden decided to stay after all. Mom asked him about it once. He had said he didn't want to uproot Cove's life a second time. Mr. Holden tried to get Cove to like Sunset Bad more. He kept encouraging his son to go out and see the place. Sometimes Mr. Holden volunteered you to spend time with Cove. He seemed very confident that it was an effective strategy. Cove never talked to anyone about what happened with his parents and withdrew whenever it was brought up. It was hard for him, yet nobody knew how to help. Eventually, Cove stopped crying on his own. You couldn't understand what had changed, but you had hoped that you could help him feel better still, since even without the tears, he looked sad. Maybe one day he could say out loud what he felt inside. After that, it felt like things had gone back to normal, except what was normal didn't stay the same. Years passed and suddenly you were in middle school. You weren't a kid anymore, you were 13 years old. That officially made you a teen, even if your sister didn't agree. The toys and crayons that used to litter every free space in your room had been packed away somewhere, replaced by new hobbies. There were other changes too. Cove's cast got taken off. It was weird to see him without it initially. Underneath the pink plaster ended up being a long, thin scar that snaked across his forearm. Cove's chest puffed out in pride when someone drew attention to it. He also went through a major growth spurt. He was the tallest student in his class for 2 years in a row. Cove will probably hold that spot again next time. In class, people knew him for more than just being tall. He also stood out because of how well he did on tests and in other academic situations. Over the years, he began opening up more too. You saw him talking amicably with other kids or neighbors from time to time. And the only kid that came to visit the neighborhood when you were little, Shiloh, well, he was gone. He and his mom moved back south because of her work, just 1 year after Cove came to Sunset Bad. It had been really upsetting when he left. Lizzie was inconsolable for weeks, but nobody talked about Shiloh anymore. It was a long time ago. You learned some heartbreaking things, became less sad the further away they were, even if they had never gotten any better. That was sad in its own way. Things at home were different too. You still lived in the same house and all that, but it wasn't how it was before. Ma dyed her hair purple, wanting something new, and liked it so much she kept dyeing it. You remember calling her mommy as a kid, but something like that seemed awkward nowadays. You were much too old for the word, so you went with the Ma? That sounds even cringier. Lizzie felt too mature for her nickname too. She insisted on everyone calling her Elizabeth, so you did. Your mom soon gave her permission to go places other than the playground and shopping street, which she took advantage of. You rarely saw her around the old neighborhood. In fact, she hardly spent time with you the way she did before, Elizabeth instead associated more and more with girls from school who were her own age. Maybe the difference between 13 and 15 was greater than the difference between 8 and 10. You started befriending new people yourself, like Derek Suarez. He didn't live in the neighborhood or go to the same school. What happened was his and Cove's dads struck up a business partnership a few months ago. Since then, Derek would pop up in the area now and then. It seemed Mr. Suarez was happy to let Derek tag along to his work, if Derek had the time for it. Without doubt, everyone and everything around you had changed in small and big ways. You had to. As time went by though, it was easy to settle into this new normal. Then, before you knew it, school was over and summer vacation had begun again. It was the first day of summer vacation. The sun was as hot as ever, but you were inside and away from its harsh rays. To be more specific, you were snuggled up in bed, celebrating your time off by sleeping in. It was hot, but you still had the blanket up over your head to block out the sun. You didn't want it intruding on your lazy morning. Unfortunately, you hadn't prepared for an intrusion. From beneath the blanket, you heard the door creak open. "Oh, Lizzie, she looks so cute." "You're still sleeping. Wow, get up." "Oh, I mean Elizabeth. She doesn't want us to call her Lizzie." "Go away." By the impatient tapping of her foot, you could tell she hadn't left. "Get up now. I will come over there." So much for a lazy morning. Mom told me to tell you that your baby boyfriend is here and wants to see you again, like he does every day. He brought some happy summer gift from Mr. Holden. Mom wants you to take it from him, say thanks or whatever. You did not like the way she called him your baby boyfriend, but you knew by now that saying so wouldn't stop her.
Come on.
"Really? That's great, I'm coming." Elizabeth said nothing else and left, having done what was instructed of her. You rolled out of bed, stretching your arms up high and yawning. Time to get ready. You sat yourself in front of the mirror in the far corner of your room. There was a lot of open real estate in the frame. You're pretty short. You could relate to Derek in how it felt to be smaller than people thought you ought to be. Your shortness seemed even more drastic when compared to Cove, who was unusually tall. You liked your height. It suited you well in your mind. Then you put the finishing touches on your outfit while ruminating on the situation. Careless as they had been, Elizabeth's word piqued your curiosity. You planned on going over to see what Cove was up to today, so this worked in your favor. It was when you spotted your reflection that you realized you were smiling wide. You were looking forward to seeing him. You left your room, taking an easy time down the stairs. You spotted Mom first, reclining on the couch. She held a magazine in her hands, which she was perusing through. "Morning, Mom." She looked up at your greeting, a smile instantly appearing on her face.
Thanks.
Ma's at the door with Cove. He can't stay over today, unfortunately. Why don't you go and thank him before he leaves? You nodded and made your way to the front of the house. Just as she said, Ma was there making conversation. She must have heard you because she looked over her shoulder.
Oh?
Look who finally made it. Morning, sleepyhead. Ma reached forward and you knew she was about to pat you on the head. She was taller than average for an adult woman, so at your height you were absolutely tiny in her eyes. You happily let her do it. That type of small affectionate exchange was nice. She placed the whole of her hand on the top of your head for a second before lifting it back up. You're the last one down today, you know that. Life isn't a race.
Funny.
I don't think that excuse will work if you're late for anyone other than your own mother, though. With a small laugh, Ma stepped aside. Cove was just as you remembered, exactly how you came to know him to be. Why is he trying to make himself so small? Is he leaning over and he's blushing, he's looking away? God. He's so cute. At first glance you figured it must be a bouquet of flowers. Then you gave it a real look. No, instead it was carefully cut fruit. It made a lot of sense that it was actually from Cove's dad. You had to suppress a laugh at this showing. You couldn't imagine many folks buying that sort of thing for their own personal enjoyment. That kind of arrangement was built for the presentation, likely to impress whoever was inevitably going to receive it. It seemed no matter how long he lived here, Mr. Holden would keep going out of his way to be neighborly, and Cove would always be roped into participating. Cove sighed in relief at the sight of you. He must have been braving some embarrassment to get this far, and that had clearly been what he was waiting for. Hey! He broke eye contact then, staring down at the ground instead. Your heartbeat sped up. Being near him, you smiled back fondly. He always had this kind of effect on you couldn't help think, ever since the two of you were kids. There was something about him that was just special in some strange and indescribable way. Hey, it's nice to see you.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nice seeing you too. Not that it's nice for you to see me. The both of you had a bit of a laugh, though your gazes still didn't meet again. Does he have a crush on us? It was already shaping up to be another long summer. The best part was the two of you had plenty of time to enjoy each other's company and relish what you had together. His awkwardness over the task started to creep back in, so Cove nudged the gift closer to you. He was ready to be relieved of it. Your hands brushed over his just slightly when you took hold of the base. He flinched enough for you to know with certainty that he noticed it happen. You couldn't help but smile to yourself, and with that the gift was accepted. I hope you and your family like this. It's a pretty good gift. I think so anyway. He smiled honestly. Dad spent a lot of time picking out the best size and design. There were so many options to choose from. You're too cute sometimes. I'm not trying to be. Just thank my dad for all this, okay? Alright. Mr. Holden's behavior really was different from any neighbor you'd ever had. Though after 5 years you were used to his antics. And you'd since made up your mind on what your opinion was. It was nice. You knew he wasn't completely perfect, but he always seemed to try so hard for the sake of others. Your thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shout. There you are! You shared a confused look with Cove, as both of you stepped through the open door into the neighborhood street. It didn't take long to locate the source of the noise. You spotted Derek just a few yards down the road. He ran up to you. You were happy at the sight of him. Cove was looking scrumptious today. Derek was certainly a welcome guest in your neighborhood. It was a pleasant surprise whenever he showed up. After stopping a couple steps away, Derek hunched over to catch his breath. Then he looked up with a wide grin.
Hey.
Guy and girl. I was just at your house, Cove, but no one was there. Should have figured you'd be at Rye's place. Do you ever spend time in your own home, or are you always just there? Derek laughed at his own joke. He either didn't notice that it embarrassed Cove, or the embarrassment was that he was actually laughing at. Derek turned to you. He was going to say more when his eyes widened and he gasped. What's that? You followed his gaze and shrugged. Then he realized what he meant. You were still holding Mr. Holden's gift. It's kinda like a bouquet of flowers, but made out of fruit.
Nice!
Can I have some? Maybe you can have some later. Derek grew more excited by your words, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Awesome. Then he nodded his head as if to clear it. Anyway, that's right. I came here because I needed to say something big. He paused, possibly for effect. There's some other kid here in Sunset Bad. Cove was as surprised as you were by the news. Such a reaction made sense. No one around your age had moved here since Cove did 5 years ago. Were they with their family? Maybe they were cutting through. Nuh-uh. The new kid was all by himself, just walking. Did you talk to him?
Nope.
I came to report the sighting right away. The kid had green hair, glasses, was pretty small, and seemed really upset about something. I hope he didn't leave. You blinked. Slowly you looked over to your longtime neighbor. Sounds like Cove. That sounds a lot like you, Cove, when you first got here anyway. It kinda does, doesn't it? That's weird. He sounded almost fond, a small smile playing on his lips. Derek snickered good-naturedly. I can see that really well now that you say so. But what do you say? Let's go find Cove's lookalike. We should all meet him.
Sure.
I'll do it. Sure, I want to see who this person is. Derek grinned, then he pointed down the street the way he came. Last I saw him, the mystery visitor was going this direction. Nothing else needed to be said. The three of you are off with Derek leading the way. Derek brought you to the beach, and as a trio, you made your way down the shore to the old playground. You walked the familiar path in a comfortable silence. When you were almost there, you spotted the kid in question. His bright colors almost shone like a beacon beneath the rays of the sun. He scuffled around, kicking up the sand as he paced. It was true, he certainly seemed upset, but you didn't think he was sad, like you had originally pictured. No, with his erratic movements and scrunched-up expression, he came off angry. You started to have doubts about this expedition. Maybe it'd be better if you left him alone and let him sort himself out. Derek didn't feel the same. He waved wildly, calling out to the boy. "Hey, guy, over here!" The kid whipped around, an impressive scowl carving deep onto his face. His eyes were tired, but a strong hostile energy still radiated from him. He looks nothing like Cove, just glasses and the same hair color, but...
What?
What is it? What do you want? Rude. Also ugly. Yeah. The sharp tone made Derek flinch. He shifted on his feet. What's your name? Jeremy. Was that it?
No.
I'm Derek, that's Ryan Cove. We were just walking around and saw you. We wanted to say hi. There aren't a lot of kids our age in the neighborhood. Yeah, so, it's cool to see someone else here. Strangely, Jeremy grew furious by your response. If steam could erupt from a person's ears, it would have happened then. They did bring me somewhere stupid. Of course, I knew it. What?
My parents.
They're the ones who brought me. I didn't walk to this town. Can you not figure that out on your own?
Right.
My dad brings me to Sunset Bad too. When he has to come for work and all that stuff, it's not bad. That earned him a glare from Jeremy. Derek winced beneath it, glancing away. It was a struggle to remain friendly with this Jeremy guy. I mean, I wouldn't want to come here for a real vacation, probably either. That's an understatement. This doesn't count as a vacation, it's a waste of time, a chore. My parents' family is nearby and we just had to come see them. If they're your parents' family, doesn't that make them your family too?
I guess.
That's a pretty good reason to come by. Did you want to go somewhere else? No. Jeremy crossed his arms with a huff. He turned away. They should have gone by themselves, since they cared so much and left me home, but I'm not allowed to be by myself. It makes no sense. They're the ones who don't know how to do anything, and I'm the kid. You kept quiet. You had no idea what to say to this, so you stayed silent. Jeremy didn't even notice, too focused on ranting. How do they always make summer vacation worse every year? You turned to Cove, lowering your voice. The two of you aren't that similar after all. Jeremy must have had good hearing though, because he caught the private exchange and scoffed.
Stupid.
Of course we're not similar. My eyebrows aren't stupid. Cove's cheeks flashed crimson at the insult. You couldn't be sure if it was out of embarrassment or anger, maybe both. Come on. Apologize to Cove right now, you can't treat people like that. Cove smiled weakly, standing by my man.
Okay.
I'm sorry your eyebrows are so terrible. Ow! You lunged towards Jeremy. Yes, we have to protect my man, because I know he will do the same for me. Who do you think you are? With your fists balled, you made a quick step forward. He was the one who started things, you were ready to end them. He'd made it clear that words wouldn't work, leaving you to resort to action. You weren't sure what will happen, but you couldn't let this stand. Everyone looks shocked. Derek and Cove jumped in to stop you before you reached him. They each grabbed you by the arm. Still, Jeremy instinctively stumbled backwards. He practically fell over. If that's all you can do about what I'm saying, it's just proving I'm right. You're brainless. You were annoyed that the two were against you on this and got in the way, though the reaction you had been able to get was still worth it. What is wrong with you? Instead of taking offense, Jeremy only parroted Derek's words in an easy voice.
Wow, what is wrong with you?
This is dumb. Jeremy stuck out his tongue and sulked away, throwing more sand everywhere as he went. You watched him go, hunched over, until he became a speck in your vision. Silence reigned in his wake. The three of you tried to process what just happened. I can't believe it. What a mean kid. Derek wasn't kidding, and by the sound of those earlier complaints, the new boy Jeremy was going to be in the area for at least a little while. This summer. Derek sighed in dismay, plopping onto the ground. You followed and Cove did too shortly after. There wasn't much else to do.
This sucks.
I was hoping we could meet someone fun, hang out maybe. He shook his head. After a moment, he slowly turned to you with a hopeful expression. Oh my god, Cove is really attractive. Like, really attractive. But you know what will really improve the day? What? He didn't respond. Instead, he used a hand to point right at the foot arrangement that you're still holding. You'd completely forgotten about it during the mini drama that unfolded. You had gotten used to the weight. Glancing over to Cove, you noticed he was eyeing the fruit. He must want some too. I need to save it. Okay. He sagged, still staring at the glistening fruits, but he didn't insist further. Yeah, it is a gift for the family after all. They should be the ones who get to have it. Sorry for asking. It's fine. Quiet once more descended upon your group. Cove turned towards the ocean, a peaceful expression on his face. Hey, you two remember the land before time? That fruit thing makes me think of it. 3 stars.
Yeah.
Chomping leaves looked so delicious when they did it. I love that movie. Me too. Derek didn't say anything further about dinosaurs or otherwise. For the next few minutes, the three of you watched the waves crash into the shore. Hey. Yeah? The two of you met eyes casually. Were you seriously gonna hit that guy? Well, he had it coming. That's so bad.
I mean...
I thought it was cool. As long as Hubby thinks it's cool, who cares what you think, Derek? You're both crazy people. Crazy in love. You knew when Derek said things like that, it wasn't serious. He liked you and Cove. Yeah. Derek then leaned back on his arms. He contemplated the sky with a content sigh. So, are you both ready for summer break? Yeah. Cool on you. Wish I could say the same. It feels like there's a lot to plan for. And what about you, Cove? Are you ready? Yes. Before you could say anything else, the light atmosphere was shattered. Hey! You glanced over your shoulder to see your sister. She strode close and closer, appearing none too pleased. I've been looking all over for you. Ma said you and Cove ran off with the thing Mr. Holden bought for us. She leered over you with arms folded. So, where is it? It's fine and right here. You turned your body to face her and held up the bouquet, proving that it was in one piece. She inspected the fruit arrangement with a small frown.
Okay.
Looks good, but if all you're doing is sitting around, you better take it back to the house now. It's not just for you. She grinned tauntingly, slyly glancing at Cove, who sat right beside you. Lizzie! Even if you're the person who counts to the delivery boy, this is up to his dad. It seemed everybody was in a mood to tease you and Cove today. Cove's cheeks became a couple shades redder, but he didn't deny the accusation. He couldn't. Everyone knew the two of you gave each other special priority. Get going. This wasn't okay just because you hadn't done anything yet. Oh no, I think I hear the main kid coming back. We better get out of here. Elizabeth blinked, confused, and looked around.
What?
What kid? I don't see anyone. Derek didn't bother explaining. He just launched to his feet and ran off. Cove hopped up too, gladly taking the opportunity to exit the situation. He followed after Derek, but he sent a look to you from over his shoulder. You turned to watch Elizabeth. She stared back, brow raised. Let's stay. You didn't make a break for it. Instead, you carefully got out from the sand, bouquet still in hand. Once you straightened up, Elizabeth smiled affectionately over at you.
Come on.
Fugitive. You nodded, then examined the fruit skewers. You wanted to make sure it hadn't been jostled by the short adventure you'd gone on. It still looked great, Elizabeth noticed too. You know, we could split it now and tell them those boys ate it. They bailed, so they don't get to tell the story. Moms will never need to find out. That's kind of hypocritical of you, don't you think? She bumped your shoulder, winking cheekily. What else is family for? You laughed together, making your way home side by side. You and Elizabeth didn't follow through with the joke to eat everything before getting home. When the two of you returned, your moms welcomed you back. There wasn't a mention of the mini event that had unfolded. The four of you happily split the bouquet in the end. That was a while ago now. Later that night, you found yourself seated near the kitchen counter. Your fingers drummed on the surface as you waited, your gaze trained on the phone. You were waiting on a call tonight, specifically from your cousin Leandra. You didn't want to miss it accidentally. Your uncle, aunt and Lee used to live many hours away. Your families only saw each other a few times a year for big occasions. A while back though, they'd moved and were closer to you than ever before. You now hung out regularly. With school being out, you're positive she's gonna wanna come over a lot. The two of you are the same age and got along well. She used to be really fond of Lizzie, Elizabeth too, but now that your sister had become allergic to interacting with her own family, it tended to be just you and Lee who spent time together. Being family helped you close, but you had a lot of girlfriends. You often gravitated towards other girls and befriended them pretty easily. You didn't have many non-girlfriends. It seemed that was just the type of person you associated with most at school. Then the shrill ringtone announced an incoming call. You jumped before grabbing the receiver and pressing it to your ear. Lee, finally!
Hi!
Sorry about the wait. It took forever to get the phone away from my mom. That's okay. There was static on the end, as if Lee was shifting wherever she was. So can you believe school's actually over? I thought it'd never be done. Now we don't have to do any of that boring stuff and we get to hang out whenever we want. Speaking of hanging out, Lee, can you wait a second? Let me just head to my room.
Oh yeah.
You got up from your seat at the counter. Luckily the phone was wireless, so you didn't have to worry about any codes tying you down. Your mom's had a rule about not moving the phone unless a call was in progress, which is why you'd been sat by its cradle waiting for Lee to call. You thought that made sense. It was nice to keep everything in its proper place. But now that Lee had called, it was okay for you to go upstairs to your bedroom and talk to her. You made your way up the stairs smiling. After you had arrived, you shut the bedroom door firmly behind you. You took a seat on your bed. Alright, I'm here.
Cool.
Hey, did you know the girl down the street from me has her own phone now? A cell phone. She doesn't have to wait for someone else to stop using it or anything. Wow, really? The thought of someone having a phone that was all their own seemed unbelievable to you. Right, I wish I had one too, but my parents said I couldn't get my own phone until I'm more grown up. I wish they'd change their mind. We could call each other every single day, and no one will be able to stop us. How great would that be? Really great. We could even stay up late talking about whatever we want. Lee sighed thoughtfully into the receiver. At least they said I could have it someday. I can't wait. She sighed dramatically. I bet I'm not gonna get one until I'm all the way in college. Squeezing the phone between your shoulder and ear, you puffed up your pillows and made yourself more comfy. It was strange to think of a time when normal school will be over and you'd have to choose whether or not to go to a college. School was such a big part of your life right now. You worked hard for your excellent grades. Every A+ you brought home was a result of concentration and diligence. You hoped that you would be able to keep it up through high school. You were confident your grades would remain great. You could definitely keep the streak going. Yeah, you tried to sound engaged, but your mind had decided to go back to school despite the season. Lee knew you too well to be fooled.
What's up?
You sound so spacey. Just thinking about school. Lee groaned. Are you thinking about how we don't have to think about it because it's summer? That's what I'm doing. Let's make a petition for more vacation time.
Yeah.
Everybody in class will sign it, maybe some of the teachers too. Though I guess school isn't all the way bad. You can do some good things there. You can just do more when school's out. Learning new things can be cool. I just wish everyone did okay with how they taught the things, not just some people.
Me too.
But that was all. And that's pretty much everything that's good about school. Okay, point taken.
Alright.
Now, I decree the topic of school is officially closed. We have to talk about this summer first before we start plotting the rest of our lives. I've got some plans already. Tell me. I'm gonna visit my cousins. You chuckled, of course. What's something you wanna do? The first thing that comes to your head. Probably I'll spend time at the beach. I could have guessed that one. You leaned back in your bed, settling in, as you continued chatting with your friend. Even though it hadn't been that long since you saw her and you'd be seeing her soon, you found plenty to talk about. For one, the events of the day. You sat up straighter. I was with Cove and Derek today and we met a new kid. Like at your neighborhood? His parents are visiting family, so it sounds like he'll be around for a little while. I don't know how long. What was he like? Mean. He kept snapping when all we were trying to do was talk to him. He just kept being rude to everyone, but especially Cove. It was awful. I don't think I want to meet him. You want a boy to stay away before even meeting him? That's an unexpected twist. Your cousin was pretty popular with the boys who knew her. She seemed happy enough to have them around until they start to annoying her. Hey, who are you to talk? You give practically all your attention to boys, or maybe just one boy. I see how much you like Cove. Yeah? Lee laughed at your affirmation, deeply amused. Even though she couldn't see, you shook your head at her, grinning to yourself. There was a stomping noise approaching your room, heralding the arrival of your irritated older sister. She flung the door open, a frown etched on her face. The little adventure from earlier hadn't gotten you any goodwill this time, it seemed.
Come on.
How long are you going to hog the phone? Glancing at your watch, you realized that your quick call had gone on much longer than anticipated. Elizabeth held out her hand, the other one lodged on her hip. She noticed the realization on your face. Time's up. With a sigh, you said goodbye to Lee. Lee, I have to go now.
Bye.
See you soon. Tell Elizabeth and your moms I said hi too. You'd barely pressed the end call button when Elizabeth whisked the handset from your fingers and began dialing someone new as she strode out of the room. Your ma's voice called from downstairs. Hey, has anyone seen the phone? I'm using it. With that, she shut your door behind you. Silence was left in the wake. That was one way to end your first day of summer break. Sometime later, it had gotten dark outside and you laid in bed, wide awake. Your window rattled all of a sudden, startling you badly. You flinched, staring over at it with furrowed brows. From your vantage point, you saw only the moon and an open sky. You were scared. What had caused that noise? Swallowing hard, you sat up and moved closer to the window. You could only hope this wasn't a bad idea. To your utter shock, your gaze was met by a pair of familiar ocean blue eyes. Cove? You squinted. Yep, Cove was right outside your window. What? He's already sneaking into our room. Your house is very angular and some parts stuck out further than others, so it theoretically wouldn't be hard to climb around. Still, just because somebody could didn't mean you expected it to ever happen. Cove looked awkward and unstable. His feet were braced against a section of the wall that jutted out, his arms flexing with the effort to keep him upright. With difficulty, he waved. Then he wobbled, immediately dropping his hand in alarm. You hurriedly opened the window. Cove scrambled inside, nearly falling flat on his face, but he was able to right himself in the end. He released a breath once he was steady.
Hey.
Amazing, my dreams have come true. That's right, I needed to talk to you and call into it until tomorrow. Is he going to confess or maybe propose? If I rang the doorbell, I know your moms would have answered, and they'd just make me go home. I didn't really want to explain why I was coming over anyway. I don't want to talk about it. Well, besides with you, I mean, but that's why I did that. As unexpected as this was, you were touched. Cove felt like he could tell you what was wrong. I might have tried calling or something, except my dad was on the phone. Cove suddenly looked very cross. Dad, he was talking to my mom. Still is, probably. You raised your eyebrows. Cove had eavesdropped on his parents' phone conversation. You didn't comment on him eavesdropping. There are other things to talk about. Are you going to stay with your mom for a while again? Every year, Cove was sent off to live with his mom for a few weeks. When it happened, varied. Sometimes he would go during winter break, but usually he went during summer. Even though it was hard news when you found out he was leaving, and you missed seeing him those weeks, you understood. To your surprise, however, he shook his head. That's what I thought too, but no, that's not what they were saying. My dad asked my mom not to have me leave this year. He said she could come stay with us here. He waited for him to continue. He didn't. The conversation abruptly dropped off. So, are his parents getting back together or what? You couldn't help but stare at Cove. There was a complicated mix of expressions on his face. What did your mom say? She told him she'd come. I know she's coming soon before school starts. Oh, you had heard Cove talk about his mom a lot over the years. He'd tell you about past memories or what happened while he was visiting her. Still, it is one thing to hear about someone and another to actually meet them. Very soon you are going to see Cove's mom in person. You were taken aback by the news, so you could only imagine how Cove felt. You looked over at him. He was pacing across your room, his features pained with dread. Before they'd barely stay in the same room long enough to have lunch. Now we're gonna be all together again, the three of us, after all this time, just for a few weeks. I know she'll probably be happy they can talk to each other now. I'm still not. I'm just confused and freaked out, and now I feel really bad for feeling this way. It's so... His fists tightened and his eyes became misty. I shouldn't keep getting like this. It's been a long time already and I'm not a little kid. Though he wouldn't meet your eyes, you knew he was waiting for you to say something. I'm sorry, Cove, you know I'm here for you. The tense line of Cove's shoulders eased. Thanks, that makes me feel a little better, like I'm not freaking out for no reason. A momentary silence fell over the two of you. You marveled at how the day started. You had woken up eager for summer vacation, but now things seemed so crazy. The mini debacle with Mr. Holden's gift, the newest addition to the neighborhood being so rude, and as if all that wasn't enough, now Cove's mom would be living with Cove and his dad again. Your whole life was kind of like that, it seemed. Complicated and hard and different. Why couldn't things just get better with time? Rye. The sound of your name said quietly, pulled you from your thoughts. Cove gazed at you concerned.
Are you okay?
No, I'm not. I get it, at least I think I do. Cove grinned reassuringly. It was small and delicate, but you knew it was genuine. Moonlight from outside cast shadows across his face and lit up his eyes. They seemed to sparkle with his smile, so when do we get to confess our love to him? I'm looking forward to that. Just that one look brightened your mood somewhat. You know, I think I don't want to talk anymore about this. He looked away, his lips thinning into a line, and rubbed at his arms. But I kinda don't want to go back home either. Could I stay a little longer just doing something else? He appeared equal parts hopeful and vulnerable. How could you possibly turn him away? Of course, you can always stay here, Cove. You held his gaze confidently, hoping your words got across to him. Cove perked up at your response, a smile appearing on his face. He immediately took a seat on your bed, not afraid to get comfortable in your room. You felt a little better this side somehow. You still had a lot of worries, but you were glad he was here. And not just tonight, you were glad he came into your life in the first place. That was a change you'd never want to undo. It felt totally natural to let him into your little world. He fit into it like a missing piece of the puzzle, and you were certain there was room to get even closer. You joined Cove on your bed, taking a seat across from him. He smiled at you again, but you could tell this time it was half-hearted. He was still easy to read. Though he didn't want to talk about his mom and dad, he must be thinking about what happened and what's about to happen. You hugged him. You moved closer and wrapped your short arms around him as much as you could. It wasn't much, but you hoped the contact helped, even a little. Cove froze up, startled. After a moment, his arms came up and he returned your hug. The two of you remained like that for some time. He might have mumbled something to you, but it was too quiet to tell what it was. When you pulled back, his expression had softened into something more natural. Conversation was tilted and broken often by silence at first, then both of you able to get into your usual candor. As your secret hangout session stretched on, you thought that you truly wanted to keep having moments like this with him. You hoped a day would never come when life decided that the two of you would have to part ways, and you knew Cove felt the same. You opened your tired eyes, groaning as they adjusted to the bright light that was streaming through your window and warming your brown skin. With a loud yawn, you rolled away from the sunlight and blinked a couple of times, clearing the sleep from your eyes before realizing with a start that it was actually morning. You couldn't remember or even falling asleep. Cove had crept through your window during the night, and the two of you spent time together, trying not to wake your parents. You must have fallen asleep while you were hanging out, but couldn't put a finger on exactly when. You wondered how late Cove had stayed before heading home. You rubbed your face and yawned again, contemplating whether you should get out of bed and get ready for the day, or stay snuggled up for a little while longer. Until your gaze landed on an instantly recognizable mop of pale green hair, and he bolted upright and gasped in surprise. He's still there? He never left. He was still there in the morning. Cove! He had fallen asleep while sitting on the ground and precariously leaning his head on the side of your mattress. With your shout, Cove's eyes snapped open, and his head slipped from its source of support. He didn't stop going down until he sparked right into the floor with a crack. You clamped a hand over your mouth and looked down at him with wide eyes, curled up where he had landed rather than gracefully.
Aww.
Are you okay? You winced at his stumble, hoping no one else in the house had heard either of your outbursts. Yeah, I'm alright. Cove rubbed at his forehead a little, and you aren't sure that was entirely true. If either of your moms found out Cove had slept here last night, the two of you will be in big trouble. Cove blinked at you a couple of times, his eyes growing in panic as some thought that only he could hear settled in his mind.
Oh my god!
I fell asleep. You weren't exactly sure what to do as you watched Cove pace your room, looking around frantically. Cove stopped mid-step and you wanted to ask what he had been searching for, but you guessed he wouldn't know the answer to that himself. Despite that, he hadn't calmed down completely. The atmosphere was still frazzled. It's going to be alright. You just need to leave before anyone notices you're here. If they knew, we would have heard about it already. Cove nodded, his shoulders tensed as he fixed you with a firm stare with his turquoise eyes. Letting out a heavy sigh, he ran a hand through his hair in exasperation. He couldn't look at you again as, I'll see you later. You were confused by how all of this had played out, but hoped that was true. Right, bye Cove. At that, he was suddenly wrapped up in a tense embrace. As panicked as he was, this seemed to be something he couldn't forget before leaving. Thanks again. You're a good friend, Rai. A really good friend. He firmly whispered the words into the top of your shoulder. It made you feel tingly. So we're just friends? Sucks. But you let go before you had a chance to respond or even fully react. In a matter of seconds, he had climbed over your bed and opened the window. A cool breeze rolled off the ocean, fluttering through Cove's hair and filling your room with its salty scent. Cove anxiously stepped onto the ledge. You wished him luck. Good luck, be super careful. You weren't sure if he heard you or not, but he kept going along, one foot in front of the other with increasing speed, until his form disappeared out of sight. You stuck your head out the window as far as it could go to try keeping watch. He walked the full length of the ledge before jumping down to the top of the garage. then lowering himself onto the fence. From there, he finally dropped down to the ground. You threw out a thumbs up at his successful climb. He ran off towards his house without stopping, disappearing behind the side of another building. You had to admit that you were pretty impressed at how adorable he made that look. Cove always seemed to have a way of seeming so smooth without even meaning to. With a little sigh, you reclosed your window. Deciding there was nothing more you could do, you hopped off your bed and got ready to head downstairs for the day. You made your bed. It was a habit of yours. You straightened up the sheets, smoothed over your comforter and fluffed your pillows before stepping back and admiring your work. You took the stairs, slowly attempting to mask your face into a look of innocence. You were sure that someone would have come into your room if they had heard anything strange, but you couldn't be too careful. You had to play it cool. When you stepped into the living room, Elizabeth was there, tapping her finger on the counter. "Good morning, Elizabeth." She looked you over immediately, her eyes squinting at the greeting.
Why?
"Why are you being so weird?" You hadn't even done anything. Your big sister never missed a beat, unfortunately. You turned and offered a tight smile, and her lips pursed together even tighter. "Why?" You shrugged it off. "I'm not." You spoke so nonchalantly you almost thought she believed you. But you knew better. Further suspicious squinting occurred as she waited for something. But ultimately, she rolled her eyes, and you weren't sure if you were in trouble or not. She didn't seem to care enough to dig any further. Whatever. And then she walked straight out the front door, letting it slam shut behind her, and you let out a brief sigh. Elizabeth went out most days to hang out with her friends from school around town. Today you were extra glad for it, though you were also grateful she hadn't left the house any sooner and risked running into Cove. It looked like you were getting away with that. Breakfast was eaten in peace and alone. Your moms were both out by the time you had gotten up. They had left you a serving of food from the breakfast they made. Hash browns, an omelette, fruit salad, and there were a few sausage links. You took a little bit of everything. It was tasty. You appreciated that there was variety in the meals your moms made. The day lazily drifted by at home, and eventually your parents returned. You pulled open the fridge again, lingering in the frosty air for a moment or two before grabbing a bottle of ice-cold water and taking a long drink. It was a perfect balmy summer afternoon, and you had decided to head outdoors and find something to do. You hadn't decided what that something was just yet, but you were sure something would pop up to occupy your time. As you were heading out the front door, you paused for a moment. You hadn't seen Cove since he had left that morning, and you couldn't help but think about what had happened to him. Will it be bad to go over to his house right now, or to call him to check in? You stepped out of your house, still stuck in an internal debate with yourself, when a voice caught your attention.
Hi.
Confused, you looked over to when an unrecognizable woman was waving at you, a friendly smile plastered on her face. You racked your memory for where you might have seen her before, but nothing came to mind. Not your school or from the country club your moms took you to. You had absolutely no idea who the woman was. The woman crossed the road towards you, and you were a little unsure whether you should stay put or go back into the house and lock the door. Oops, I'm sorry, was that presumptuous? I've heard about you, but you have no idea who I am, do you? You shook your head and she removed her sunglasses to reveal sparkly ocean blue eyes. All of a sudden, she seemed a little more familiar. My son lives here and my ex too. With a bent smile, she lifted a hand to point at the condo across the street from your own house. She was Cove's mom. I can see that. She's cute. You didn't know why you hadn't realized sooner, now that you'd gotten a good look at her. She was super pretty. This beautiful lady was Cove's mother? Wow. No matter your thoughts on her, you still felt taken aback that she had appeared here so suddenly. Cove mentioned she was coming, but you hadn't gotten the impression it would be the very next day. She extended a hand again, this time for you to take, and you studied the manicured fingers in front of your face and the assortment of bracelets that dangled from her wrist. I'm Kyra Priest, you can call me Kyra. You shook her hand. You reached out and took her hand, and she shook yours firmly, grinning wide. I'm right, but you already know that. This is our mother-in-law. This is our mother-in-law. We need to be nice to her. Cove's mentioned you to me before. It's nice to officially meet you. Cove talked to you about his mom. He hadn't mentioned how he said things about you to her. What has Cove said about me? Oh, I can tell you that I've already said too much. Ah. She laughed good-naturedly. You couldn't be happy about that answer though. The sound of a door opening and closing caught both your attentions, and when you turned towards the sound, it was to find Cove exiting his house, his eyes skimming the ground. Considering just how tall he had grown, you kind of figured his mom also would have been tall, but she was much more on the short side, for an adult anyway. Cove's height must have come from his father.
My baby!
There you are. I thought you were gonna keep me standing out here all day. You tried to catch Cove's eyes as he walked towards you, but his gaze was firmly fixed on the sidewalk. When he finally crossed the road and looked up, he gave you a pitiful look. After the way he had acted last night, you knew he must be feeling pretty mixed up about this. You tried to wordlessly express that you understood. Cove and I are heading into town to grab something to eat while the snow is at work. Kyra beamed at Cove and ruffled his hair, which only seemed to upset him more. He assumed the snow she was talking about was Mr. Holden. Hey, you should come with us, Rye. I'd love to get to know you better. Yeah, you should come. There was a pleading in his tone that you couldn't miss. Of course, we'll run it by your parents first. Responsibility and all that.
Anywhoosies.
It'll give me an excuse to meet them, which I need to do at some point. It's important to be neighborly if I'm going to be roasting on this street for the time being. Let's go. Kyra walked ahead towards your house, and you hung back with Cove, who crinkled his nose as he watched her.
Sorry.
I'm sorry about her, but I really do want you to come. I don't want it to be just the two of us, not right now. You leaned in closer and whispered while checking around for anyone who might hear. What happened? Did your dad know you were gone? Cove shook his head and sighed heavily. Dad was so focused on Mom showing up that he didn't even notice. I thought when I heard them on the phone last night that it was something they were planning for the future. This morning Dad said it was supposed to be a surprise, and I guess I was surprised. She's gonna be here all summer. Oh. You were surprised to hear that too. Cove sighed again, even heavier. I'll go with you if you really want me to. He smiled, his shoulders relaxing a little in relief. Thanks, that'd be cool. The two of you headed over to where Cove's mom had just knocked on your front door and stood behind her. Mom answered the door after a minute, her eyebrows lifting in surprise at the group she found in front of her. You realized that, like you, she would have no idea that it was Cove's mom who was hanging with you. However, after blinking at the woman a couple of times and looking between her and Cove, the realization seemed to strike on her. Hello there, I'm Pamela.
I see.
I see you've met my kid, and I'm guessing you've already known Cove for a while. Kyra laughed and you and Cove exchanged looks at your parents' weird sense of humor. I'm Kyra Priest, Cove's mom. It's so nice to meet you. A head of purple-brown hair caught your eyes as Ma popped up behind Mom, squeezing herself in beside her. We have company. I was wondering what all the commotion was. She grinned excitedly at Kyra. The two of them introduced themselves and shook hands.
Hello.
Cove smiled at Ma shyly, and she gestured a hand towards the living room. There's no use hanging around in the doorway. Why don't you come in? I'd love to, but I promised to take my son out to eat, and I wouldn't want to hold you up with that surprise visit. Oh, I understand. You're welcome to stop by any time.
Of course.
I'll take you up on the offer when I can. Count on it. Would you mind too much if Fry went with Cove and I? My treat. We won't be driving, just a quick walk down the road. Sure, that sounds nice.
Have fun.
You gave your moms a look and they smiled at you fondly. You were happy they were letting you go. You could tell that Cove really needed the support and you were ready to be there for him.
Marvelous.
Expect us back in an hour or two. We look forward to seeing you again. Take care. Your parents waved goodbye to the three of you as you backed up onto the street. There was the sound of the front door closing behind you. I'm pretty positive I saw some restaurants when I was in the taxi, not too far from here.
Yeah.
It's a tourist town, isn't it? There's a lot of them around. It is kind of strange to see Cove give someone this much attitude. If he wasn't in the mood to be nice, he generally just kept to himself. Kara put her hands on her hips and smiled at her son.
Well,
You sound like the area expert. Do you have any recommendations for a place nearby? Why does her smile make her seem menacing? Gosh. Not really. Is she bad? Kara pouted at him a little and turned to you instead. How about you? Okay, this smile makes her look good. But her eyes make her seem fake. Gosh. Wanna point me in the right direction? Sure, I have a couple of favorites. You'd been to a lot of places in town and there were a couple that stood out from all the rest. There's a Chinese restaurant that me and my family go to all the time. It's my mom's favorite. There's also a tropical themed place that tries to be sort of fancy. Both sound like a treat. I'll leave it to you to pick for us since Cove is going through a phase over there. He half turned his face away. You insisted Cove contribute to the decision. It's okay, Cove. Tell us which you want more. He mumbled, sulkily, willing to reject his mom, but not you. I like the tropical place more. That's what I would have gone for too. With 2 votes in favor of one restaurant, it seemed it was settled. We can go there.
thank you.
Will you show us the way? You nodded, taking the lead of your little group as Cove and his mom followed behind you. Together, the 3 of you left the neighborhood behind. The walk was about 15 minutes, and along the way, Kara asked a lot of questions about the area. Cove was quiet most of the time, so you ended up answering her instead. Kara explained that she lived in a large city, and she loved how peaceful and relaxing everything seemed in Sunset Bad. The restaurant was busy as usual, but luckily you were shown right to a small table. Kara lowered herself into the chair, while Cove picked the one diagonal to her, not facing her or to her side. It was awkward. Let's see, to start, what would you all like to drink? I'll get an orange soda.
Noted.
Just water. Lemon or anything? There's sugar on the table. No? Sure. Kara placed the order for your drinks, getting a black hot coffee for herself, and it didn't take long before they were brought to the table and sat in front of you. You took a long sip of your drink as you looked around the restaurant. Your small group checked over the menus, deciding what to order. The last time you came here, the dish you ordered was amazing. You wanted to order something different this time. Kara and Cove didn't need any encouragement for this. They were totally focused on the information in front of them. Soon the meals too were ordered and the menus taken away. You glanced at the table surface, waiting to figure out what to say. Cove sank back further into his seat and avoided eye contact. He started to twiddle his thumbs while acting like all this was perfectly normal. His sour feelings today were unignorable. Instead of asking more open questions he'd brush off, Kara had mercy on her son and instead put her focus towards you.
So?
What's a few things that you're into? There's gotta be something you do for fun, especially now that you're not buried in school assignments. I'm really into Cove. Kara let out a sudden laugh, and Cove gasped beside you. It was a dramatic enough inhale that he almost choked on the soda. You shrugged at the reaction. It was a truthful answer to the question. Right. Cove whispered at you disapprovingly, obscuring part of his face with a hand, but Kara only waved him off and encouraged you to go on. We spend time together when we can. I like it. Well, we have something in common. Oh, here she looks somehow sweet. Kara smiled at Cove. who didn't look too impressed by either of you at that moment. I'm happy to learn more about you. There's so much I hadn't heard. Cove leaves the details out. He was trying not to pay attention, but you could tell he was uncomfortable. Hoping it would clear some of the tension in the air, you decided to ask Kara a few questions of your own. Cove hadn't told you much about her, and you were curious to know more about this woman who was such a big part of his life. What exactly do you do for work? Let me guess, she's an artist. Oh, okay. I'm a travel writer for magazines and things. I keep people in the loop on what's seeing. It's good work. She looks like she paints too. Wow. Where do you live normally? Nevada. Have you ever been there? You shook your head. It's a beautiful place. Check it out if you can. What do you like to do? Spend time with my little boy, of course, and traveling. A real shock, huh? Are you in a new relationship? Why did you and Mr. Holden get divorced? I'm really curious about that. I'm gonna ask. I mean, you're giving me the chance to ask. I'm gonna ask all these questions. Let's be messy, bring the drama. Are you in a new relationship now? Kyra brushed the question off lightly. Not at present. Okay, so why did you and Mr. Holden get divorced? Cove nudged you in the arm, and when you looked at him, he seemed furious. Kyra brushed the question off lightly. That's grown-up stuff. You should enjoy your youth while you can, without having to worry about all that. Oh my god! Our husband is mad at us. What? Whose fault is that? Not me, it's all Kyra's. She's the one who asked me to ask her questions. Cove sipped his soda angrily, slapping up the remaining drink with furrowed brows. He looked ready to run straight out of the restaurant. You weren't sure if coming along had ended up making the lunch better or worse. You gave him a sympathetic look. Cove eventually noticed you watching him, and you gave him a look to let him know you were there for him. It took a couple of moments, but finally, he cracked a smile, and that made you feel a little lighter inside. Oh, thank God. You two seemed really cute together. Cove covered his face with his hands and leaned back in his seat.
Seriously?
Mom, why would you say that? Thanks, we're cute. Very. Your meals are delivered shortly after that, and everything was so delicious. Even Cove enjoyed his food.
Okay.
Alright, now that you're all full and content, can you explain please why you've had a bug up your butt all day? Cove's face scrunched at that. Seriously, baby, what did Mom do to make you this mad? I haven't even been around a full day yet. He gripped the edge of the table, refusing to make eye contact. The words he spoke were barely audible over the din of the restaurant. Dean? What the hell is Dean? You could have told me. She leaned forward to not miss anything else, eyebrows raised. Told you what? He finally seemed to find his voice and spoke the thoughts that had been on his mind. That I wasn't gonna visit you this year, that you were gonna be coming instead. Didn't you invite me? You wanted me here with you. Cove's eyes began to shake, and his frustration ebbed. I don't want you to be around, but I didn't know it'd be like this. It's not the same, and nobody said anything.
I see.
Her expression grew tense. She threaded her fingers together and placed her hands in front of her on the table. We've both been gifted another Clifford surprise. Referring to that as a Clifford surprise almost caused both you and Cove to crack a smile. You also had no idea his name wasn't just Cliff. Over 5 years, nobody had ever called him Clifford until now. She smoothed her hair out, not letting go of her stern look. The more things change, the more they stay the same. They let out identical sighs but smiled weakly at one another afterwards.
I'm sorry.
I can go home, Cove. We can still set up a normal trip to my place before the summer ends. Cove's lips tightly closed together. He seriously pondered the option.
I mean...
I think I do want you to stay. I miss it when you're not there. My heart! She reached across the gap, grabbed his face and planted a kiss on his cheek. Cove tried to wiggle away. Mom, stop. I'm sorry. Sweet young men need to be smooched by their parents. If I don't, they'll take away my mom license. Kara was completely enthused by Cove's admission. She looks crazy right now. What is that look on your face, Kyra? That tone of seriousness did return to her voice and the conversation continued. Do you want to talk to your dad, too?
No!
Cove had snapped the word instantly, but reeled his annoyance back in just as quickly. Maybe later, not today.
It's alright.
I understand, we can shelve it. Thanks, Mom. Thank you for talking to me, little mister. She grinned affectionately at him before turning away. And thank you, Rai. Huh? What did I do? It's easy to act like a baby with your mom. It's harder to keep that up with your neighbor watching everything. Especially when you really care about what said neighbor thinks of you. She winked. Mom! She just ruffled his hair with a laugh, then moved her hand down to tap the end of his nose. And that was how the issue was resolved, at least between Cove and his mom. When the three of you left the restaurant and Kyra had paid the bill, you walked back to your neighborhood slowly. You had eaten so much by that time you were beginning to feel sleepy. It didn't help that the lunch had happened late and the sun was already beginning to descend from the sky. But eventually you reached your street. Someone was there to greet your group upon arrival. Mr. Clifford. He looks really cute with the long hair. Welcome back, family. And Rai, too.
Huh.
Cliff. Dad. The two walked past him into the condo without sparing another word. Despite the summer heat, their shoulders were cold. I'm in trouble. He rubbed the back of his neck with a crooked smile, but his eyes were soft as he looked on after them. He's so much like his mom, don't you think? You gave a vague nod, not sure what he was expecting you to do. He nodded back, far more energetically. Okay, have a nice night. You too, Mr. Holden. With that, Cove's dad disappeared to join the others inside. It was your turn to go home now. Summer hadn't started off at all how you imagined it would have, though it turned out to set the tone well. Having Kara in the neighborhood was a new experience for not only you and Cove, but also both your families, and a dull moment was rarely had. The family shopping trip had lasted most of the morning, and you still had to unload everything from the trunk before you could go enjoy the afternoon. You cradled another bag in your arms as you headed towards your house. It was one of the heavier bags from the grocery store, loaded with fresh apples, ripe tomatoes, a bunch of carrots, and even half a watermelon. Mommy! Ma came out the front door and paused just ahead of you.
It's no trouble.
Need any help with that? I can bring it the rest of the way if you want me to. Yes, please, it will be helpful. Mommy stepped forward to take the bag from your arms, and you made a quick run to get another bag. You passed Ma again on your way back to the house, and she gave you an encouraging grin and rustled her fingers through your black hair. You set the next bag on the counter. Your older sister began to root around inside for the contents with a sigh. How much is left? Still a few more bags. With a huff and a puff, Elizabeth continued putting away the groceries, and you retreated out of the kitchen before you could become the target of her bad mood.
Be careful.
You hadn't been looking where you were going and bumped right into Mom, almost stepping on her toes to boot. Sorry. I can give you a pass this time, but be sure to watch where you're going. If you run into the wrong person, you might get your license revoked. She grinned at the bad jokes as you continued through the door. Outside, Ma had started organizing what remained and putting back any loose objects that had fallen out during the trip. When you stepped up to the trunk beside her, she took in a big breath of air, her dress gently swaying around in the breeze.
It's a shame.
It's a shame we had to spend the morning cooped up in that shopping center. It's a beautiful day, don't you think? You tilted your head to the sky, gazing at the clear blue expanse. Yeah, it is. You closed your eyes and enjoyed the way the sun warmed your face for a few moments before turning back to help Ma with the groceries. Sunbathing seems like a good idea. Oh, hi, Cove. He noticed Mom wave over at Cove, who had just exited his front door, his surfboard propped up under one arm. Let me see, surfboard and wetsuit. Where might you be off onto this beautiful day? Cove instantly startled, not having realized your family was also out here. Even though your mom was the one who called out, you were the one he looked at. He looks cute. He tried to settle down again. He jogged across the pavement to properly say hello to you and your parents. Look at how he looks at us. Gosh. It was decidedly awkward since Cove had trouble figuring out how close to stand to you. The addition of his unwieldy surfboard made the whole thing seem even clumsier. Careful with that thing, you'll put someone's eyes out. Mom chuckled and got a whispered reproach from Ma for it.
Pam.
Go easy on him. Cove winced. Sorry, Mrs. Don't mind her, honey. It's a beautiful day for surfing. I haven't been out on the waves in a long time. I'm jealous. Yeah, I'm hoping to get a few good waves before it gets dark. Hi, Cove. He had relaxed a lot when Ma spoke to him, but the rigidity came back as soon as you said something.
Hey.
Cove managed to grin, and it almost felt like you had butterflies in your stomach. Do you want to come hang out there later? You noticed the flush of red on his cheeks, but that might have just been from the heat. Sure, I'll meet you there when we're done. Cool. When he spoke again, he tried to contain some of the excitement that was clearly ready to burst. It'll be fun. You're not done unloading, right? Can I help?
No.
This is our job. You go enjoy the beach. Bri can catch up as soon as she's finished here. Alright, I'll see you. Yeah, bye for now. Cove headed on down to the beach with more skip in his step than normal. It was really cute. You smiled softly to yourself at the thought that you'd be joining him soon. He sure seemed to pack up after you agreed to meet him there. I wonder why that could be. Ma! Now who's giving him a hard time? Lani.
Josh.
It's different. Mom's face broke into an incredulous grin. In what way? I'm being supportive and he can't hear it. Mom full on laughed that time.
Lonnie.
You're the worst of us when it comes to this. Honestly, I keep trying to warn people but they won't listen. I only want to help. I think it's fair to say he might need it. Meddler, but you have a point. Right? You narrowed your eyes at their teasing, and they simply chuckled conspiratorially before taking more bags from the trunk and heading inside. Once everything had finally been taken in and put away, you got yourself ready to meet Cove at the beach. You had a surfboard in your room that you wanted to take with you. You'd been practicing your surfing more and more lately. It was always ready to go. After grabbing your board and getting everything ready, you headed down to the beach.
Have fun.
Stay safe. When you arrived at the shore, you were greeted by the crash of waves and the soft calls of seagulls. You took in a lungful of the ocean air and felt your brown skin warm in the sun. You noticed a small setup nearby with a towel, some sunscreen and a bottle of water. It must be Cove's. You spotted Cove himself nearby. He hadn't gone out to sea yet. He was just sitting in the sand at the water's edge, his board propped up beside him. You strolled up beside him. Hey, I'm here. Bye. He looked up at you with a smile and quickly hopped to his feet. I was wondering if you're still coming. I wouldn't have missed it. He chuckled shyly at your insistence. Okay. Then he cast his eyes out towards the waves. Cove, I'm not that good at surfing. He dragged a toe through the sand, feeling silly but still worried nonetheless. He gave a bent smile and snorted a bit. I'm not either, we're just gonna have fun, right? Yeah. His words made you feel better and the two of you headed into the water together. I thought he was gonna teach us. You paddled out into the sea to where the good waves were. The water was cool against your skin.
It's nice.
Not too calm, but nothing crazy. It looks perfect today. He smiled at you and you couldn't help but smile back. You felt totally content. Until Cove kicked the water a little too hard and it inadvertently splashed you. Hey! Sorry. The apology did not come across as especially repentant, as he was practically laughing when he said it. You splashed him back. You laughed but waited for an opening for revenge. The second he looked away, you kicked back, spraying him. Aww! Look at us flirting. It quickly devolved into a splash war. You had no idea who was winning at the point when the ocean decided to throw its weight around and douse you both with a tall wave. Cove laughed, his smile infectious. You couldn't help but join in. Draw? Yeah. You nodded at one another from your boards, bringing the war to a peaceful end. Hey, let's get going. You agreed. No doubt there was room for you to do something good. You are ready to have some fun. You started taking on waves. Cove tried out a few tricks and you got into the rhythm of finding just the right waves. Have you ever thought of what the fish and other ocean animals think we're doing here? All the time, have you?
Not really.
So why would you ask? Okay. It seemed that was all he was going to say on the topic. He started to turn away to paddle to the next wave when he spoke again. Oh, that's weird. Cove reached in the water and pulled out something small and brown. Was it a tiny stick? That is not what I thought he was gonna pick up. A clothespin? Cove looked at it with disbelief. He blinked slowly, then he raised the clothespin with a mischievous look in his eye. I guess it's needed. How else would dolphins hang up their flippers? They've gotta be stored somehow. You're adorable. Cove reddened and pinched the clothespin open and closed as he looked away from you. You played around for the rest of the afternoon and kept chatting in between the waves. You thought about how you had surfed today. You did pretty good. You're definitely improving. A while ago, you never would have been able to ride some of today's waves. You really were learning. If you kept this up, who knew how good you'd be at the end of summer? Cove gave you a lot of encouragement about your performance. What an afternoon. The setting sun was visible on the horizon. Every time you would look away, it had sunk a little lower. The beach was darkening but still pleasantly warm. You knew you should get out of the water before it was completely dark in the sea. You rode one last wave to get back to the beach. There you picked up your surfboard and gave it a quick once-over. Cove followed behind you to the shore. He put his board with his other things and grabbed his towel to start drying off. As he ruffled his hair with the towel, you watched the sunset together. The colors were beautiful in the distance and the shadows around you deepened. There was no need for words between you two as you both enjoyed the sight for a moment. Cove broke the silence. The waves are good today, I think. Yeah, totally. He nodded mildly. You've gotten so good. This is so romantic. You couldn't help but smile at the praise. It meant a lot coming from him. You chatted a little more until the conversation truly died out, and all you heard was the rhythmic sound of waves. Then Cove sighed. The day can't be over, not yet. He scowled into the distance as if the sun exiting the sky was a personal offense. Don't you think it should be longer? It felt long enough to me. Cove stood up straight in defiance of the approaching darkness. I'm not gonna go home yet. I wanna go somewhere I don't know. Cove was still dripping in salt water, so you aren't sure what the alternative was, but suits were fine for the beach and not much else. It wasn't a good idea for him to lug his surfboard around town either. We'll sure be welcome anywhere soaking wet like this. Cove finally took note of his current state and laughed. He shrugged. Then he looked down the shore with wide, shining eyes. There's at least one place that's always okay to hang out in, no matter what time it is. The park. You nodded. The park was virtually always empty. Even Elizabeth only went over there nowadays if she was looking for you. How times have changed. She used to be so protective of the place. In fact, the only person there was a chance of running into might be that Jeremy kid again. You brought the idea up to Cove and he cringed, but I'm still going. The sun is still there, a little. I'm staying out as long as it is. You tagged along. Okay, let's go. Cove took a minute to put his stuff in order. He made sure to get it all, though it didn't take much care to shake the sand off. You dealt with your own things. You took your time to pack your bag. The two of you finished at about the same time. He led the way down the beach to the park. It wasn't far, so it didn't take you long at all. The sun still hadn't completely disappeared just yet when you made your arrival. Cove stuck his surfboard upright in the sand and tossed his towel over top. By now, the two of you were mostly dry. The summer breeze on your skin kept you pleasantly warm. Cove idly went over to the monkey bars. He grabbed them, feet flat on the ground, and pretended to go across. He had definitely grown in the past few years. You were still short enough to use the monkey bars yourself. Sometimes being tiny had its perks. When he got to a bar in the middle, Cove pulled himself up and through, then sat on top of the bars. His legs dangled off the side of the bar he perched on. You joined him on the monkey bars. You looked above yourself to inspect the monkey bars. You might have been short, but that just gave you more experience in climbing things. You leaped and grabbed at one of the bars, using the momentum to swing yourself up. It took a little more scrambling, but you made it to the top. Cove seemed impressed. You settled on the monkey bar like it was a throne. You didn't get to be above everything often. Guess what? He smiled broadly and raised an eyebrow. He's not here. Right, it was true. There wasn't a single sign of Jeremy. Looks like it was just going to be the two of you tonight. Just the two of us. Cove hung his head and groaned dramatically. Your eyes widened when he whipped his head back up.
No way!
I can't believe how dumb my parents are for forcing me to come to this stupid place. Is he making fun of Jeremy? You were taken aback and blinked for a second before you realized he was quoting Jeremy. Don't scare me like that. One Jeremy is enough. Cove chuckled back at you, a mischievous glint in his eye. You looked around, the old park, the streets you knew, like the back of your hand, and the beach. These were your stomping grounds. You wondered how Cove actually felt. How much was his joke just a joke? And how much was sincere dislike of this place? Moving had never been his choice. Do you actually like this neighborhood? Do you really have to ask that? Cove kicked his legs carelessly as they dangled. He smiled softly. I like it here, I really do. It's a nice place. He didn't hesitate. There was no uncertainty. That was his genuine opinion. His skin looks pinkish. You're the best thing in the neighborhood, Cove. Cove flashed and started kicking his legs wildly like he was running in place. It didn't take long for the day to finally draw to a close. Is he closer to us than normal? The sun was gone and it was dark. I feel like he's too close this time. Not that I'm complaining. Keep moving closer. We chatted a while longer, but it was definitely winding down. I'm not gonna say anything. You sat in the dark in silence. Cove shifted positions so that his back was on the monkey bars, and he looked up at the stars. You wondered how comfortable that could be. Look at the moon, it's so clear tonight. You glanced up and saw a great gibbous moon. Swirling over the sky, a few clouds covered the sparkling stars above. Too bad we can't stay forever. I really thought we were gonna have our first kiss. When is that gonna happen? Cove sighed. It was time to go home. He hopped down from the monkey bars with a thump when his feet hit the ground. You clambered down the monkey bars yourself. You lowered yourself more slowly than Cove and barely made a sound when your feet reached the ground. Cove grabbed his surfboard and threw his towel around his neck. With his water bottle in hand, he was ready. You both began your trek up the road. It was a quiet night and you didn't run into anyone else. In what felt like no time at all, you had reached your street. As you walked, Cove smiled to himself. It was a soft expression and you couldn't help but wonder what put it there. Everything okay? I just remember when we were younger, it used to be such a big deal to come home after dark. You could indeed recall, if you got sandy, your parents will have something to say. If you got wet, your parents will have more to say. And if you came home after dark, well, your mums and his dad better have said it was okay beforehand. You used to need permission for everything. That small comment he made exposed just how much freedom you really had this summer. Cove looked up into the sky, a smile still on his face as the two of you walked side by side reminiscing. When you came to your houses, you turned to each other. Thanks for today, Rai. It was nice seeing you. Cove waved and you both turned around to your respective houses. This is a pleasant end to the outing, you thought. Early one afternoon, you found yourself in the living room with your family. It was another one of those summer days where it felt too hot to go outside, but it was too uncomfortable to do anything inside either. The air conditioner was cranked up as far as you could negotiate it, but everyone was still being pretty lazy. You, your moms and sister were lounging around while the TV blared on in the backdrop, ignored by all of you. You specifically were lying spread eagle on the carpet. You stared up at the ceiling, your eyes unfocused and mind clear of all thoughts. Elizabeth broke the silence with a loud groan. You glanced over. She was lying on her back over the couch, massaging her calf with one hand.
Ugh.
I feel terrible. I'm dying in this house and my legs hurt. Mom looked up from the magazine she'd barely been flipping through and frowned, concerned. Could you have strained them somehow? Elizabeth flailed briefly, then flopped onto her side with a heavy sigh. I don't know, it just hurts.
Sweetie.
Ma got up from her seat at the kitchen table and walked over to your sister. She did a light pat on Elizabeth's shoulder sympathetically. I'm sorry you have to deal with that. Maybe it's growing pains. You could be taller by next fall. Elizabeth scoffed. She didn't look impressed by Ma's assessment. I'd rather be my height forever than deal with this. Mom walked over too, leaning against the back of the couch. Kids, they grow up so fast. Soon Elizabeth will have a home of her own, maybe even with a nice husband and some kids if she feels like it. She sniffled loudly and wiped at her eye, but you could tell that it was just a bit. You tilted your head. Even though you knew Elizabeth liked guys, it was hard to imagine her with a boyfriend or a husband. She only seemed invested in hanging out with her group of friends, not chasing after boys. Mom must agree with you because she shook her head.
No.
Let's not exaggerate, she's still practically a child. But if you ever do pursue romance, Elizabeth, you can come talk to me about it. Definitely, we're always willing to lend an ear. Elizabeth's features contorted in disgust.
No.
No way, I'm not talking to my moms about that. Mom's jaw dropped and she gasped in an exaggerated display of shock. Her hand came up to rest against her chest. Ma only grinned. She didn't look offended by Elizabeth's quick response at all. It really wouldn't be so bad to come to us. I know what it's like to have a crush on a pretty boy or two. I don't, but I can listen anyway. Mom snorted at her own joke while Ma burst into giggles. They were having a little too much fun at Elizabeth's expense. Elizabeth certainly wasn't feeling the amusement because she rolled her eyes and sat up.
Thanks.
I'm going back to my room. I'd rather melt alone, thanks. That is funny. She strode off towards the staircase, taking the steps two at a time. Your mom stared after her, then turned to each other with raised eyebrows. Oops, looks like we scared her off with all that romance talk.
Well?
We'll get her next time. You watched them titter with some surprise. So, who is Elizabeth dating? I really want to know. Obviously, your moms liked women, but you had no idea that Ma liked guys too. Today was the first time you'd had her say something like that. Ma, I always thought you only liked ladies. You like guys too? Ma turned to you, happy to bring you into things. Now that you'd spoken up, she smiled and nodded. That's right, I like both. But I like your mom most out of everyone. She's special. Ma's smile turned all soft in the corners, like it usually did when she looked at her. She pinched Mom's cheek lightly. Mom reached up to cup her hand over Ma's. Even when Ma stopped pulling her cheek, their hands remained clasped together.
You're fantastic.
Thanks, Lani. I think most women have charm, but no one can hold a candle to you.
Oh.
Pamela. Ma beamed, then kissed Mom on the cheek she'd been pinching before. You thought the moment was very sweet. You smiled to yourself at the sight. No matter how often your moms expressed their feelings for each other, it was always nice to witness it. Oh, I want this to be me and Cove. Ma looked back at you, letting Mom's hand go with a brief squeeze. She settled down next to you and Mom followed soon after. You know, I'm also here to listen to you whenever you're ready. That offer isn't just for Elizabeth. I knew this was coming. In fact, I think that talk might be needed sooner for you. After all, you already have someone. Isn't that right? Mom shook her head and elbowed Ma, but it was futile. Meddler. Yeah, that's true. Ma giggled and smiled, no doubt pleased that you admitted it so readily. There's no rush, of course. You can take all the time you need to figure out what or who you want.
It's okay.
Don't think you have to stick with whatever you come up with right now. Either life's nice like that, it can change and you can learn. Mom nodded her agreement. The two of us are happy to hear you out, and we may be able to relate better than you think. Still, we won't push the topic. At least most of the time. She gave Ma the weakest scathing look possible while being unable to stop grinning. Thanks. I'll think about it.
Wonderful.
That's all we ask for. Mom let out another exaggerated sniffle. It didn't take a genius to realize it was fake. First Elizabeth and now you. Right, you have to grow up. Children tend to do that from time to time. Your parents quickly grew absorbed in their conversation about rearing kids. You took that as your key to leave, getting up so you could spend some time alone in your room too. They let you go without problem, so you made your way up the stairs. You let out a sigh once you stepped into your room. It was just as sweltering in there as it was in the living room, possibly even a little warmer. You couldn't even open your windows since it was hot outside and you just let the AC out. You dragged your feet as you crossed the room. You checked your current sweltering condition in the mirror as you passed by it. You thought back to the conversation you'd had downstairs about growing up and all that. After a moment, you stepped a bit closer to the mirror. You stared into it, then turned away from the surface to look down at yourself. You were definitely growing, all right. It was weird thinking about how you are now in comparison to what you'd been when you were younger. You shuffled over to your bed, collapsing onto the mattress, your brows scrunched up in thoughts. Time passed slowly, and to your annoyance, possible ideas about what to do were few and far between. You weren't sure how long it had been, but eventually you had your mom call you from downstairs. Is it Cove? Right. There's a call for you. Cove wants to come over. Is that all right? You packed up at the word, sitting up in bed. You yelled back to her immediately. Yeah! You got to your feet and headed downstairs. You got to see your friend. You needed to go downstairs soon anyway because your empty stomach told you it was almost time for lunch. Just as you reached the bottom of the stairs, you saw Mom put the phone back on the receiver. She glanced at Ma, leaning her hip against the kitchen counter.
What a pickle.
Well, here comes trouble. We better prepare ourselves. Ma clicked her tongue in clear disapproval of Mom's words. He's such a good boy. Cove never wants to cause trouble. He can just be a bit thoughtless and impulsive. Oh, I know, he's very sweet, but that's what makes it more of a problem. If a stranger or some kid from school was egging Ryan to behave badly, I think we can both agree that she'd do the right thing in the end. But if Cove hauled and got into a reckless mood and wanted Ryan to be a part of the ride, can we really be certain of what call she'd make then?
Yes.
I think so. She helps Cove settle down. He would have gotten himself in even more trouble without her.
Thanks.
You have a point. Ma just laughed as she turned away, still snorting. Her eyes met yours. She blinked in surprise, then waved at you with an easy grin. One of my mothers doesn't like Cove. What? Mom looked over, noticing you at the foot of the stairs as well.
Oh.
I didn't expect you to come down already. I just wanted to let you know what is happening. You called Mom out on her comments. Well, if I hadn't come now, then I wouldn't have heard everything you said.
Him?
You got caught.
What?
You were saying things too. I didn't say anything I wouldn't have told to Rai directly. Oh, you're unbelievable. You shook your head at your parents even as you fought a blush when you remembered just what they'd been discussing. Alright, you got me. I'm sorry for being gossipy and saying that about your friend. I can be bad too.
Let's go.
Mom sighed in mock defeat and made her way down the hall. Ma followed after her with a hushed giggle. Now you are alone in the living room, tasked with waiting for Cove. And that was just fine with you. If it hadn't been so hot outside, you would have visited him at his house a long time ago. You took a seat at the kitchen counter and settled in for the wait. As expected, there was a knock on the door a few minutes later. When you got up and answered it, your neighbor was standing on the other side. He came in once you stepped aside to let him pass, giving a little wave. You greeted him as you typically did, with a hug. He stiffened in your arms, then relaxed seconds after. One would think he'd be used to your hugs after all these years. Hey, his voice was cracked as he struggled to say something. You didn't feel worried about that. It was how he usually reacted when you were close by. Cove sighed and wiped at his face a bit. You noted the sheen of sweat across his brow. He must be glad to be back in an air-conditioned place, even if he only had to walk across the street to get there. Is something going on? Why do you want to come over? I don't want to do anything, not when it's like this. He gestured vaguely to the humid air hanging around.
So...
I thought I could at least do nothing with you. Oh, that's so sweet. I was thinking the exact same thing. You grinned and he smiled back, and that was all there was to it. Both of you were on the same page. Have you had lunch yet? I was gonna do it soon. He shook his head.
Not really.
I haven't really felt like eating because of the heat. I probably should have lunch. I didn't have breakfast this morning. Great, we can eat lunch together. Cove nodded, looking content with the suggestion. Okay, cool. As one, you headed into the kitchen. You crossed your arms as you glanced around, wondering what you should scrounge up for a meal. I don't wanna eat anything that's warmed up. Is there something cold or not cooked? Yeah. After a bit of back and forth, the two of you concluded that you should raid the fridge and cabinet in order to make sandwiches. With that settled, you had planned to decide on the outside layers first. There was a wide variety to choose from since everyone in your house had their own favorites. There was white bread, wheat bread, sourdough, mixed grains, gluten-free bread, and pita pockets.
Hey.
Could you take the green one for me? Sure. You reached for the mixed grains, then made your decision. Oh, cinnamon swirl. You pulled out the cinnamon swirl bread too, setting both items onto the counter. Then you had to decide what main direction the sandwich will go in. You wanted to make a sweeter style of sandwich because you chose cinnamon. Something sweet will be perfect in this sweltering heat. As for the specific ingredients... Oh, chocolate hazelnut spread, yes. Can I go with that? You nodded to yourself with a quiet hand, satisfied. The two of you bustled around the kitchen, opening and closing things in order to collect everything you needed for your individual sandwiches. You focused intensely on assembling your own, for the most part. When you were close to being done though, you glanced over at your neighbor. Cove was putting his sandwich together delicately, his brow furrowed and tongue sticking out just barely. There were open jars of peanut butter and honey near his plate as well as a banana peel. Did he copy me? So he was making a peanut butter, banana and honey sandwich on mixed grain bread. That sounded great. Maybe you'd have one yourself a different time. Curiosity satiated, you turned back to your plate and finished your own creation. By the time you were done, Cove had already cleaned up his workstation. He turned to face you, studying your sandwich briefly. A small smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. You guessed it didn't look inedible to him at least. Done? Yeah.
Cool.
He waited as you quickly returned the ingredients and cleaned a few utensils. Then the two of you collected your respective plates. You both agreed on heading upstairs to hang out in your room. You and Cove entered your bedroom while balancing your food on the plates. Nothing fell, so it was a successful trip. Cove took a seat on the ground, stretching out on the hardwood floor in an attempt to keep a bit cooler. He immediately took a big bite of his sandwich, chewed, then hummed happily. This sandwich is really good, at least that's something. At this point, you sat down and started on your own sandwich. He nodded. You were enjoying yours too. Obviously, you are a pro at making sandwiches. He leaned back on his hands while chewing and glanced around. His every movement was sluggish. Wanna do something? Oh my god. Our first kiss? Yes. It seemed the plan of not doing anything at all had already won thin, despite his lack of enthusiasm. Yeah. He rolled his head back, looking up at the ceiling. What about Hangman? What's that? Yeah, neither of you had much energy. You put your plate to the side and pulled out some markers and scrap paper. Huh. When are we gonna have our first kiss? I'm tired of waiting. As you laid everything on the floor, he scooted back to make more room in front of you. Cove picked up one of the markers with his right hand, while keeping a half slice of sandwich in his left.
That's,
Can I pick the phrase? Go ahead, I don't mind. He smiled briefly before he bent over the paper and began sketching the hangman frame. Then he stopped, pursing his lips in thought. He tapped the end of his marker against his cheek. You watched silently as Cove looked down at the paper, up at your face, and then off to the side in a loop. His marker kept tapping his cheek the entire time. You raised an eyebrow. He'd suggested the game and wanted to pick the phrase, but it looked like he didn't actually have anything in mind for it. Finally, he put empty lines on the paper to signify spots for letters. Alright, you can start guessing. You peered over. His secret phrase consisted of 3 words. The first 2 had 3 letters and the last had 4. You thought hard about what your first guess would be. See, you got one. Wait, really? After the first round, you were about to take another bite of your sandwich when a thought occurred to you. I wonder if anyone turned off the TV downstairs. The TV, it was on earlier, but no one was really watching. Then everyone started leaving the living room. I know I didn't turn it off. It might still be on downstairs with no one there. Cove smiled crookedly at that.
Oh.
Poor show. Playing with no one around to enjoy it. What was it? You squinted off into the middle distance, trying to recall the show's name. I feel like it was some kind of crime-solving drama. Cove nodded sleepily, his eyes closed, then opened again with some effort. Can you give any specifics? Maybe I can guess it. Well, you rested your chin on your open palm, groggily thinking as hard as you could. I remember there was a woman with the long blonde hair, I think. She was the one solving crimes, like as a detective or something. There were scenes in a police station, because someone got arrested. You lapsed into silence, the both of you thoughtful. Then Cove chuckled. It wasn't that funny, but you joined in the laughter anyway.
I don't know.
Me neither, and I just saw it. Enter one letter of the alphabet. A? Good guess. Another round came and went, and Cove grumbled as he readjusted himself. His features were twisting in a grimace. I feel so sticky. I'm gonna be stuck to this floor forever now. You can be my new roomie if you want. He smiled slightly at your joking suggestion. Who said I was joking? That wouldn't be so bad. You couldn't help but smile too. Now that you thought about it, being roommates with Cove will be fun. Then you returned to the game. D? No, sorry, I'm gonna start adding the little person. Cove spoke up once more, catching your attention. He was staring down at the piece of paper between you, his expression thoughtful. You know, Hangman is kind of a creepy game. Why did people come up with it? Why did they play it? It's a really old game, no one's sure where the name came from. I don't even know what this game is, never heard of it. Really? Nobody knows? Not for sure.
Wow.
Cove sounded impressed that you knew that piece of trivia. You sat up straighter under the weight of his stare. Commonly used letters. E. Yep, that's right. By this point, Cove had finished his sandwich. Yours was almost gone too, but now you are getting thirsty. You brought it up to your neighbor. Should we go downstairs to get some drinks? I was thinking that too, but I don't really want to get up. Me neither. You looked over at him, narrowing your eyes with false suspicion. But hey, what happened to you not being able to get up ever again because you were stuck to the floor? That's still true. I mean, we're not actually going, are we? I only thought about it. You rolled your eyes and dropped the issue, defeated. Cove grinned a little at your disappointment over his victory. You are cute! I thought the last one was gonna say come, but now I see you are cute. Oh my god, he is professing his love for us. Let's say R. Yes! You're really close. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. See, I knew it. I'm so nervous. We're gonna have a first kiss. Okay, calm down. Calm down. Oh, you are cute. That was the phrase that Cove had spent so long settling on it. You stared at it. A few correct letters in, you had a feeling you knew what the phrase was. Still, you felt butterflies in your stomach at seeing it, clear as day on the paper. You took in the words for a moment longer, then you looked up at Cove. And I the time of my life, and I've never felt this way before. He had trouble meeting your shocked gaze, a smile settling awkwardly on his lips. His next words left him in a mumble. It is all I could think of at the time. You wrapped your arms around him. Where's the kiss? It was instinct. You leaned over and wrapped your arms around him in a hug. No, you're cute. Cove smiled a bit more, clearly still feeling awkward about the move he pulled. He turned away from you, his cheeks tinted pink. A moment passed between the two of you. Now would be the perfect time to change the subject, but you didn't. He didn't either. Things started feeling a bit more personal all of a sudden. You looked into Cove's ocean eyes and saw yourself staring back. I really think you're cute. Seriously. No, let's ask him how he feels about us. Did you mean it? Do you really think I'm cute? Cove didn't crack a smile or tell you he was joking. He just firmly kept his gaze. Yeah. Finally, he broke the eye contact. I've heard at some point you're supposed to start liking types of people, guys or girls or whoever. I'm so happy.
I don't know.
I haven't really noticed that yet. Nothing's changed. Not in a big way, not for everybody. Maybe I have to grow up more, but at least with... You waited, but he trailed off. He wasn't going to keep talking. You frowned, a little disappointed. You wished that he had continued with what he was saying. You shook off the strangeness of the situation and tried to be supportive. Maybe you just don't like anybody, or maybe you like all types of people. That's normal too. I was promised a kiss. Where is it? Cove seemed to appreciate that thought, if the smile that appeared on his lips was an indication. Finally, the blazing sun began to set. To your relief, the air cooled down a bit as a result. You pulled yourself off the floor, as did Cove. With some minor complaint, you both stretched your arms, groaning and yawned into your hands. You glanced out your window briefly, taking in the soft reds, pinks and purples of the late afternoon sky. Somehow you had made it through the scorching hot day in one piece. Cove turned towards you, motioning towards your window with his chin. Wanna go outside? It might be better out there than it is here now. Sounds good, I could really use some fresh air. The two of you took your time heading downstairs. You stopped briefly to grab a drink of water, then continued on your way. You stopped outside, one after the other, your destination being the familiar hills behind your house. This time of day it was quiet outside. The flowers blew gently in the wind, petals trembling but stubbornly hanging in there. You felt the breeze cool your heated skin, and you relaxed your shoulders. Cove closed his eyes, releasing a deep breath. I really love it out here. I do too. Cove smiled, tendrils of his hair danced with the wind. A bit passed, but his gaze didn't stray from your own. His voice was impossibly soft when he spoke up again. I'm glad I met you. You're really important to me, you know. You're special to me, Cove. Your voice came out equally delicate. From the way his features brightened, though, you knew he had you. Then Cove reached over and held your hand without another word. Even as the sun disappeared completely and the sky darkened, you and Cove remained side by side for as long as you possibly could. The sun warmed your skin from its place in the sky and you closed your eyes, enjoying the mix of the heat with the pleasant breeze that drifted past you. You and Lee had spread out a blanket on top of one of the hills behind your house and had been relaxing there for a while now. Lee had come over earlier in the day, and while a range of activities had been discussed, from staying home to heading down to the beach, a picnic on the hill had been the choice you both settled on. A small spread was laid out in front of you, some bottled water, soft drinks, as well as chips and sliced fruit. You sat up and reached for a snack, listening to Lee talk about the musical she had gotten to see a few days ago. It was unbelievable. There was singing, dancing, and crazy stunts, and it was all done live right in front of my face. Maybe one day we could go together. I've gotta see more shows like that. You smiled at Lee's enthusiasm, knowing how much she enjoyed singing and performing. She was good at it too. You had gotten the chance to hear her sing a couple of tunes, and you knew she put a lot of effort into it. You also liked to sing and had talent of your own. It was nice the two of you could share that interest. I wonder if maybe we could put on our own show. Think of how fun it'd be. We could perform for our parents and ask our friends and some other people to come and watch too. It'd totally work. Yes, let's do it. You had actually thought about doing something like that before but never had the chance to. Lee clapped in excitement and bounced on the balls of her feet, beyond happy that you're on board with her idea.
Woo!
I'm gonna sing. Do you wanna too? Or maybe do something else? I'll sing too. Cool, we'll perform an incredible duet. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? One more thing. What if we write Cove a song? I'll write the song. Oh, I hope it's something dramatic. No, how about fun? Fun is better. What about both? Lee's face lit up at the idea and she gave you a broad smile. That sounds perfect. Is there anything else that's coming to your head? One more thing. I'll play an instrument. The guitar. That will be perfect. I think that'll make an amazing show. You've got things pretty covered. The two of you ran back to your house to grab the supplies you needed, dodging your mom's amused questions before heading back out to the blanket to get started. You settled down with your guitar sitting in your lap. Lee and you discussed the plans in detail, settling on a song first and then practicing out parts for the show. The afternoon passed quickly, the sun dropping lower and lower in the sky, and after having thoroughly worked out how the show is going to go, you decided to take a break.
Oh,
You know, we should have invited Cove to watch us practice our show. He could tell us if it's bad before we put on the real thing. I'm glad he didn't see. I want him to be surprised. Oh, why? It's probably not something he'd like, and I don't want to hear if he thinks it isn't any good. I don't think he would be mean. You didn't answer her, but you never knew when it came to Cove. He could be pretty blunt at times. It's too bad Derek isn't in the neighborhood today. I like him. Yeah, he's a good person. I knew you'd think so. But speaking of boys we like, what's the relationship status between you and Cove? Is it good? I don't know.
what?
How can you not know? You're either good or not. It's fine, I guess. But like, really, are you gonna be telling him you have a crush on him anytime soon or what? I'll tell him soon. I hope so. You know he's totally into you too, I guarantee it. He didn't say anything, wondering about the possibilities instead. The two of you talked a little more about Cove, amongst other topics, and you found that it was nice having someone to speak with about these sorts of things. Finally, you both decided to pack everything up and head back home for the evening. Lee talked excitedly about the show as you did, and you thought back on what you had already accomplished for it. You could definitely do with a little more practice, but what you had so far was a solid foundation for the performance. Upon walking through the front door, you were met by your moms and Elizabeth hovering around each other in the living room. Tension hung thick in the air as the three of them turned to you and Lee, frowning slightly. You had interrupted something, exactly what you aren't sure. What's going on? Your moms looked at each other, wondering which one of them was going to speak first. Eventually, Mom cleared her throat and spoke.
Oh,
We're just having a talk with your sister. The room fell quiet again. With no one quite knowing what to say, you felt incredibly awkward. But the silence didn't last long. You don't have to stop just because those two are here. There's no reason to try keeping it a secret. Elizabeth was mad, with her arms folded defensively over her chest, but your moms nodded in agreement with her.
Well,
Elizabeth was asking about her parents. Her biological ones. But you two are not her parents? Really? She looks like mommy. The world spun around at you at the news. You couldn't understand why was this happening now. When you glanced at Lee, she shuffled her feet uncomfortably, as though she didn't know if she should be there or not. You didn't know either. Your moms had always been open and honest about the fact that neither of them had given birth to you or your sister, but the details hadn't been fully explained before. It made sense that Elizabeth didn't know a lot about her biological parents and wanted to know more. You just hadn't ever thought you'd accidentally stumble into it. Elizabeth looked at your parents expectantly. She wasn't going to let the unintentional interruption derail things. We don't want to keep that information from either of you. It's your right to know your past. We did want to wait until you asked us to hear yourselves. Well, it's happening now, so... Your moms shared a nervous glance and Ma took in a quick breath before speaking again. I adopted you from the Philippines when you were just a baby. Elizabeth dropped her arms, her eyebrows shooting upwards in surprise. Wait, I wasn't born here?
no.
You weren't. You could clearly see that your sister was appalled by this information. You struggled even more with what to do or how to react. Am I gonna have to pass some tests to even be a citizen?
No.
You were adopted into the country. We took care of things. You're already a citizen. You have nothing to worry about. I followed all the laws when it came to bringing a child into the US. Nothing can be held against you. Elizabeth sighed, placated with the information but still far from happy. Who are my parents as people? Why did they put me up for adoption in the first place? Ma softly put her hands over Elizabeth's shoulder, trying to provide some support before she gave her the answer.
I am so sorry.
Your parents were reported to have died. They didn't go into details on the specifics of how, but you are an orphan. I wish you had better news for you, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was torn between emotions, her eyes filled with tears as she threw her hands in the air, settling on enraged. Great, so I could never meet them even if I wanted to. Not that I could have anyway, since they lived in another part of the world when they were still alive. Elizabeth turned her back on you and your moms and stormed off, sprinting up the stairs into her room before anyone could stop her. I have to go and talk to her. Ma immediately started to follow her, but Mom gently held her by the arm and shook her head. We should give her a little space to process it all. Your ma's head hung low, but she stopped walking. With Elizabeth now gone, the two of them seemed to remember you and Lee was still standing awkwardly off to the side. I'm sorry you had to see all that. It's not how I expected it would have happened when the time came. But since it's the topic of the day, is there anything you'd like to ask? You deserve to know after all. Lee patted your back and gave you a supportive look. I want to know. Your parents both nodded in sync to your reply, ready to talk. I can leave if you want to have things be private. I want you to be here. I can do that. Lee shifted a little closer to you in support, and you were glad to have her there with you. It made you feel a little stronger somehow. You turned to face your parents again, preparing yourself for what they were about to tell you. Ma was the first to speak, her voice quivering with emotion. You were adopted as a baby, but 2 years after Elizabeth. You used a different organization that time, and you were adopted within the US. We're sorry to tell you, your parents had also passed away and no other family member took you in if there were any. That's why we wanted to wait until you asked. We didn't want to suddenly drop that in your lap. We wanted you to be prepared.
I'm sorry.
Lee gave you a reassuring squeeze on the arm to show she was there for you. Thank you for telling me. I did want to know and now I do. Thank you for listening. If there's anything else you want to know, all you have to do is ask. We'll do our best to answer any questions you have.
Are you okay?
Lee watched you closely, as though judging how exactly she should react to what was going on. You started to cry. A lamp a lump formed in your throat just as warm tears started falling over your cheeks. You wiped them away with the back of your hand, sniffling quietly. No one seemed to have any words after that. You wanted to say Elizabeth. The one person you knew who would understand what you were going through was Elizabeth. She was going through the exact same thing as you and had seemed just as upset. You headed over the stairs and up to her room. You left Lee in the living room. It would be best to speak to Elizabeth alone. There was more chance of her opening up to you that way. Waiting in front of your sister's door, you raised her hand to knock on it. There was no answer for a good minute or two, and when you jiggled the handle, you found it was locked. Raising your hand again, you knocked louder this time, thinking she must have her headphones on and so couldn't hear you. When she didn't answer the door a second time, it was clear to you that she either still couldn't hear or was just straight up ignoring you. It hurt to be shut out, especially right now. You wanted to see Cove. More than anything in that moment, you wanted to see Cove. No one could be there for you the way he could. You turned on your heel without another word and headed towards the front door. Once outside, you strode across the street purposefully, Cove's house set in your sights. After you raised a hand to knock on the door, it only took a few moments for Mr. Holden to answer it. Cliff's face fell suddenly. He could tell something was wrong, but he didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked back towards the hallway, where you knew Cove's room was located. Cove, rise here. After calling for his son, he turned back to you with an encouraging thumbs up. He won't be long. As promised, it didn't take long before footsteps echoed down the hall, and Cove's head of green hair appeared before you all. He looked ahead to see you standing there, and when his eyes widened, you guessed he had noticed you'd been crying. Right? Cove pushed past his dad to stand with you outside the door, watching you with concern etched all over his face. You kids be safe. If you need anything, you know where to find me. He gave you a kind smile before softly shutting the front door, giving you some privacy. Cove stepped closer still and spoke cautiously.
What's wrong?
I needed to talk to you. Cove's forehead furrowed in concern at your words. Well, I'm here, you can tell me. My mom and dad who gave birth to me, they're dead. Without having to say anything else, Cove reached out and pulled you into a tight embrace, his familiar warmth enveloping you. I'm sorry. His words were whispered comfortingly into your shoulder. You started to cry. You pressed your face into the crook of his neck, unable to stop the tears. The hold he had on you tightened. Can we talk somewhere else? You felt uncomfortable huddling around the entrance of Cove's house. That feeling didn't seem to be a problem though. Yeah. Cove took you by the arm and encouraged you along behind him. You followed without protest. You headed towards the hills, where you and Lee had spent the majority of your day. Things seemed so different then, only a couple hours ago, and you wondered how everything had changed so drastically. You took a seat in the grass beside Cove, who bent his legs and rested his arms on them before he turned to you again. Can you explain everything to me? You nodded softly before taking in a heavy breath and launching into the story. Cove sat quietly and listened attentively, nodding every now and then, or taking in a sharp inhale. It took a long time for you to relay the details. Dozens of stars were pinpointed in the sky as the night wore on. Silence settled between you as Cove sat quietly for a moment, contemplating everything you had said. When he finally spoke, his voice was quiet, drifting through the night towards you. Right.
I'm so sorry.
About what happened to your parents. He stopped suddenly and took in a deep, shaky breath, and you got the impression he was struggling with what was right to say. I'm sad I'll never get to know them. I'll never find out what they're doing or what they're like as people. It's just all gone. You're not doing anything wrong, you know that, right? I think that you can be as sad as you want for as long as you need, or you can feel okay about it whenever you want to. He sighed and ran a hand through his hair as he looked out over the ocean.
It's okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say is, whatever you feel about it is how you feel about it. You don't have to force yourself to be different. Thank you, Cove. His words made you feel better, and you knew it was true. You didn't have to apologize or make any excuses for the way you felt about it all. Cove smiled at you a little, and you could tell he was trying to be comforting. And your moms definitely don't. It doesn't matter if you're not blood related, you're definitely family. I can see that, and I hope you can too. You felt the reassurance in his eyes. You stayed up on the hill together a little longer, looking out over the ocean and the stars that shone brightly above it. After talking about the situation with someone who wasn't directly a part of it, you started to see things in a different light. Above all, you were glad to have Cove's support and to know you could count on him if you needed it. Hey! The sudden voice of your sister behind you made you jump. You saw her standing a little way away. She walked closer and you didn't quite know what to do or what she was planning on saying.
So?
Would you mind going? I want to talk to her. You can come back, it's not gonna be forever or anything. Cove seemed equal parts concerned and skeptical. Leaving now wasn't a concept that thrilled him. I want to talk to you too.
Really?
Then we're on the same page. She made a little move along gesture with her hands and it was settled. He waited until the two of you were alone before fixing her with an inquisitive look. Elizabeth folded her arms, looking you over. Did Moms tell you about your parents too? My birth parents also died. Elizabeth broke eye contact after that.
Sorry.
Why did you want to talk to me? I want to see you and you didn't even answer. Elizabeth raised an eyebrow at the news.
What?
I didn't hear anything. Shutting everything out with the loud music was very typical of your sister. You didn't feel much less confused though. Why did you stop doing that then? She shook her head as though the answer should be obvious. I was worried about you. I was the one who brought it up, but I made you deal with whatever was left when I was gone. She sighed, glancing upwards for a moment before settling on you once more. I wanted to ask you what happened without everyone breathing down our necks. I'm not mad at you. She stuck her nose up a little at that, but her smile was soft. All of this, it upset me. She slipped back into a scowl. I'm sorry, it's a pretty depressing topic. Yeah. You have to be born in the US to become president. What? You had never heard of that dream of hers before. She noticed your bafflement and continued. I get I was never gonna be president, but it just feels weird. Having stuff taken away, not even getting a chance at it. I don't like having to know that when I was born I was gonna have a completely different life. So different I can't even think about what it'd look like in my head. I could have spoken another language, lived away from everything I've ever seen here, had someone else as my sibling. And then my parents died and I was adopted, and the life I got became a totally new thing forever. I can't go back to what it was even if I wanted to. A heaviness settled between you and the person who became your sister. You knew exactly how she felt. It is a confusing feeling to have lived one way for as long as you can remember, but not having it be what was originally yours. Elizabeth watched you seriously. She was still trying to make sense of this to you and herself. I don't know why today was the day. Nothing came up to make me ask the question. It was just something I've had in my head for a while. When it was just me and Moms in the living room, I just kind of said it, finally, and there you go. She shifted from one foot to another, relaxing her stance just a bit. She also spoke more gently. Learning about them and what happened doesn't change how I feel about our family. She smirked, fixing you with sharp eyes. I'd already figured a long time ago that Moms weren't our biological parents. That wasn't news. It really doesn't change anything.
Yeah.
Nothing about the family I was first born in would have made me decide that this wasn't my family anymore. If you had hoped you'd be free of my big sisterly status, don't think you're so lucky. She bumped her shoulder against yours playfully, her lips tilted at the corners.
You'll always be my little sister.
You hugged her. It took a few seconds, but she gave you a quick squeeze in return. I think I'm really lucky. Chuckling, she seemed pleased with how the conversation had gone in the end. Ready to head back home, it's been a long day. You gave her a nod.
Come on.
Let's go. You walked home together in a comfortable silence down the well-worn street. The familiarity of it all felt nice. When you stepped through the door, you found your moms quietly sitting together at the kitchen table. Their heads snapped up and they got to their feet to meet you, Ma giving you a careful smile. We're so glad to see you. Everything is all right. That's wonderful, sweetheart. Really wonderful. Ma then came over and wrapped her arms around you and Elizabeth, giving you a tight hug. It didn't take long for Mom to join in, putting her arms around the both of you.
Love you.
We really couldn't have asked for better, kiddos. We love you. More than we could ever say.
Aw.
You were so glad your moms were alright. I love you too. He let them hug you for as long as they needed, and it was a nice moment shared between you. They both pulled back eventually and grinned at the two of you, and you knew that you all had each other and you always would. Hey, I hope you're alright. Lee came up towards you, a soft smile plastered on her face. And you're okay, Elizabeth? Elizabeth rolled her eyes and half a breath, and you knew she wasn't used to showing her vulnerable side.
Fine.
I'm doing fine. Lee nodded, though you could tell she didn't quite believe her. Well now, since we're all here, how about we do something together as a family? That sounds like an excellent idea. We should have some fun before the night's over.
Totally.
I love the sound of that. Okay. Cove looked a little bashful, likely over being included as part of the family, but she tried not to pay much attention to it. Why not? You hid the smile that threatened to tilt your lips, knowing that Elizabeth must have been in a good mood if she hadn't even teased Cove for being part of it. And no matter what she could have said about it, you wanted him to be here. He was someone who was really important to you. Who's got a suggestion? It should be something we can do here in the house with everyone in the same room. You suddenly remembered the show you and Lee had been working on earlier. Maybe we can do our show? A show? This is the first time we're hearing of this. I'm intrigued.
Wonderful.
It will be amazing if you put it on for us to watch. Oh yeah, I need to see what you've cooked up. That'd be cool. Take some seats and we'll get everything together. Okay, so welcome to our show. We only came up with it today, but we promise it'll be good. Thank you for being here tonight. Your moms gave you a thumbs up in encouragement, ready for the performance. Then you nodded at Lee that you were ready to begin. Lee took in a deep breath, waiting the few beats it took to get into the song and started singing. Your part of the song joined in just a few moments later, and you smiled at each other as you sang together. You strummed along on your guitar. It made you proud to have the lyrics you had written sung like this. When the performance was over, Lee took your hand in hers and the two of you bowed deeply together. Everyone gave you a round of applause and cheered for an encore. When you straightened yourself up, you were happy to see that even Elizabeth was clapping for you. Bravo! Bravo!
Good job.
You're so talented. Your family rose from their seats and came over to congratulate you more directly. You were beaming from ear to ear. Cove was the first one to approach, stepping up to you and Lee with a smile on his face.
It's nice.
Thank you. You're really great with the guitar. It was cool. Thanks. Welcome. Hey, were you the one who wrote that song? Yeah, that was me. Cove smiled, content over his guess being correct.
Not bad.
I thought so. It was good. You couldn't help but feel flattered that you could recognize your talent so easily. Your parents gushed about how great everything was and thanked you for sharing it with them. Elizabeth was complimentary in her own way, although she did describe the show as cute, which you knew she meant as kind of kiddie. We laughed it off, however, and were just happy that everyone had a nice time. In that moment, you couldn't have been more pleased to be a part of the family you had. Sunlight shone through the windows as you sat in your living room, your home phone pressed to your ear. Cove was on the other end. It had been shaping up to be an ordinary day like any other, until Cove had called unexpectedly. He sounded unusually nervous greeting you. You listened silently as he kept talking, his words stilted. So I was just wondering, do you want to come over to my house for dinner tonight? The question came out strangely, almost like he'd rehearsed it a few times beforehand. Your eyes widened a little. You hadn't expected this to be the reason behind the call. Yeah, I'll go.
That's,
It seemed that Cove still had more to say and he just interrupted him. Oops. Cool, well, he stumbled for a bit, trying to gather his thoughts again. My mom and dad, they really want you to be there. If your parents don't have a problem with it, they asked me to ask you. Oh, thought you were asking me out on a date, Cove. When are you gonna make your move? You took a moment to think. Dinner at home would be quiet and uneventful today. If you really wanted to, you could go to Cove's instead. Cove spoke up again, breaking your thought train. His voice was softer than before. Also, I want you to be there too. Can you come over, I'll have to ask my moms and get back to you. Okay, tell me when you can. He sounded noticeably relieved by your response. Was you coming over for our dinner today that serious? He spoke to you for a little while longer, to explain what time to come over and other details, then hung up. And that was that for now anyway. Thanks so much for coming over. I noticed kind of last second. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Just make yourself at home. It's not my home, but I've been given permission to say that. Hey, welcome to our humble abode. You jerked your head towards the sound of Mr. Holden's voice. He waved at you briefly from the kitchen, with his back turned and a large spoon in hand. Hope you're hungry because I'm whipping up a lot of tasty stuff. True to his word, you had something sizzling on the stove. You closed your eyes and inhaled. It smelled spicy and savory. With Mr. Holden busy and Cove nowhere to be seen, it was just you and Kyra. She gave you a wry smile. He sure is. Well, I've been barred from cooking the entire time I'm staying here. Can you believe that? She nudged you with an elbow. Mr. Holden scoffed good-naturedly, then spoke from over his shoulder. You're on vacation, Kyra. You need to accept that already. She yelled back, amusement obvious on her face and in her tone. People still cook when they're on vacation. Everyone's gotta eat. It's not like I'm some celebrity who can go out for every meal or hire a private chef.
Sorry.
While in this house, you're a VIP. Sorry about that. Here I was trying to strike up conversation with you and Cliff just had to butt in. I don't butt in. Kyra leaned over to whisper to you. It's okay, he likes to be included. But since Clifford insisted on cooking all by himself, he'll have to wait. The two of us can chat.
So?
How are you doing? I'm doing good. That's what I like to hear. You made it. Thanks for coming. Cove's voice was unnaturally loud, as if he thought you wouldn't be able to hear him from where you are, only a few feet away. Hi, Cove. You doing okay? Yeah, I'm fine. You didn't sound convincing at all. You narrowed your eyes suspiciously, but didn't call him out on it. If you could talk to him alone tonight, maybe you'd ask him what is going on then. It was when you glanced away from Cove that you spotted his parents watching the two of you interact. Cove noticed their stares too, meeting them with narrowed eyes.
So,
Are we having dinner now? Not yet, bud. I'm still cooking. Alright, I'm gonna go back to my room. As he turned to leave, he bent his head to the side to face you. Coming? Have fun, you two. We'll call you when food's ready to go. You sat next to Cove on his bed. As soon as you sat next to him, Cove grew tense. His back went stiff and he ducked his head away. He tried to hide a trembling smile.
oh my god.
He said it under his breath, as if he didn't want you to hear. You obviously did, and easily, since you were right beside him. You're adorable.
What?
Clearly, he hadn't expected the compliment. Somehow his flush grew worse, spreading all the way down his neck. He fumbled forwards. Cove, I have something important to tell you. Cove's head cocked to the side at your serious tone. He turned to give you his full attention.
What?
This happened back when you moved here. It was the first time I met your dad. There's not really any other way to say it, so he offered me $20 to be friends with you. Cove sat still. Uncharacteristically, there was an unreadable expression on his face. His eyes seemed to look through you, and he didn't know what to do next. Then, without saying a word, Cove stood up from his bed in a single motion, and he just bolted right out of the room. For a moment, you didn't move a muscle. You were in shock. This was... oh no. Your senses quickly came back. You shot out into the hall after him. Cove! There was no response to your call. You paid her to be friends with me? Mr. Holden froze. He looked like a helpless deer caught in the headlights.
Seriously?
He whipped his head towards Kyra, his eyes wide and blinking rapidly. It was only one time. The admission elicited an aghast expression from his ex-wife. Mr. Holden raised his hands up to gesture defensively. It seemed like a good idea when it happened. She covered her eyes with one hand. It was clear that her patience was frayed, but she was not so shocked anymore. Mr. Holden bowed his head, rubbing the back of his neck guiltily. The fact that she accepted this as something he'd do so easily seemed to be the most crushing part. Cove just stood there, fuming silently during their little aside. His eyebrows furrowed painfully and his eyes trembled. Finally, after what felt like an eternity but must have been only minutes, the tense silence was broken by Cove. "I don't want to stay here." That immediately caught his parents' attention. They turned to him with twin expressions of worry. "Hey, wait a minute, bud. You don't have to do that. There's still a room. We'll stay out of your way, I promise. Why could you go at this time of day? It's almost night."
No!
"I can stay with Rye." "Oh, my love!" "Okay, I thought you were gonna be mad at me." He stormed out of the house without waiting for another response. He jumped as the door slammed close behind him. He immediately followed after Cove. You didn't even take the time to say something to his stunned parents. You ran after Cove, shutting the door more softly behind you as you left. You spotted him easily. Cove hadn't made it far. He'd just reached the middle of the road. "Are you okay?" You might as well have said nothing. Cove didn't look back, nor did he answer you. The two of you stood tensely together in the middle of your living room. He watched you from a distance. His expression wasn't hostile, but was not exactly welcoming either. "I'm really sorry, Cove." Cove shifted so his back was to you. Then he crossed his arms over his chest. Are you mad at me? To your surprise, he actually responded. What? No.
It's okay.
I wish I'd known before, but I guess there's never really a good time to bring up something like that. You're not the one who did anything. His tone was clipped and insulting, though it was now fully clear that none of the negativity was towards you. And we're actually friends, aren't we? It doesn't matter if you took it or not. You wouldn't pretend for years just because of Dad's money. You nodded your head furiously at that. If there's one thing you didn't want this revelation to do, it was weaken your relationship. Of course we're friends. Yeah, we are. I'm definitely not mad at you. I shall thank you for not letting him get to you. And for telling me it happened. My dad never would have. He's always like that. He just does things, he doesn't ask or tell me about it or anything. Cove threw his arms out, his features twisted in frustration. There already was the thing with my mom coming to stay with us for the summer out of nowhere. And that was supposed to be a surprise I'd find out about. Who knows what other things he's done that I've never heard of. Does he even know how to think about what someone else might actually want? The worst part is, I know he doesn't do stuff for himself. He does things because he wants to make people happy. Cove blinked rapidly, and he noticed tears were gathering in his eyes. When he spoke again, his voice was heavy with emotion. But he just makes everything worse, and then he's really sorry, and it's like it's your fault for not being happy that he was at least trying. And what if all his plans and all his being so pushy did change things? What things? Cove finally met your gaze, his bottom lip trembling. You realized then that he was referring to you and him. What if what he did made you stay away from me before we even got to know each other? His voice cracked as he forced himself to speak through the tears that began to fall in earnest. He did everything he could to say it, but the words were barely a whisper. You were the best thing about coming here. Cove was honestly terrified over the idea that there was a chance the two of you might not have what you do. You wiped his tears. You weren't sure if the touch would be welcomed, but you wanted him to feel better. Cove didn't shrug you off. He leaned into your hand, looking grateful for the comfort. You didn't need to say anything. You continued to stand by him, and that was enough. More tears threatened to fall down his cheek, but he stubbornly blinked them away. He remained like that for just a little while. Then he scrubbed his eyes with the back of one hand. His gaze turned away from you, growing distant. He's like that with my mom too. The anger he had begun to release bubbled back to the surface. Dad wants to make people happy, but he doesn't. The words landed scathingly hard. You were certain it did crush Mr. Holden if he heard them. You'd never known much about his parents' relationship, but you thought you understood it a bit better now. You didn't say anything. Cove just looked at the ground. As the two of you were stifled by the quiet, a thought came to your mind, abrupt and sudden. I remember that day when it happened. You ran to the hills behind the house, and Mr. Holden waited for you to come back while my mom's checked the park for you. That was when I met you for the first time after he talked to me about you. Cove lifted his eyes just enough to see you. His head remained low. I remember too when we first moved to Sunset Bad. I felt like I lost my whole life. Maybe that's why he wanted to help you start a life here so much. His eyebrows scrunched up, and he seemed on the verge of tears once more. It was obvious Cove didn't want to think about his dad that way, but it was also hard not to right now. He must be conflicted over where to go from here. I'll be on your side no matter what you do about your dad. Cove smiled thoughtfully. He didn't say anything, but you had a feeling he appreciated the support. I'm going back home. His face was set in determination. There was no way you could tell him to do anything else, even if you wanted to. So you only nodded.
I'm sorry.
Thanks. You waved goodbye. You finished your wave as the door closed shut. You are alone now. You really hoped that things would be okay with Cove and his family. Today, instead of the lazy days you are used to, everything around you was a flurry of activities both your family and Cove's prepared for what lay ahead. Because parked in the street just outside your house was a massive RV camper, so big you couldn't even see Cove's house behind it. His parents had rented the RV for a few days to take him on a short road trip to see the Redwood National Park. Everyone piled into the RV. It was officially time for the trip to start. Didn't take much longer until you all exited the RV in a parcel and headed into the Redwood National Park.
Wow.
Cove had his head tilted up towards the canopy of trees, his eyes wide as he took in the massive trunks on either side of you. He knew that the redwood trees here were considered the tallest trees on earth, but you aren't prepared for exactly how huge they will be in person. They do really look huge.
Come on!
Smile, you two. You spun just in time for Kyra to snap a picture of you and Cove together before she pointed her camera at Cliff, trying to get a shot despite his weak protest that she should just enjoy the moment. I can't believe how our families are actually on vacation together. She threw her arms out, speaking with a genuine sense of bewilderment. I would have joked about something like this happening, but now I'm not sure I want to give them any more ideas. Cove smiled at her, even if it was a little awkwardly, and continued walking along. Just watch. Next year they'll be talking about their next new amazing idea. But seriously, they really do act like we're a single family just because we live across the street from each other. Elizabeth gave you and Cove a look, her eyes glinting with mischief as she leered at you.
Yeah.
Maybe one day we will be related. Legally anyway. She said it as though she was a gossipy old lady, but she almost immediately dropped the tone and nonchalantly said her real thoughts. At least that's what Ma thinks. I don't know why you think you're so funny when no one else does. I'll marry you, Cove. That will be fitting after all, considering what you thought about when you first met him. He looked at you in disbelief. He genuinely could not believe this is where the conversation had gone. Don't worry over it, you can take as long as you need to think on that. Your group made it back to camp just as the sun was setting in the sky, and the stars were appearing one by one. Everyone had enjoyed different parts of it most. You traded stories of what you thought while you were eating dinner. Then afterwards you pitched in to help clean up. Hey, what kind of things do you think are nice to see on another person? Fine, I guess I kind of like ankle bracelets. Ankle bracelets? I like them too. Yeah, everyone can wear a pretty bracelet. Wristbands are cool too, but they're pretty normal. There's something fun or flatty about ankle bracelets.
I mean...
It's more special or something, I don't know how to explain it. People having pink eyes, that's also something I like. I have pink eyes, huh? For a moment you were stunned, and at a complete loss for words. That was definitely not where you imagined this was going. Cove faced you head on, his expression full of desperate meaning. You got the distinct impression he hadn't chosen that just because he liked the color pink. He chose it entirely because it was your eye color. Was he trying to flirt with you? That was all you could think. Your legs felt like jelly, and you wondered if you might fall right off the couch. What do you like for another person, right? Everything about you. Cove went still, his eyes widening in surprise. It was definitely a lot for him to hear. But you couldn't help yourself. It was the truth. You adored him. And now you were both flirting with each other. He placed his hands in his lap and looked down. It seemed he hadn't expected to get this far and didn't know where to go from there. With that, the topic abruptly dropped off. Cove officially had no more to say on it. It was hard to believe that the trip was practically over. And before you knew it, you'd be back in your own bed at home. You wondered if Cove was still awake and decided to poke your head out from the loft to find out. You blinked through the dark. Looking down the hall, you noticed Cove laying on his back, his eyes staring straight up at the ceiling. His seafoam hair was spread out on his sleeping bag. He must have felt you watching him, because suddenly his eyes locked on yours. It was difficult to see much in the dim light, but you could make out the crooked smile on his face well enough. You waved at him. Cove waved back, still smiling at you through the dim light. He then gestured for him to come over. You lay down next to each other on your sides. Face to face, he got under the blanket a bit. So what am I doing here? I thought we could hang out. Cove's eyebrows dipped. He probably thought you had something more important than that going on. I'm not sure about this. Cove swallowed loudly, and you noticed he wouldn't look you in the eyes anymore. You felt comfortable being so close to him. It seemed natural to have him near you. And being close like this only made it better. You thought back to early in the evening when you and Cove had been talking alone on the sofa. He had definitely been flirting then, and now you are here. You inched towards Cove slowly, your legs pressing together in the very limited space. Cove's face flashed dark enough to notice even in the almost pitch black RV cabin. The hand resting in front of him tightened, balling into a fist. You okay?
Yeah.
I'm fine, I'm not dying or anything. Cove's eyebrows bent up nervously, but his smile widened. He followed your lead and curled himself deeper into the loft. And closer to you, he looked away as he did it. There was almost no space left between he and you. Cove's breath tickled the side of your face. For a moment, you stayed together like that. It finally happened. You leaned in to kiss him. You moved in even closer, eyes half closed as your lips inched towards his so slowly. No! This is the wrong moment. What? The family here? Oh, no, I wanted it to be private. Cove froze immediately. You could feel his body trembling against you as you neared. You grew close enough to be one motion away from placing your lips together. Then all at once, he bolted upright, completely forgetting the restrictions of the location and smacking his head against the roof of the RV with a loud crack, making you gasp aloud. Ow! Cove, are you okay? Cove didn't answer. He fell back to the loft floor in a flustered pile. He pressed one hand against his head and the other over his face as he groaned in pain. Did he reject us? Oh my god! After I put myself out there, the sound of movements in the RV below startled you, And when you looked over the side, you noticed Cliff had similarly shot up and was looking around wildly.
What's wrong?
Wake up, people, something happened. Cliff reached over to where Kara was on the couch, and she whined as he shook her out of her sleep deep enough not to be interrupted by the chaos. What's going on? And then the lights came on, and he scrambled under the blanket to avoid being seen, but it was too late. Cove? Where are you? It only took a second for Kara to figure out where her son had gone, and he soon had Cliff's chuckle as he too realized, oh, this is so embarrassing. You were warned there wasn't much room up there, bud. Cove groaned terribly again, but this time it was out of humiliation. He moved the hand from his sore scalp to also cover his shame rather than face his parents.
Hey!
What's with all the noise out here? To your horror, the door at the back of the RV opened, and Elizabeth as well as your moms peeked their heads out into the hall. Is everything okay?
Sorry.
It's nothing. Sorry for waking you up. Cove curled into himself, completely humiliated as he apologized a couple more times. Not loud enough for anyone other than you to hear though. He just tried to check on him. Hey, how's your head? With another whimper, Cove pushed himself up onto his side. I should probably get Mom to look at it. Kyra casually came on over to the edge of the loft. She patted her son on the back. Come to Mama, baby. You can't stay there. There was no putting it off. Cove climbed down the ladder, his face still red as a tomato when he reached the bottom. Alright, show's over. Let's all get some sleep. You could hear the sneakers from the back of the RV from your moms and Elizabeth. They really had been watching this unfold, like it is a piece of entertainment. But at that, they quickly said goodnight and headed to bed. When the RV finally pulled onto your street, it was well into the night, and you were looking forward to crawling into your own bed after the last few days away. Once home again, you went straight up to your room and dropped into your bed, shoes and all. It felt weird to be alone. You had gotten so used to having all the others around you all the time, as well as the rumble of the RV, that it felt oddly quiet being by yourself. With these last few thoughts drifting through your mind, it isn't long before you dozed off to sleep. Tomorrow, life will go on like normal. And then, summer ended. It was only a few minutes later when the doorbell rang. As you'd chosen to stand beside it to wait for Cove, there was no delay in pulling it open.
Hey.
Hi Cove, come on in. When is your mom leaving?
Don't worry about it.
We've got some time. She's still got a shower and stuff before she goes. She didn't want me to just keep hanging around while she was doing that. I actually kind of wanted to talk about. He drew a deep breath before concluding the sentence. What happened on the trip? Finally, we got to talk about it.
Sorry.
For moving away like that when you tried to. He dropped the sentence. You didn't push for him to finish. It had conveyed what it needed. And I'm sorry for how I've been since, acting like it didn't even happen. I've thought about it.
Sorry.
Sorry for being weird. It's just, I kind of thought or hoped that sometime I'd be able to do this with me talking about everything. Everything there's more. Could sort of picture how it might go. What it'd be like with you and me. But just the first part, I couldn't ever imagine anything that had come after. And now it's actually happened. We're there. Do you want to try again? No. The word shot out reflexively. He couldn't help it, but immediately cringed at himself. You really mean that? No. I mean, I do. I want to try again if you still want to. You kissed him. You untangled yourself from your resting position and stood up, realizing your intent to actually go for it. Cove straightened up in the chair, his hands coiled together in his lap. As you moved towards him, you noticed his knees knocking together as he trembled. His decision not to rise from the chair made perfect sense. If he was that shaky while sitting down, there was no way he'd manage to stand without at least one of you falling over. Your legs brushed against his quivering ones as he came to a stop in front of him. Cove was staring up at you. As you leaned in towards him, he echoed the motion and drained towards you. Once you were close enough to feel Cove's breath on your face, you closed your eyes. The last thing you saw was Cove quickly doing the same. Aww. Your lips met with Cove's for a moment. His lips were pressed tightly together, unyielding, but it was alright. You were kissing him, and he was kissing you. Your stomach somersaulted. You couldn't believe it was really happening. Neither could I. I thought someone was going to interrupt, like Elizabeth. In that moment, it felt warm, and it felt nice, and it felt right. He drew back, and Cove slipped down into the chair. The knuckles of his hands pale after gripping so tightly. Thinking that he could do with some space to breathe, figuratively and literally, you took a step back. Cove shot up, his stance rigid. Cove flaccid a hand over his mouth. His eyes shut tight. His back then became bowed, shrinking him down. You could only just make out the few words he had managed to summon.
Oh my god.
I can't believe we actually... His eyes flew open wide, But he didn't look your way, let alone meet your gaze.
Oh my god.
We kissed. It worried you that he was so frantic. You hoped you hadn't done something wrong. Cove only slammed his eyes closed once again. Did I do something wrong? I did like it. I'm glad that we kissed. Cove ducked his head but nodded. You got the impression that he was grateful that you'd finished the thought. But your direct words had pierced his Achilles heel. Your earlier anxiety ebbed, knowing that the experience had been a welcome one. I like you. A lot, probably way too much. He ducked his head bashfully and opened an eye, picking at you through the hair that had fallen over his face like a veil. He'd managed a smile.
Thanks for waiting for me.
Aww. His eyes sparkled just looking at you, his affection transparently clear. He never could hide what he was feeling, and you couldn't be more grateful for that today. I like you too.
Oh my god.
Does this mean I'm your boyfriend or something now? Should we tell our parents? I don't know what dad or mom will do. We can get it to work. We always figure things out sooner or later. You're right. No matter what, it's okay in the end when it's the two of us. Cole, the sudden call from downstairs caught you both unaware. You'd nearly forgotten the world outside your room. From the guilty look on his face, Cove had done the same. Just had a call. Cove's mom is ready to go. Once outside, you spotted your family waiting by the street. And to your surprise, Derek was also with them. He stood uncomfortably, and he waved as soon as you noticed him.
What's up?
When did you get here? My dad dropped me off just a little bit ago. Thought I could visit one more time before school started. I wasn't even thinking that your mom would be leaving today. I'm sorry, dude, but you're not interrupting anything. You're always welcome here. It would have been sad if I didn't get to say goodbye before leaving. Derek came to hang out often, so it was inevitable that the two had met at some point this season. I think so too. Bye, Derek. It was fun getting to know you. Bye, Mom. Is there anything I can do to help? Don't worry yourself over that. We're just about set. Alright. I don't want to keep the driver waiting. It's time to head out. The little crowd that had formed around started their chorus of farewells and well wishes traveling. But Kara still made no move to get into the taxi. She placed her attention on Cole. I'll call when I get to the airport and when I make it to Nevada. Also, you better call the moment you walk into the door at home. Otherwise, we'll be wondering all night if you got into trouble on the way there. And could you call tomorrow too, so I can tell you how school went? Of course, I want to hear all about it. Kara put her hand on Cove's head and affectionately ruffled his hair one last time. She then let go, only to move on to squeezing his cheeks in her hands instead. Finally, she walked to the car while waving and took her seat in the taxi. Kara rolled down the window and struck her head out of it. She waved again while blowing kisses at Cove and Cliff. See you again. The start of classes ended the relaxed 3 days of summer. It didn't take long for you to get back into the swing of the school year routine. Schedules and homework became the new normal. Derek wasn't around nearly as much. With school and after-school activities, there weren't many opportunities for him to take the trip out to your neighborhood. Sometimes you'd hear that he was at a training camp or something like that, but you weren't always sure what he was up to. But you still kept in touch over the phone as best as you could. In your second year of high school, someone new started to visit Sunset Bud, a sunny girl named Terry Brooke. She was a friend Cove made due to them both being ocean obsessed. Terry was more than glad to befriend you too. Someone close to Cove had to be good company, she felt. You were pleased to get along with her as well. Terry was tied to another girl who you had known distantly from school for a long time, Miranda Eckert. You saw more and more of her as time went on, thanks to Terry and Miranda's own outreach. After a while, all of you developed a real friendship together. Things had shifted between you and Cove, but in a way that most couldn't see. After all this time, he wasn't just your neighbor. He wasn't only your friend, or even a guy you were interested in. You were in love with him. You loved Cove. You knew that fact for certain. There was no one else you had those feelings for. Oh my god, look at you looking so cute. Cove Holden, how are you here? Surprise! His tone was easy and relaxed. It certainly was a surprise. You hadn't expected him to be within the state, never mind your own house. He hadn't answered how he had suddenly just appeared back in Sunset Bud. Though to be fair, you had been so astounded there hadn't been much of an opportunity for him to chat with you. Thankfully, Cove was only waiting for a good moment to start and began to explain.
So,
I got in about 15 minutes ago. No one was home, so I figured I'd come in the usual way. The window. A small smile had formed on his face. You were still staring at him, unable to blink in case he disappeared. You could still barely believe that he was really there. mere feet away from you. I left my bags in your backyard. I hope that's alright. That was when you truly understood. Cove had come straight to you upon getting back to town. You were his first port of call, taking precedence above all else. Even though you hadn't been in when he called, Cove had ensured that he'd see you at the earliest opportunity, rather than allowing his plans to change. You ran to Cove. Every second away from him was a moment too long. As you approached, Cove quickly hopped from the windowsill to meet you. I missed you. You kissed him. He instinctively began to close his eyes as your face leaned in closer to his. You did it on the lips. How was the trip? Cove's brow creased as he considered your question. He leaned in and kissed you again. After a long moment, he broke the kiss and tilted his face back just enough to speak, but not so much that your forehead stopped touching. I hated it. Let's never be apart again, okay? Cove stretched his arms out over his head, his eyes on the window and the world beyond. The sun had set while you'd been busy reuniting.
Well,
I should probably get my stuff and sit down. He glanced over to you with a familiar expectant look. Wanna come with me? You know I do.
cool.
In all the excitement of Cove's return, you hadn't even remembered the gift you'd prepared for when he got back. It would be best to give it to him now before he left your house. You'd bought Cove something special. It was a dolphin-shaped balloon. Cove stared at the floating creature as you approached. His lips parted as he seemed lost in the burrows of his mind. You could practically see flashbacks of childhood days flickering across his face. What did I do to make you care so much about me? The question was genuine, though you wondered how he could ask that with such fondness and not have his answer. How could you not care for a man like that? You knew that Cove could be sentimental. The gift and all the memories and feelings tied up in it seemed to have taken a toll on him. Oh, Cove, it's okay. Do you need to cry? No? Nevertheless, tears had begun to spill down his cheeks. Even as he wiped them away, more took their place. Thank you. His voice quivered as he spoke. Cove reached out. You gladly stepped forward to meet him. He laid his warm hands against your cheeks and brought his lips to you. He kissed Cove until the need for air finally won out. Head spinning, you were glad of the security of Cove's hands. Even after your lips had parted, Cove remained close, his hands still framing your face. You're really seriously too nice to me. You smiled back. I don't think there's such a thing as too nice when it comes to you. It seemed that no sooner had the night begun that it was already at an end, and the dawn of a new day was soon upon you. As soon as you were outside your front door, you couldn't help but see Cove and his dad standing around in the road. They noticed you too. My boy and I have just been waiting around to see what the new neighbors are like. It was definitely his idea. There's no sign of them and I still need to head over to work soon. Okay, I promise to keep an eye out. I can text you if anything happens. Eventually, you both packed up at the sound of a car. A taxi followed the noise turning onto your street. Cove's eyebrows raised at that sight, and he sat up straight on the stoop. This has to be them, right? Yeah, it's gotta be, huh? You could feel what Cove was in that moment. After the last renters, this new visitor was definitely not exactly what you'd expected. Whoa! Whoa! Oh my god, let's cheat on Cove. Did I say that out loud? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. It is a young man. Had to be close to your own age. He was dressed full in an eclectic black, white and grey outfit. Even his side-swooping hair matched the scheme. The only other pop of color was from something that couldn't easily be fashioned into submission. A pair of dark brown eyes, which you got when he looked over at his audience. Hello folks, who might you be? We're the neighbors. The smile already prominent on his face called father. It was cocky, but you didn't get the impression it meant something adverse. Hallelujah! What? You and Cove shared a familiar look with one another, bewildered even further. Cove finally stood up to greet this person. You followed suit.
Excellent.
I'm Baxter Ward. It's excellent to meet you neighbors. Hi Baxter, I'm Rai. Hey, I am quite keen on getting to know you better this summer. We could be good friends. From your other side, Cove made a sudden sputtering noise. And you are? He lifted his hand out to Cove next. Cove instead crossed his arms to express his rejection of that idea, still eyeing Baxter carefully. I'm Cove. Baxter's whole demeanor lit up for unknown reasons. His eyes shone as he studied Cove for a moment.
Really?
Now wait, is that a nickname or a real name? It's just my name. Cove spoke mildly, having given that explanation many times in the past, but it clearly charmed Baxter all the same. He tossed his head to one side with a laugh. Your parents knew exactly what they were doing. I can't imagine a more fitting name for the face I'm seeing. Cove, that's gorgeous.
What?
You didn't know what to say. After a noticeable pause, Baxter caught on that he made you both uncomfortable.
I'm sorry.
It wasn't intended to mean more than it did. I like your name, but you don't have to mind that. I'm patently against stepping on anyone's toes. He chuckled to himself. It seemed like there was some extra meaning hidden there in his words, and you noticed that Cove raised an eyebrow, picking up on that too. Baxter didn't even open his eyes to see your faces to know he had some feeling to do. He stood up straighter, striking a slight pose with the position of his feet. I'm a ballroom dancer, hence the phrasing. Oh, I didn't know much about dancing, but that's pretty cool. It's not hard once you get the basics down. Cove didn't look convinced at all. Baxter took that as a cue to keep talking.
Well,
He grinned in a way that was rapidly becoming familiar to you. If either of you are ever looking for a partner, I'm available. Cove picked at you, smiling softly. You felt his familiar touch as he squeezed your hand for a moment. I already have a partner. Rai's the only one I'd wanna dance with. Sorry, she's my girlfriend. You're both together? Yeah, we are. Now that's crashing, but makes sense. I got here too late. Should have taken a semester off sooner.
I get it.
That's a joke. Really, I didn't mean to intrude on anything you have with the offer. You didn't answer the question. Baxter nodded understandingly and let the subject go. After that, there was a lull in conversation, and Cove attempted to fill it.
So,
What made you decide on Sunset Bar? Oh yes, well, my parents rented a condo, so I had a place to stay while I'm off for a semester from college and not living in the dorms. There was a playful glint in Baxter's eyes as he continued.
honestly,
Ideally, they wanted to send me somewhere that wasn't too exciting, but lucky for me, they picked the wrong street, considering the two of you live here. Baxter then preemptively lifted his hands up in front of his chest, giving the gesture for meaning no harm. It's nice not to be the only one my age around the neighborhood for an entire summer, nothing more. That was a story you had heard before, the same one as when Lonely Cove and his dad moved in all those years ago. Cove wasn't relating still. You could have phrased it like that in the first place. I don't feel the need to keep words of praise to myself, but they're not romantic come-ons. I see that you two are very much a committed pair. I'd like to be friends if we can, but that's all. It's okay. It doesn't bother me. Glad we're working things out. Shifting his weight to his other foot, Baxter tried to move forward.
so,
Which condo is yours? How long have you been living together? Oh no! Cove sputtered again and unintentionally a laugh escaped you.
that's,
We're both your neighbors, but you live in different houses with our parents. As if second nature, the two of you pointed to your homes, the buildings directly across the street from each other. Baxter's eyebrows raised at that. Your neighbors who started dating? What a couple of lovebirds. You're the backbone of romantic society. Honestly, I hope you never break up. If you can make it work, there might be a chance for the rest of us. You knew Cove well enough to tell there was a little bit of amusement in his expression, but he sighed in exasperation. After that, you had no doubts about his claims of being complimentary. You were really starting to get a kick out of it. Well, if either of you are free, I'd be thrilled to hang out this summer, but you can save the scheduled talk for later. I shall get my things inside. He gave a small nod of the head and flashed you both a dazzling smile.
goodbye.
Cove simply waved goodbye. Bye Baxter, see you. I don't know how I'm gonna explain that guy to my dad. You burst into a fit of laughter trying to imagine the conversation. At least the job is done. We saw the new neighbor and now we can go meet up with Terry and Miranda. Yeah, we should get going.
Hi.
I hope you aren't waiting too long.
Hey, buddies.
Hi. Hey, I'm so happy to see you too. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in a blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. Hank, you grabbed the large beach towel from off your bed and stuffed it into a bag. You had already packed your water bottle for your upcoming beach hangout session. The stars had aligned, and somehow everyone was free today. Miranda had set things up with several bubbly phone calls between you, Cove, and Terry to find a time to hit the beach. You were hoping that this would be a fun time together. Cove sat on your windowsill and kicked one of his legs into the air idly. He already had his swimsuit on, and his towel was bundled under his arm in a misshapen ball. He'd shown up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was chatting as you caught up to his preparation. But seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere. It had disappeared. I had no idea what I was gonna do. Yeah, it completely vanished somehow, just like your old sand pail. You totally didn't just lose your stuff again.
Seriously?
Very funny, that was different and I was 8. You could always just swim naked. It's just us. Anyways, I don't know why it was in the bathroom when I never put it there. I'm just glad I found it. It would have been crappy to lose my favorite trunks.
So?
Do you feel like heading into the water? Maybe just walk down the shore, or would you want to do something here? Either way is fine. What would you want to do? Maybe walk a little at first anyway. We can do that then. Cove nodded, accepting of the plan. He kicked some sand off his towel absent-mindedly. Yeah, sounds nice. You took a deep breath and tasted the relaxing salty air. Cove caught your eye and gave you a small smile. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over the two of you, content to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. What have you guys been up to over here in your town? Cove, Fry, have we missed things? Cove blinked and then shrugged when nothing he wanted to mention came to mind. What have you been up to?
Oh,
The usual. Terry laughed and mentioned a few things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some of the wild things her older brother had done. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she'd almost overslept since she had stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back during school. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She'd met up with Terry on the way here, and he knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, let's walk while we catch up.
Okay.
Your friends chatted as you all walked together. You took turns pointing out cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing jaunt. Hours passed and the group had moved between different activities. Some low-key and some more exhaustive. You did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all had run out of water, drinkable water anyway. It was decided that you'd head to your or Cove's house. Things were gathered and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. What's next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be whatever. Same, I guess we can keep hanging out. Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. Are people hungry? She looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. No one was overtly opposed to it. However, you aren't really starving. It wasn't quite a mealtime. We could get dessert. Miranda put a finger to her lip in thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it and then shot Miranda a thumbs up.
sure.
Sounds great to me. I can definitely go for that. I think that's a good idea. But there's nothing sweet at my house. Your friends glanced at Cove and his place. He shook his head immediately. Dad doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert-flavored protein shakes. Ew, no. She cut in and held her hands up, as if trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked.
Not bad.
Nope.
Well,
There has to be some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Terry nodded and started to dig around in her bag. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed out her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. With both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it up in triumph for a brief moment of celebration.
I'm on it.
Terry got back to her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. But she assessed Cove from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Cove glanced down at his bare chest and feet. Having not even registered it prior, he chuckled a little. I'll grab something. Cove moved over to his house. He looked towards yours. You decided to change as well. You felt like you'd be more comfortable in something more streetwear than beachwear. You inclined your head over to the side. I'm gonna change too.
Sure. Hey.
You don't really want ice cream, do you? He didn't have a chance to answer. She kept barreling through with her words. 'Cause I'm not into that right now.
that's cool.
Don't mind her, you look nice by the way. Terry scrolled further and then made an interested exclamation. Oh, what about this place? They sell crepes. That's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are. Weird, I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious, but crepes are so good. She nodded her approval as Terry admired more of the photos. I'd go, it's not too far, but you could drive. I heard what you ordered, right? Glad I'm not the only one to go for a drink and a crepe. I couldn't pick just one, and why not? Exactly, it's gonna be good.
Wow.
Your drink sounded good. I thought about copying you. You grabbed your order. The others didn't take much time after that. With the goods collected, everyone admired their treats. Terry dug right into hers, and Miranda gave hers a tentative sip. Terry nodded acceptingly with her mouth completely full. Miranda tilted the frap over to her with a grin. Terry sipped it and clearly loved it. She raised her crepe over to Miranda. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice, but with all the assorted toppings piled on, only so much could be done. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sighed happily. Terry seemed satisfied and took another slap of Miranda's drink. They had both only gotten one thing, probably because they knew they'd end up sharing. Instead of continuing till later in the parking lot, the four of you started to walk down the sidewalk. There was a lot of sharing going on, with crab bits and toppings being passed around. You hadn't realized just how far the group had wandered until you ended up at the now living sign. Apparently, you were about to just walk right out into the middle of nowhere. I guess this means we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk into nowhere land. We're not only one, Terry, there's four of us. Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge the bad joke. She decided to ignore it. It stinks having to go all the way back. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out that direction. And if we did keep going forward, it'd be an even longer trip home. The group relaxed on the grass, keeping account of all the cars that drove past. It was not a high number. 14. The newest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside. But as the vehicle came by, it slowed down and he watched as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. The black car parked right by the now living sign. Everyone exchanged a baffled look. But then the tinted window rolled down and the driver peered out. As soon as you saw his hair, you recognized him. None else you knew presented themselves so distinctively. Hey neighbors, Cove openly sighed when he recognized him, afterwards sucking sulkily at the straw of his long empty drink. Hi. You inhaled and tried to be loud enough to account for the distance and the car noises. It's nice to see you again. Somehow he was able to project his voice in such a way that it still sounded smooth, even though he was definitely speaking loudly. He wondered where he'd learned to do that. And he thought about the odd picture this made. A fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. Miranda was incredibly confused and shrank back to watch. Terry tilted her head in an unspoken question. Cove made a quick gesture pointing towards Baxter, and a light bulb went off for Terry.
Alright.
That's the new person in the condo, the B-man, right? Yeah, Baxter.
Oh,
I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually see him. Her voice was quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Incredible, this is perfect. Terry hopped up from the grass and went to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off her clothes. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded, and with clenched fists, hesitantly followed Terry. Terry bent back down to talk to Baxter through his window. She blasted through introductions, with Miranda putting in a shy wave. Cove looked at you. He still clearly had no intention of going over. You stayed with Cove. When Cove realized you were planning to stay with him, he smiled a little. Cove shuffled closer and dropped his voice. Honestly, I still find it kind of hard to talk to the guy. You kept quiet and got comfortable. Cove took your silence with a nod and started to fidget with the grass. You watched him make a mess of twisted, knotted grass. Terry took the lead, of course. Even if Baxter was practically a stranger to her, she leaned halfway into his car from the window. Miranda hung back, looking uncomfortable but interested. Every so often, Terry would say something to bring her into the conversation. From the little you could see of Baxter, he seemed to be enjoying the attention. Sometimes when Terry gestured enthusiastically, his eyebrows would furrow in confusion, but then be replaced by a polite smile within seconds. The two of you waited for the others to finish up. You couldn't hear what they were saying from there, but you could see from body language that Terry was up to something, and Miranda didn't like it. You and your neighbor exchanged a look. After Miranda seemed to calm down slightly, Terry turned around to wave at you. She put her hands into her face to make a megaphone. She asked for a ride back. I knew it. Come on, get over here. Baxter is giving us a ride. Cove's mouth popped open in surprise. Then his lips curled together in clear displeasure.
Alright.
I should have known. She's always pulling something. He took a slow breath and then shrugged. Guess you have to get over there. It's gonna be really awkward now, since he knows we tried not talking to him. Welcome to my vehicle. I hope everyone is comfortable, and if someone could point me in the right direction, we can be on our way. Terry went back to navigator mode and outlined their journey. It was basically a straight line with one turn at the end, into the parking lot. You're a pal. You're too kind. It is no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all this summer. If it suits you, you're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride. And that goes for everyone here. I have a car. Terry busted into laughter and Miranda fidgeted. She did not know what to do with that. Baxter really went first, didn't he? He noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilt of the head. I'd be happy to help again, but that's the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. Can I have your number? He beamed widely at your response.
Absolutely.
Baxter pulled out a pen he had with him for some reason and jotted his number down. He passed the little paper to you and you accepted. When her giggles subsided, Terry put a hand to her chin with brows furrowed. I wonder, will that option be available right now? You could valet us somewhere cool.
What?
Cove was taken aback. He put a hand on the hood of his car. Weren't we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Because we can? Miranda squirmed nervously and then committed to piping up.
maybe?
We could go to the park near my place. It's a really nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The big park was pretty nice. Let's do it.
Not bad.
I've never been here, but I definitely see the appeal. Man, this is Randy's stomping ground. She's been coming here forever. Why would she choose such a nickname? Randy? You're too pretty for Randy. Why not go for Mira or something? Seriously, Miranda, have you ever had a birthday party that wasn't here? You've missed out, Baxter. Because every year she has a blowout party at the park. Imagine balloons everywhere. Miranda looked down, suddenly shy again with the attention on her. She let out an awkward laugh. Yep, every year. The group followed Miranda along to one of the picnic tables. She took a seat and Terrace laid in beside her. You spent the evening chatting amongst each other. Everyone got to know Baxter a little bit better. Although you could tell Cove and him still hadn't fully clicked. It's a little strange being here so late on a normal night. Usually that only happens if there was a party or an important game or a fireworks show. Fireworks! Her yells startled Baxter, who was throwing the ball nonchalantly from hand to hand. He missed catching it and it sailed sadly back to the ground. He looked at Terry for her loud outburst. I just remembered there's gonna be a fireworks show tonight. It's in the city. At everyone's questioning looks, she often tried to explain further. It's some celebration for the opening of something. I don't remember what. I don't think we could get into the actual event. Anyways.
Hell yeah!
But we shall still be able to see the show if we get close. You can't keep explosions in the sky away from the public. Not wanting to miss the show, you all raced down the waterfront walkway to find a place with a good view. It's so beautiful! Oh my god! Woo! The show's starting. I love fireworks. It's so pretty. Sun beamed in through your window, warming your skin as you lay comfortably on your bed. And then the notification popped up, incoming call. You picked up immediately. Hi!
Sorry.
I don't have a lot of time to talk, but this was my chance, so you know. It sounds like you're doing a great job, and for a really good cause. It's nothing really. I enjoy the work. It feels good to help out.
I mean,
Do you wanna come by to see me? At the booth, I mean? Sure, why not? Okay, cool. See you soon. It's just down on the shopping street. You'll see it. Alright, bye. See you. Hey, good to see you. You made it. Have you settled in and everything? He nodded, taking a quick survey of the simple booth. I appreciate getting to take a seat for a while. The beach was great, but it's nice to be off my feet for 5 seconds. He chuckled. You were glad to see that despite all the work he'd been doing, he was in high spirits. He seemed to really be enjoying working with the charity. So how much are the tickets for the event? He hesitated for a moment, rubbing at the back of his neck awkwardly. They're $150. I only found out today. Sounds like a pretty reasonable price for such a fancy event. I've seen way more expensive ones. Cove shrugged, glancing down at his clipboard as he answered. It's definitely not something I would normally be at, but it seems to fit the type of people who are into that kind of thing. Most people that have bought tickets wrote a check for it. I've never written a check for anything before.
Don't worry about it.
Not that it really matters. I'll get you a ticket. I just want you to be there. You will. Group members get to bring a guest. No, we only get entry for ourselves, and it's only people who volunteer a certain number of hours, or if they're actually part of the team running it. So basically, I'm gonna buy it for you.
Well,
I'm not supposed to, but if you want, you can sit behind the counter and keep me company while I sell tickets. He nodded and grinned at him. You didn't have anything else planned for the afternoon, so it could be fun to hang out. The afternoon passed in a blur, with you and Cove laughing and chatting in between ticket sales. As the time drifted on and the sun sank low in the sky, 6 p.m. finally rolled around, and you helped him to get everything packed up to call it a day. The days continued on in a normal flow, and before long, the night of the Orca fundraising dinner was upon you. It was early evening and you were in your room getting ready as the minutes ticked closer and closer towards the time you needed to leave.
thank you.
For coming with me and for dressing really nicely for this. Your outfit, it's just perfect. You're so hot right now, you said flirtatiously. Cove hung his bright red face in embarrassment after that. He wrapped his arms around his torso bashfully, as if trying to protect himself and the outfit from further teasing. Come on. He laughed at the reaction. We shall probably get going. Wouldn't wanna be late to such a grown-up event, right? Yeah, let's go. The event had been the biggest night of the year for Orca, and now it is all over just like that. It is still strange to think about how that was it. The build-up to the event had felt like so much. Now it is completely behind you. Your mind was busy with rapid yet muddled thoughts as you faded closer and closer to sleep. As unconsciousness crept up on you, you felt more content. It was a big deal, but there would be more in the future. You could accept what it had been, and you could dream about what you'd get to experience next. And then you were taken away from dreams, right back into reality by a sound. I did go home after the event, but I knew I wasn't gonna be able to settle down, so I just walked back out. I needed fresh air and time away from everything. But then something happened and well, so I have something I want to show you. Cove grinned like a child and gently unfurled his fingers, not being able to keep you in suspense for even a minute. They're back! He closed his eyes, his smile now faintly illuminated by his insect companion. Remembering the first time I caught one, I always will. I could barely manage anything because of that neon pink cast I was stuck with all that summer. It was thanks to you that I finally held a firefly in my own hand. I was happy to. When that happened, it was just really memorable for me. Honestly, I didn't think I'd see them this year. I don't know why, it's just they were kind of late and I guess I've been worrying about a lot of stuff lately. It's really nice, I think. Even if the fireflies disappear for a while, it doesn't mean they're really gone. They'll come back. I can see them again. It makes me think about the two of us. We're together, then we say goodbye, and then we're together again, day after day, year after year, and even if our time apart gets longer, that doesn't make it forever. Right? I will always be there for you whenever you want to see me. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. It's so cute. Why can't Cove be real? You were so in love with him. There was nothing else you could think then, and I needed to know. I'm in love with you. With your confession, the world stopped for a second. Cove froze. Then, as if your words had turned a faucet, tears began to fall down Cove's cheeks. No! He silently mouthed something, but he couldn't make out a word. Cove? You stepped closer and closer, removing the distance between the two of you. He covered his mouth with a hand. He must have forgotten about the firefly resting there, and it flew off into the night with a twinkle. He used his other hand to shakily reach over and interlaced his fingers with yours. He gripped you tightly as he started sobbing harder. Gently, he took your free hand and wiped his tears away. He brought your face to him, bending his neck down to be closer to your level, and your foreheads brushed together. I love you. His aqua eyes sparkled when he opened them again. Fresh tears poured out with an outburst of emotion.
Sorry.
I'm sorry I can't get it together. It's okay, my love. It's okay. It's just I tried so much to love you quietly, secretly, and that's being it. But I really wanted you to feel the same. I wanted you to love me back. I wanted to hear you say it. Oh my god! Stop! I'm gonna cry. This is so romantic. I just kept thinking, what if you didn't? Maybe what I felt was too much and I didn't know how to handle that. I didn't know what to do, but I didn't want to put any of that on you either. You aren't doing something bad. Everything you do is right and wonderful.
I'm always like this.
It wasn't your fault. I had to be like that. I'm just like that. He leaned in closer, hiding his face from view. His lips trailing over to your ear, he whispered, "But you love me, you love me." He moved his head back so his forehead was centered on yours. And then he closed his eyes. He shook. The hand you still held was trembling. I am so sorry. I'm really always like this. You pulled him into you, kissing his lips. He returned it desperately. Cove managed to bring a fragile smile onto his face. He was still shaking, but there was something decided about him now.
I love you.
Oh my god, I love you too. He repeated it more as if to make up for all the times he didn't let himself say it before. As he spoke, his tears dried up and his breathing became more even. The reaffirmation helped him calm down. Thank you for telling me. Cove's smile was bolder, even as his voice wavered and he ducked his head with a childish shyness. He clearly fought against getting emotional again. Cove held the sides of your face but moved his thumb down to softly brush your lips. It was exciting. He wanted to keep touching you, and you wanted that too. You grabbed his butt. Let's do it. You slid your hand down his back, skimming the muscle underneath. You could feel them tightening the lower you got. It's okay, don't mind. I mean, it's not just that. I want you. So he likes that. Oh, Cove. He couldn't master the last word, but still feeling validated, he let your hand cup his butt and squeezed it. Cove took a sharp breath. His voice was laced with embarrassment, but not dissatisfaction. You pressed him up against the wall. Yes! Then you stepped forward with purpose and pressed your hands against his shoulders. You kept walking. His eyes widened, but he let you lead him, stepping back at the prompting. Cove squeaked when he made contact with the wall. You stared up into his flushed face. Cove's body was tense being in such a position, but you knew with complete certainty that it wasn't in a bad way. You could feel one of his knees rubbing against the inside of your leg encouragingly. You whispered his name. Cove. You said it hushed under your breath and then brought your lips to his ear and repeated yourself longingly. Cove. A shiver went through him and his grip on you tightened. He had to with the way his knees almost buckled. You ran a hand through his hair. You stayed close to him and used one hand to comb through his hair. He leaned into your hand when your fingers got deeper into his strands. Cove tilted his head and brought his mouth to yours. Your lips delicately touched, too brief and slight to be a true kiss, but enough to be exciting. The slight touches were because he was also using his mouth to mumble something, although you couldn't make out any clear words. I hope we get to spend our whole lives together. Cove's expression crumpled again. He wasn't able to tamp down the newest wave of emotion. His eyes watered once more and he took a few heavy breaths. I hope so too. We could be together, always have a place of our own. Do you want to go to the hill with me? I bet there's still fireflies. The hour grew late and the fireflies mostly dispersed, until only a few stragglers remained. Then even they blinked out of sight, leaving you alone with Cove and your thoughts. Cove stole a second to release the words that had been filling his head during the quiet. I love you. It felt as though this was a night that will never end, but you knew it will have to all too soon. You're only grateful to have been a part of it. These were moments to truly treasure. You'd never let yourself forget them. Hi. You blurted your news without the customary preamble of a greeting. I got into college.
Seriously?
That's amazing. It's incredible. You did it. Congratulations. No, seriously, this is really big and you deserve it so much. I know it'll be good for you. Thanks, I just had to tell you right away as soon as I knew. You had Cove chuckle softly over the phone. Thanks, I appreciate it. I've got to go. I'll see you soon. Yeah, there's something I want to tell you too, but you can do that later. We're about to have dinner together.
Okay.
So, I've got some good news. Kara's making a trip out here tomorrow. Yeah, we talked about it and figured this was a good time for everyone.
Very nice.
Everyone reacted positively to the news, though Ma looked wistful.
That's a shame.
If only we'd known. Here we are having a big meal without her. If we'd waited one day, she could have joined us. Chin up, Lee and Liz will still be here tomorrow. We'll just have to throw another get-together and keep the fun train chugging along. That's true. There's plenty to celebrate right now, but there will be more good news and good times on the horizon.
Right.
And speaking of, that's not all we've got either.
Well,
It's just I've switched over to working full-time instead of only part-time. Plus, I've been looking at apartments. There's a few I can choose from. You looked around at the faces of the company here. You'd been on this journey with everyone here for years, seen them falter and grow, and they had watched you go through the same. Now you were striking out a new path. Cove was leaving his family home, Liz was heading back to college, while Lee was starting at hers. You were all heading in different directions, to different destinations, some near and some far, but it wouldn't be long until you were all going your own way. Your heart swelled with pride for everyone. You held your head aloft as you looked forward. Literally and metaphorically, it was amazing how far you'd all come. You were sure that you would face each day that came head on, knowing that you had people who cared about you backing you up, even if it was from a distance. You couldn't wait to see what happened next. And so, your days growing up in the loving cradle of Sunset Bad came to an end. In the years that passed since graduation, you'd moved out of your childhood home and made your own way in the world. You lived with Cove, his fish, and the pets you picked. And you had multiple ways of earning income in the music industry. Your family members went through the same kinds of leaps into independence. Liz and Lee both eventually earned degrees and started fantastic careers in new towns. But your moms and Cove's father still lived in the same street as they had for all those years before. It was comforting to you that there were some things that remained in the old neighborhood. And despite the ever-changing reality of your adult life, your friends are still your friends, though of course things aren't exactly the same for them either. Very recently, Terry publicly came out as a man and switched the spelling of his name to use a Y instead of an I. He also confessed his love for Miranda, which she excitedly reciprocated. They moved in together recently in the city out past Sunset Bad. Derek was as busy as always but doing well. He always made an effort to keep in touch, and even saw each other in person occasionally. One person who did disappear into the shuffle of memories inside your mind was Baxter. After his vacation in Sunset Bad one year, he was just gone. That was a loss, he felt. He had become someone you'd considered a friend during those days. And then there was what became of the sad little boy you grew up with, Cove Holden. Your deep affection for him was something that continued to last unabated over the years. And the two of you got engaged. He was your fiancé. Yes! The past years were certainly busy. You'll never forget the moment the love you had for one another was let out in the open. Cove and you wore rings to signify your relationship. He truly thrived in his continued efforts of cultivating love and supportive relationships with his family and friends. You couldn't say his personality had changed exactly. Instead, it became more refined. Cove was a gentle, loyal, considerate man who took the lessons he'd learned over the years to treat the people around him with patience and understanding. When Cove eventually developed a picture of the future he wanted to have as an adult, you could see where he was coming from based on his past interest. Cove decided against pursuing a degree and focused fully on building up a career. He got a small business of his own, teaching surf lessons, and he still volunteered with Oka when his workload allowed it. As an adult, Cove was also able to recognize and have diagnosed that he was on the autism spectrum. It was something that hadn't been noticed by his doctors as a child, but he was still the same Cove he always was to you, and he was just glad to understand himself better. I did not see that coming. Still doesn't change anything. It thrilled you to see how happy and successful he'd grown up to be. On the whole, life continued its steady beat forward, and you all went to this down the paths you chose. It is strange and wonderful. But no matter how old you got, how far you roamed, or how long you were away, the home you had in Sunset Bad still called you back eventually. Wow! Yes! Oh my god, he looks so handsome. There he was, leaning his arms across the window, your fiancé Cove Holden. He beamed at you with one of his precious open smiles. Hey, welcome home. I was wondering how long I'd have to stand out here for you to make it. It's been a while, you know. You screamed excitedly. He laughed at your reaction. You could see the car's driver raise an eyebrow from the rear view mirror, but didn't let it stop you. He then gripped the top of the car door and pushed half of his torso through the opening. That was enough to make the driver break their silence with a sharp, "Hey!" Cove did not seem to notice and continued climbing in through the window. He pushed one hand down into the middle seat to prop his dangling body up. He used his other hand to caress your cheek as he leaned in as close as he could. "I missed you." You scooched across the seats and kissed him on the lips. He enthusiastically reciprocated. The arm holding him wobbled at your touch, and you could feel him smile under your smooch. He was clearly struggling to avoid falling down onto the cushion. You pulled back just a little to get a better view of his face. "I love you." "I love you too." "Hello." You found Cliff and Kyra in the kitchen, getting breakfast ready. Kyra was cutting an apple while Cliff was watching a frying pan sizzle. "Good morning, you two." "Yeah, morning and hello to you. I hope you slept well."
Thanks.
"Thanks for swinging by. You're more than welcome to join us for breakfast here, if you haven't already eaten, of course." "We haven't yet, though even if we had, there was always room for more."
Okay.
"The plates are in the kitchen. Serve yourselves and sit wherever you'd like." The guests happily formed a line and the meal was steadily passed around. Before long, each person claimed a seat in the Holden living room area. Some at the table, others on the kitchen island, and some situated at the couches. Conversations trickled across the various clusters of friends as everyone dug in. "This is really cool, just how we're getting to do this kind of thing." "I like this too, Cove. I hope we'll be able to make this happen again. Of course, there'll always be more reasons to get the gang back together in the future." "Yes, the two of you might even dare to celebrate your yearly anniversary, gasp, every year." The smirk on Lizzie's face grew only wider as your mom giggled at her teasing. Ma shook her head, chuckling softer now.
Shush.
True.
"Honestly, we just might. You've made a good point. It does come around every year. You should. Seriously, you deserve a big celebration for your magical day." "The kids are right. You've got a lot of people who want to appreciate you. You've got to give them a chance." It's true, I know I have a lot to thank you for. There were more nods of agreement around the room, and your moms took each other's hands for support. Neither were expecting so much encouragement. We'll think about it. She'll think about it, and I'll tell Lani to stop thinking so hard if she doesn't agree. Pam? Good job, Mom. Now with that settled, let us continue to enjoy this perfect gathering. Hanging around Mr. Holden's house, turning to taking a walk around the neighborhood, and then for lunch you switched over to your mom's condo. It was a really good time, enjoying each other's company, but eventually the sun began to set, and there was nothing else to delay your friends and family from going home. Inside your mom's house, the home you had been raised in, the group was taking their time saying their goodbyes. It was tough for you, your family, your friends. You knew what was weighing on the mood. It might be some time before you'd see one another again. It was a pleasure having you all here, and you're welcome to come around again anytime.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely. I know we're all adults with our own hectic lives, but we appreciate the time taken to visit. You make it sound like this was such a struggle. Some of these people still live here, and it was a vacation for everyone else. Even so, it was very thoughtful, and I hope everyone has a safe trip home. Kyra clapped a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He was puzzled as she leaned in so he could hear her. That means you too. It's dangerous crossing the street. Remember to look both ways. Hey now. Yeah, good luck with all the important grown-up things I'm sure you'll have to do when you're all out of here. Definitely, I'll give updates next time something exciting happens, or something lame so I can vent about it. How nice. I'm glad Lee won't be forgetting the little people. Never ever. I'll keep in touch too. Better. Well, me and Randy aren't going far, so we can keep an eye on the town for the rest of you and nothing will get past us. Right, we'll make sure everything is okay, no need to worry at all.
Thanks.
That's kind of you. Afterwards, there was more sniffling and hugs. A lot of hugs. Then people started trailing out in the street, seeing others off. Your friends and family got into their cars and left the neighborhood. By the time things had fully settled, you realized the sun had set. One more summer beach trip. You laughed, nodding to reassure him, as if there was any alternative now that you are here, and he was looking at you so eagerly. Yeah, one more. You could have taken your time getting there, dawdling under the morning sun, or you could have taken the short walk at a regular pace. And both of those would have been just right for some other occasion. But this time, without either of you saying a word, you and Cove set off sprinting. It was only a few minutes before you arrived at the expansive ocean shore. Cove kicked off his shoes and strode right into the water, not stopping until his feet were entirely submerged and the waves tickled his ankles. You got into the water with him. After slipping your shoes off, you let the sea flow over you. It was cool against your skin, but not as cool as when the wave pulled back and your wet feet were exposed to the air again. The two of you stood there, watching as the sun continued its ascent over the horizon. Silence fell between you until finally dawn had fully broken. Even then, Cove spoke in a whisper.
Wow.
I can't believe it's over. I can't either. A ghost of a smile crept over Cove's face, like the sun peeking out between clouds on an overcast day. Cove reached out and enveloped your hands in his, pressing your palms together tightly. The silence returned just for a second. I'm glad we came this morning, and that you came on this whole visit back.
I'm so glad.
But more than anything, I'm glad for ending up in this town in the first place, where I got to grow up with a really nice neighbor. I wouldn't have wanted any other life. I'm most grateful for meeting you too. Cove looked over at you out of the corner of his eyes, not turning his face away from the sea. His expression was full of affection, from the gentle curve of his smile to his clear, contented brow. It was a stark contrast to the tears rolling down his cheeks.
I love you.
I love you too! You counted yourself lucky. Even though you are leaving now, this place had gifted you with so much that you'd carry with you wherever life might take you. The memories you'd made, the lessons you'd learned, the people you'd built relationships with, you'd keep those pieces of your life in Sunset Bud forever. You stood with Cove, silently watching as bright rays swept away the last of the night's shadows until the day truly arrived. The two of you had found yourselves meandering back to the neighborhood street on Sunday feet, strolling down the path just as you'd done thousands of times before. This was where it all started. You were compelled to look at the exact spot you'd first encountered Mr. Holden, sitting dejected in the cab. He wasn't like that anymore. Still, you couldn't forget the day it happened, just as you couldn't believe what an adventure it led to. Things had never been the same since that moment, and you couldn't be happier for it. Your mental lingering on that meeting had turned physical, causing you to stop in your tracks. So what's the next step? You watched Cove expectantly, waiting for him to guide you forward from here. There was a crinkle around his eyes as he laughed. It's up to you now. Ooh, exciting. You began to think where the two of you should visit next. Cove backed up, energized by your enthusiasm. I'm listening. No matter how much time might pass, there were some things that you could count on to be constant. Cove, your family, his family, and all your other loved ones being there for you when you needed it was one of those things since the beginning and for always. Knowing they were there and you will never be truly alone made the future look all that much brighter. I just want to wait and see what happens. The world was full of possibilities, even in this little town. You never knew what you might stumble across, even in the places you knew best, if you kept your eyes and mind open. Cove nodded, his gaze shifting from you to roam across the little place that you'd both called home. There's a lot that's still out there in the world, a lot of different ways things could go in the future, but for this, I think that it'd be the perfect choice. You beamed, his approval of your suggestion lifting your spirits ever higher. Your days growing up in Sunset Bud had been so wonderful. Even the prospect of living again made your chest ache, yet you aren't going to let that stop you. It will be hard, but you knew that it will still be there waiting whenever you wanted to return. Facing Cove, who'd been by your side through it all, you knew that one day you'd look back on these moments now, just as you fondly reminisced about your childhood growing up here. Each happy moment you experienced became only a memory of what used to be, but that was what life was and it was okay. Thank you for beginning a life here. Don't tell me it's over! Now living Sunset Bad, no! Don't tell me the game is over. I can't do this, I can't. Then! No! Where's the wedding? Oh my god, no, I can't do this. Tell me there's another step. I can't. I'm gonna faint. No! Oh man, I loved this game so much. Oh my god, I'm not even kidding. I'm gonna start this game over again. This is the best visual novel ever. Are you kidding me? Cove, my love. I wanna see more of you. I don't want this to end. No. Anyway, we've come to the end of the video. Before you go, thanks for watching. I read every comment, so let me know what you think I should try out next. And if you want more videos like this, make sure you like and subscribe for more. Check out this video next.